Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. You guys see my 100% totally legitimate real manga backdrop here? Because I
Go
love
pick up
manga.
a book.
Well,
Yeah,
and
go
not,
pick up a
listen,
book.
listen. They were perfectly arranged, not that long ago, like less than a week ago, and Brittany just dusted them. I'm not gonna mess up my.
Well, they got arranged with your hands. So go use your hands and bring a
No,
book
no,
and
no,
show
no,
us what you
no,
got
no,
over
no, no.
there.
I wear
Couple
gloves.
things I don't
I
believe. I
Is
don't
that
believe
is
you
that
can read, and I don't believe Brittany would clean up after your dumbass.
Okay, first of all, Brittany is the one that designed my office. Hands down, no question. She doesn't trust me with that responsibility. And second of all, we take turns cleaning different parts of the house. But this is a 100% legitimate and very real manga backdrop. There's nothing weird about it.
and that's the reason you won't go pick up any of those volumes and show us like a title.
Well, I don't need to.
You
Because
seem like the type of person who wouldn't
Hmm.
buy orange juice if it went up by 5 cents. I don't see you buying all the shit behind you.
I don't buy orange juice because it's just sugar water and it's not worth it. I only drink water and black coffee and the occasional scotch.
Yeah, you were basically saying, "Hi, I'm not the kind of guy who would read cool shit."
No. I read cool
That's what I heard when
shit.
you opened your mouth.
I read fantasy books and watch anime and read the source manga. Totally, because there's so much of
can
it
you
right here.
name
Look
any
how
of those
many.
characters you have figurines of back there?
Listen, I'm not
Can you name,
here to
like,
be
literally
tested.
one of them.
I am not here to be tested.
There's exactly 8. It's not like it's that much.
There's not
You just
only
name
8. There's
one of
so
them.
many of them back there. You
The
know,
figurines. There's so many.
There's so many different. Like there's the
Oh, I'm sorry.
stars
There's 9
over here. You know,
I'm counting
and
the
then,
stars. Yeah, I'm counting them.
yeah, and then
There.
you know over here we got a bunch. You know what I mean? Like down here.
Huh.
Yep. Then you got a bunch of things over here. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
So-
yeah. You're verified, I guess. Blue
I
check
am
mark.
verified manga reader, just like everyone else, equally to everyone else, right, Keegan?
No, not at all.
Did you kill any of your PCs last night?
No. Why would I do that? I'm a nice DM.
You were welcome to Hyper, Panda, and Giselle. I did that for you. You're welcome. All right.
They don't believe you, but okay.
You know. Anyways, so shall we get to the game? I should probably pull down my green screen. Hold on one second. I gotta go pull that down real quick. Oh, hold on.
Oh, now we can go touch the volume.
Oh, there it is. I pulled it down. All right.
Wow.
Last time on Lost Initiative, you guys were in Hod Gwen and you were like, let's go whoop some ass. Wow, Whent. That's where he went. Aw, poor flute dude. Do we like join them? Guards seem to actually have their shit together. Nah. Oh, we killed them like by accident. That was really easy. Anyways, let's just like drag some dead bodies thunk, 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 down some stairs. Kerplunk. No kerplunk. Abracadabra. Ugh. Let's just bring them outside and leave them for the crows. That'll work. Well, so Went's a little aggressive. A little too aggressive. Awfully aggressive. Terribly aggressive. Ah! Ghosts! Let's run away. Fucking Scott ruins everything. Collop. That's a horse noise. Collop.
Oh, I love
Collop.
horse noise in asterisks.
Collop sounds like a fucking Pokemon name.
That could be one of the figurines in his background.
Oh, hold on. Let me go
Could
pick my green screen back up. There we go. There we go. Back in my 100% totally legitimate and very real manga collection. So, yeah, let's, where do you guys want to pick up? Considering you're colloping your way from Hod Glen down to past the ruins, where maybe some of you will break off, and over to Westwood. Do you guys want to
I'm
pick
not
up for
playing
some?
until you get rid of your horrible background.
But no, these are very real mangas. I love all of the
I'm not going to let you besmirch the name.
of manga.
Anything and everything.
I besmirched the name of the Patriots by putting a moose on them. Okay.
What look at him. Like, what
Like-
what do you expect of me? Cade, tell me. What insult can I give that the man hasn't just done himself? This is really punching down. Okay, Brat Prince, that's even worse. Scott, nice thermos.
Oh, thanks. It's a Yeti.
Hmm.
Appreciate it. I think it's a 32 ounce. Is that how many ounces?
Don't soil it, man. You were ahead. Just quit.
Now I gotta find out how many ounces.
Someone compliments your thermos, you don't look at the ounces to tell them about it. You just say thank you and move on.
Yeah, hold on. I might be able to find out for you, Wade. I know you care about this. I can't say it's too much work. But guess what? Guess what? We have a daddy thermos and a baby thermos.
Every time we start a call with you, I feel like the Indiana Jones episode where the guy picks the wrong goblet and drinks, and I feel like that's my life. Just quickly eroding away.
I did a recap. You wanted to talk about thermoses. I'm here to talk about thermoses and all of the
You have
manga.
bullshit redeems in chat that I have to obey.
Manga.
You're not a goddamn Pokemon, dude. It's
That was the
No,
hardest
hold on.
G I've ever heard someone say manga with. I don't know why.
Okay, hold on. I have to ask Jake.
How did you make that sound so weird?
Jake, I have a question to ask you, sir. What is manga? Manga.
Listen, all right. Before I answer, I just want to preface this with
Google search.
I'm not going to be able to answer you because I had to eat so fast when you went
Distraction.
live. I now feel really sick, so I'm just focusing on digesting my food, and I don't have the brain power for anything else right now.
so
You could've
two of
just
us are
eaten
sick.
straight.
One of us feels like they might as well be. And Scott just nothing going on between the ears.
You could have just. Well, first of all, Wade, thank you very much. That was insane. And second of all, Jake,
meant to
you,
do
you could have
10.
you could have just finished your food on stream. But let's jump into the game because Wade's yelling at me with money. All right. So, Green Daddy said start the stream. So let's as I said, you guys are clopping your way from Hodgwen down to the tunnel outside of your estate in Westwood, or actually on your estate outside of the town of Westwood. And I believe Aldo and one or two others are breaking off along the way to go into the ruins. So you have the wagon is being pulled by Storm. No, hold on. Night Storm. I almost said Storm Rider. Is almost being pulled by Night Storm. Is being pulled by Night Storm. And you have Koa is sitting inside the wagon with the flute dude, with the crazy guy who's on there, and I believe Aldo is inside the wagon as well. And then otherwise you have Mikhail and Casper are staying back in Hodgwen, and you have Dwayne riding his horse nearby. I think that covers everybody. So let's get to the wagon and the conversations or what have you, because I think there was a chat you wanted to leave off with just a couple of days ago. And I was like, no, we have to end the stream. This is very late. So you had just finished talking to Flute Dude to kind of get his perspective of what was going on and a little bit of story about what had happened there. And you finally got to hear his whole story, which was nice, I guess. Whent, however, seems to be calming down. Not that, he's, not on the urge of snapping, the verge of snapping again, but he's definitely calmed down since you stopped provoking him. You have him tied up, bound, gagged, and I don't think you have him knocked out at this point. But he is staying relatively calm. Any more conversations you're going to have with Dwayne or otherwise before we break off? No. Aldo,
Not that I
at
think of,
some
no.
point in time, your intention is to hop off the back of the wagon. I think you brought your horse with you as well, and you're
Yeah, I
going
did.
to ride with Dwayne, go to the ruins themselves. So just
Dwayne and Koa are going to the tunnel, and
Mhm.
Aldo is splitting off by himself to go
by
to
yourself.
the
My
ruin.
apologies. I thought Dwayne was
Yeah.
going there. Okay,
Because
So-
Dwayne can see the
Dwayne's the only one
ghosts.
who can see shit.
okay, understood. Understood. Thank you. Thank
So
you for
the three of
clarifying.
us are going to drop Flute Dude off,
Yep.
circle back tunnel, wait.
Yeah, Flute Dude is
Uh.
actually, my apologies. He's going with you to
Okay, are we all three still in the cart? Where are we at right now? Because I'm
West-
He's dropping
Westwood.
Flute Dude off in Westwood. There we go. Okay, yeah. So all of you are in the car. Aldo is breaking off along the road. So you excuse yourself
Well-
for whatever reason.
I would say if I'm going back to Hod Gwyn, would I've already broken off by now?
you definitely
Yeah,
are.
you and
Yeah, you did
you
forever.
never
You never
came
left
this way.
Hogman properly.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was just like on the outskirts.
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah. We all
So-
went in and grabbed some shit. Aldo,
Aldo-
do we need to talk about anything before you go? Or are you good?
Yeah.
We already talked.
I don't think we do unless that you've got anything to say about, what's going on at the crack. But,
Well, I
yeah.
forgot. Snaga mentioned Dwayne did tell us all the shit that was going on, and if he's going with me, then no one's going to be able to tell Leon right away about the dudes camped out. So you might want to tell Leon at least about the dudes camped out, because I imagine
Oh,
if you're going
the
into the crack, it won't
quarantine.
be the quarantined army.
Yeah.
I completely just didn't listen to a single thing you just said. You say it again.
Awesome. Aldo or Jake? Who am I talking to? We had a meeting with Dwayne before all the ghost shit where he said, hey, the army is really sick and they're quarantined and people from the Chantry are coming out and helping them. That was the report he needs to give Leon, but if he's not going back to the crack, then you might want to give that report to Leon so Leon knows about the army.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
I imagine you're not going to get through the crack without running into Leon or Edric at some point, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so you're going to break off. You excuse yourself for whatever reason, and you'll break off and head to the ruins. You're going to get to the ruins shortly before they pull into Westwood, which we'll get to the Westwood bit in a second. So, Aldo, when you go into the ruins, you don't delay, you don't waste time. You're going to try to head in there relatively quickly. Go ahead and roll me a survival check. Oh, and then to check date real quick, Keegan, we ended on, was it Ruse Day? Because that was Wade's last day or whatever it was, and
Yeah, we should be on Wednesday the 3rd.
oh, Wednesday the 3rd. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so
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 we should
Crean
be.
the 3rd is what I have for the current date. That's what it shows on the screen right there. So I'm just confirming that's correct.
So I wouldn't have
Yeah,
finished
that's
it
right.
Thursday, so I'm not getting to finish my 7-day thing, right? It's day
Yeah,
6
you,
for
you
me.
would have finished it today, but we had to do all this other shit, so
And then
you
leave,
didn't get
yeah.
to roll. Yeah.
All right. So with your wonderful survival check there, Aldo, it's not that you can't make your way back to the crack. You can. You just get, unfortunately, a little turned about. This is literally your first time ever traveling through here alone. You've always had Koa kind of guide, and you've been able to take advantage of that. Guys, we completed a level 3 hype train, so you got 2+3s. Thank you, everybody in chat for the donations, and you guys get those 2+3s. So you Jake immediately uses it. So it takes you a while to get there. So we're actually going to skip you for a second and go over to Koa. Koa, you're with Dwayne, Flute Dude, and Whent. And I believe your plan here is not to bring Flute Dude to the tunnel, not to let him know about the tunnel at all, but instead to bring him literally to Westwood itself, because that's what you discussed with him, and to leave him inside Westwood, correct?
Well, one, he's beat the shit, and
Yeah.
I think he probably could use a rest. So yeah, get him to Westwood, let him check into an inn, rest up, and yeah, the less he knows, the better. Because one, we don't know him well enough to trust him with all this shit, and two, like, what's he gonna like? I don't know. I don't feel like he's gonna do anything besides get himself hurt if we keep him in on this stuff. So it's kind of like, hey, you're a real one. Glad we helped you. We're good. You're good. See you later.
Cool. Sounds great.
Yeah.
I think one of you guys actually gave him a little bit of coin too off the what you got from the guards. to
Yes,
get the shit out of him.
Mikhail gave me 2 gold, 7 silver to give to him.
Cool. Sounds great. Thank you for confirming that. So you give him a little bit of gold or whatever it is. You pull into town and what have you while you're there. So actually, when you go pulling into town, at one point in time, the bartender actually steps outside after you're like pretty much done saying goodbye to Flute Dude and going your separate way, and you're preparing to kind of like head out. Maybe even make it look like you're here for another reason. Like Dwayne, keep an eye on him. I'm just gonna go buy something from the shop, and you go over and spend a couple of like what are they called, slivers.
Do they sell healing potions here? Because I need some of those.
Do you actually want to look for that?
Look, no. If it's like in the window and you're walking up to a shop and it's like,
Yeah.
I'm not leaving Whent unattended. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
very clearly no, but like, yes.
You sure you don't want to leave Whent? Just
just with Dwayne and you just go shopping, you know?
100% sure.
The innkeeper wants a conversation. He hates you, but for some reason he's really friendly right now.
Wait,
Dude, I fucking don't want to talk to this guy. Yeah.
wait. If I rolled a D100, what's the best number I could roll on a D100?
Oh, 77.
You realize it's only 2 digits, right?
Did I say 77? Because what I said was 77.
So 13th spiral, you got the correct answer. Could you go ahead and roll me a D8 for how many healing potions are available to purchase at the shop? Because I rolled a 69 and a D100.
69 is a great number, but like...
There are 6 healing potions available inside of the shop.
How much are they? And what quality are they?
So unfortunately, because you're not inside of like a major area, the fact that they even have this many is, a bit of a fluke. Usually it's way less than that. Anyways, so they're the minimum quality ones, and they're selling them for the fairly standard fee of 5 gold each.
Not the standard one?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Well, I need some, so, where's my money? Yeah, I guess I'll buy 3 of them.
You're going to buy 3, 15 gold? Cool.
Yeah.
Red
awesome.
panty night for this shopkeeper, that's for sure.
Did you say red panty night?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
I get that reference.
I was like, yeah. Anyways.
Totally getting fucking fleeced here, but like, we need some emergency heals.
Getting fleeced is legitimately
It might be a waste, Naga, but we are fucking depleted, and who knows what the fuck we're getting into.
Wait, how are you getting fleeced? That's like if you Google cost of potions, that's the standard cost.
Getting fleeced.
By paying the cost of a...
Yeah.
Do you know what fleeced means?
Yeah. And we're getting fleeced. We live in a world where heroes barely get 15 gold every 3 months, and then they have to spend that to heal the minimum number of like 2 hit points. Pretty much.
Well, I mean,
fleeced.
the fact that you roll poorly is not on me or the shopkeep, anyways, cool. So the hero discount, by the way, you were buying them at 4 gold pieces each when you were getting them through Gwen, but unfortunately somebody decided to shut up her shop and push her out of town, so you're paying standard
I didn't
price.
design your goddamn quest line, man. You did.
Anyways, cool. So you buy your 3 potions or whatever it is, and they're like, I'm sorry, sir, do you mean 3? You're like, yes, 3, quickly. And you like put 15 gold on the counter, and they're like, okay. And like, they seem to like take an extra second, and I don't know if Koa would like literally reach over and grab the 3 but he's getting in and out as quickly as possible. And he immediately
Not grabbing them, but he's definitely like unintentionally intimidating the guy to hurry the fuck up.
Yeah, and as soon as like you get some, you go outside, you immediately look at the wagon, cursing under your breath, if Scott fucked me over one more time, and you see Whent lying there, unconscious, and Dwayne watching him with like a finger touching the back of an arrow, getting ready to.
He's
draw.
unconscious now.
You guys, long ride. Think about how many hours it's been.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a long ride. Do you want me to calculate it for you, or? It's actually almost a day because you're in a wagon. Wagons move slow. Now I'm going to look it up. Pathfinder wagon.
I don't even know what the fuck you're looking up right now. What?
I think he's just confirming that he's unconscious.
He wasn't unconscious when we left.
Yeah, no,
because
because
he just said he was awake.
So a wagon travels 16 miles a day, and the amount of distance between Hodgwen, where you were, I should say, and where it is that you're going, no snapping, is Kazun Heights, sir.
Oh god, I'm allergic to math. Let's just agree. He's asleep.
Jesus Christ, it's actually 40 miles to Westwood from there. So it would actually take you 2 days, 2.5 days to get there.
To get to Westwood?
From Hodgwen, because wagons travel slower than horses. Nightstorm travels very fast, but a wagon travels 16 miles.
You just not make Flute Dude walk.
What?
This distance
In the
gets
woods,
fucking
just
worse
be like,
all
hey,
the time.
we're turning off here. No, Westwood's that way.
This is turning into
Walking.
Faerun. Every time we go
What?
to Westwood or the Crack, it's a longer journey. It
What?
was 8 hours. It was 4
Is that
hours
with the
first
hustle?
time. You remember
Whoa,
leaving
whoa,
from
hold on.
Hong to go to the Crack the
Hold on.
first night? It was like 4
Hold on.
hour travel.
The Ruins is 26
2.5
miles.
days.
Look, the Ruins is 26 miles away, And even your slowest animal can travel 36 miles in a day. You're not traveling with your slowest animal. You're traveling with a wagon, which moves 16 miles a day. They move slower. If you move fast to the wagon, what happens? The axle snaps, the wheels break, so on and so forth.
Is that with the hustle?
If you want to do a hustle, I can make a D100 roll, but that will cut off barely anything because you're talking about 16 divided by 8 times 2 is adding just 2 more miles to it. So it's 18 miles a day. So it's
think
30.
About how we got here. Questioning why Whent was unconscious. Let's just not talk anymore, and then we'll see where we go.
Imagine being in a hurry and we're like, yeah, it's going to take 2.5 days. Let's do it.
I mean, I didn't choose Westwood or the wagon.
The axle snapped. It's going to take 3.5 days.
So,
and you lose your wagon.
Do you guys want to push the cart? I can rewind and see what happens.
Is Westwood on fire when they get there as well? Is there a fire?
Oh, it is not.
No, just the wagon just rolls down whatever hill it's on, and I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want to push the wagon?
Put your dice away. Jesus Christ, no. So it takes 2 days for him to get there?
So yeah, it takes like 2.5 days to get all the way to Westwood with a wagon because how slow wagons move.
Okay. And now Whent's unconscious. Though wouldn't he have been recovering?
Unconscious, not because
days?
So unconscious is another word for like not awake.
Well, I know that.
As opposed to I beat the living shit out of him and he's unable to wake up. Like he's just not awake. Okay, let me
so
take
just
the question was he had 2 days of healing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He is sleeping when you approach the wagon, and he has his finger on the back of the arrow because he's that paranoid, as opposed to
Dwayne,
he beat the shit out of him.
I didn't think Dwayne was on the cart. Dwayne was riding next to the cart. So
Dwayne is on his horse with a finger touching his arrow, getting ready to take a shot into the cart as needed, or wagon as needed.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, because when you said he was unconscious, I didn't know you meant he was just asleep.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know it had taken 2 days and all that. So okay.
So my apologies. So my apologies for the confusion around the motives and what have you of Dwayne.
I want to see the tectonic plate chart of this fucking world.
You have a ruler. I can put you on the map. You can look at it yourself.
This map gets bigger all the time.
No, it literally has never changed.
I don't know. I'm with Wade. It seems like, it's 4 hours, this time it's 8 the next.
I swear to God, the first
3
time
days the next time.
It was not 8 hours or 12
You are
hours
correct.
or
Going
2
to
days.
the crack is not that long. You were 100,000% correct. I'm going to measure, and y'all will see exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm going to pull out the measuring tool. I'm going to press no snapping, and you're going to see if you go from the edge of Hod Gwen, which is where I always measure from, and you go to the crack. Okay, you come down, and you go over to the crack. Oops, sorry, I went a little too far there. But if you go to the crack, it's about 24 miles to get to the crack, okay? 24 miles when you're on the back of Jacobo. Jacobo can travel 36 miles a day. However, you were not starting here. You were starting a little bit closer because you were just across the river over here. And so you're instead not going to the crack. You went past the crack and into Westwood. It's 36 miles right there. I wasn't as zoomed in before, so it was maybe a little bit off. So 36 miles
to travel on roads?
It's traveling on roads. If you don't travel on roads, if you leave the roads, you travel at a slower pace.
It's a lot slower, yeah.
Yeah, it's like half speed, 3/4 speed. You travel a lot slower if you're off the road, especially with a wagon, which will get destroyed off the road. So if it's not plains. So 36 miles to go from where you were to where Westwood is, and your cart travels 16 miles a day without hustle, or 18 miles a day with the one free hustle that you can do without anybody taking fatigue checks, which is 36 miles in 2 days. It takes 2 days to get there.
How long would it take us to get to the crack, you said?
If you went straight to the crack from where you were?
Yeah.
Yep, that's Jaaek. Jaaek would have gone, where did I have from here? It would have taken him 21. So after he broke off from you, it's only 21 and a half miles. So you're talking, I could break it down by hour, but let's just say half a day. If you don't have the wagon, if you do have the wagon, it's
how
over a
long
day.
this travel stuff would take. Would it change our plans about going to the tunnel versus the crack at all if we knew it would take an extra day and a half?
Not in Aldo's mind.
I don't think so. Yeah, because of the reasons it was decided is we don't
So
want to
we think Dwayne and Koa should be alone
Ghost
with a
Man.
possessed guy covered in ghosts for 2 days by themselves?
I think Aldo will be able to join with you quicker.
Yeah, because he should be with you pretty quick, so you'll only be there for maybe
Yeah,
a day.
I didn't roll a 4. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Well,
That didn't
we
happen.
didn't know you were gonna.
I just wanted to make sure we were all cool with the situation. Poor Dwayne. Dwayne, there's no hospital in the country that's gonna be able to help him after this.
But yeah, I mean, but he
I'm
also
fine with
was
you retconning because
very
of the
against
confusion
taking
of
him
speed.
to the.
But
to the
wait,
crack.
you're not wrong. Half a day on your horse from Hodgwen to Crack. Full day with a wagon from Hodgwen.
It was 8 hours last time, and I swear to God, it was 4 hours the first time. It's 12 hours now.
I'm confused what you're referencing. Oh, when I say half a day, you think I mean 12 hours. No, half a day of travel.
Which is 4 hours. The travel day is 8 hours, is 8 full hours of travel.
If
but it
anything more than that,
technically
you
takes
make
longer than
checks or
that.
you fatigue, your horses are fatigued, you get exhausted, you take non-lethal damage, so on and so forth.
Just put me in the tunnel.
Yeah.
No, these are the rules as they've always been. Are you confused with this? I just want to make sure.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'll
Because
I'll
half
get
a
there.
day
I'm
of
in-
travel is 4 hours, not 12 hours. That is a big difference. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So Aldo's breaking off. You guys are going to Westwood. The plan is that he will be able to meet up with you, preferably on the road, if not just as you're kind of like getting to the tunnel. He'll be waiting for you there, sort of a thing. So what ends up happening is you go that whole 2 days. I was off with my original measurements because I didn't zoom in as much. It takes you 2 full days to get there. So if you left in the evening one day, you arrive in Westwood the evening 2 days later. So it's actually the 5th, if you will. So, which is literally boom, boom. So it gets you to the 5th of the month. So we'll get to you in a second, Keegan. So when you finally get to Westwood, you see the potions, so on and so forth. You grab them up and you go rushing back, and Dwayne with his finger on the arrow, showing how twitchy he is, despite the fact that this man is unconscious. Any more questions before I move on to my next point? Cool.
I think so.
Sorry for the confusion for whatever part I had in it. So as you're like walking up to the thing and you're like thinking to yourself, like, you know, Koa whispering under his breath, Scott better not screw me, Scott better not screw me, and getting over to the wagon to see that everything is exactly as it is. He actually gets a slight jump, not that Koa is like skittish or anything like that, but you know, like it catches him off guard.
I'll disagree with you. Ghosts is new.
Fair, yeah. When he hears a voice call out to surprise him from the side, like a deep voice calls over the side, Koa! And he's and like looks to the side and sees that the the tavern keeper that you had met with beforehand is standing there. The one that came off as incourteous until he realized that you guys weren't just some douchebag outside.
No, he was still a dick.
He was nice.
No,
He
he
even
was
give
not.
you free alcohol.
No, he could not take. I told a joke, and he's like, "I am Kethrel levels of unfunny now. I work at tavern and have 0 social skills. That's why I in Westwood."
That character's
Anyway,
name
he
is
calls my
Josh. He's the
name.
unfunny one. So, anyways, he is you know, Koa, and you know, and you look over, and it's like, oh, didn't mean to startle you. Is Mikhail with you?
No, we'll be meeting up with him in a bit. I help him with something.
Yeah. Before y'all head out last time, Mikhail had paid a pretty fine coin to have a message delivered. There was a bit of confusion getting that message delivered up in Hod Gwen, and I just wanted to make sure he got his message. A letter came in and a package, right? Because he thinks he's waiting for a package too. Came in heading the over for him, and the ones that ran up to bring it to wherever he was staying. Well, they asked around, and not only could they not find out where Mikhail was staying, they found out that maybe saying his name too loud would end up they'd find themselves behind bars or some such. I don't know what you boys are getting into, but they wanted me to pass along that they had to find a place where they can store it so he could get it. And they weren't going to bring it back here in case there's any more questions. So they went and left it at that fancy inn out there. What's that? What the hell was it called? The stay. The magic one.
Oh yes, the color stay.
Color
Um,
stay, that's what it's called.
No, we things are quite awful in Hodgwyn, and yeah, we haven't been staying anywhere consistently. Long story short, do you want me to deliver the package to him? Do you have it, or
No. They left it up in Hod Gwen in case, Mikhail was looking for it. They left it at that inn. The color stay
Oh.
inn.
right? I will let him know when I see him then.
Yeah, of course. And sorry it didn't get delivered straight too, but you ain't getting in too much trouble out that way, are you?
He glances at the cart that has an unconscious guard in it with a guy aiming a bow at it. Nope.
All right. He gives you an appraising eye and says, all right, well, whatever you're getting up to, just make sure you don't bring it down this way.
Yep.
So what you got in the cart? Anything for sale? Maybe you caught yourself an elk, he says, looking at Dwayne with his bow and whatnot, kind of at the ready. Takes like a step or two towards the cart.
Just some trouble in there. Trouble you don't want.
He frowns. Oh. Well, message delivered. Sorry it wasn't faster. See you around.
Right. And I'll
Goes
get
back in.
trouble out of here so that way trouble's not found.
He goes back inside of his tavern, shaking his head.
Dwayne, perhaps aiming a bow in town looks a little odd.
It's at the ready. I'm not aiming it, he says. And it's like not pointing at the wagon. An arrow's not notched. It's not even drawn. But, he's definitely has the bow way too ready.
Anyway, I think you were very suspicious there. He's still poorly bluffing, which is very obvious that he knows he was the one who was very suspicious there.
If Dwayne can tell that you're bluffing, he's showing no sign of it. Maybe he's overly distracted, but he's like, "We ready to get moving?"
Yes, minutes ago.
Okay. You can then turn and head outside the outskirts of Westwood to your estate to go over to where the tunnel is. Aldo! I mean, it was already a long journey with the wagon, but the next morning, the second day of travel, when you broke off from them, like as they were packing things up, you broke off and head south to go to the ruins. You knew you couldn't be far off. I mean, this is not too far away from where you guys fought, Daelric before, or whatever his name was, the bugbear. And you should know your way back from here, right? So a few hours later, like too many hours later, coming through the bushes with some like bramble and what are those called? Like sticking to your, the little, I don't know if they have them in Australia, like the little plant spiky seed things that stick to your clothes as you.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
all over the place.
So they're covered with all those stupid things, on your cloak and so on and so forth. You eventually come bursting through the bush into the crack, and you're a bit out of breath doing so. But nonetheless, you are able to, approach. And I just realized what I was saying again. You're able to approach and, kind of like head in to give your report. I imagine Aldo doesn't, come rushing in like, kind of a collected way there. Probably hand off your horse to one of the other people around to start, removing the briars or whatever from it, and give you a quick brush down. So you can walk into the crack. Edric, who kind of keeps an eye on these things, catches you as you're walking in the tunnel. He happens to be walking out. He's like, "Oh, hey Aldo, how you doing?"
Oh, it could be better. Edric, how about you?
Keep him busy.
How's everything been here?
Taking care of this, handling that, training, cooking, Edric seems
No
bored
surprises?
out of his tree.
Yeah, okay. Do you get the folks from the inn?
He looks at you with like white rage, like the whites of his eyes like open wide and the narrow is his like rage. And he's like, step outside.
I don't know if I want to.
He will like kind of like, grab your shoulder to give you like a pull. Obviously nothing that's
Yeah,
overly, but goes to pull you. Once he gets you like outside and like still within earshot that people around the crack can hear, right? But far enough away that anybody inside the crack probably won't. It probably won't echo in. He's like, can I just tell you, I'm sick and tired of that motherfucker. Are you kidding me? We get how much ale delivered to us? How much whiskey delivered to us? How much rum delivered to us? And we can't have a fucking lick of it? He's like, this is boring shit. He's like, I'm sick and tired of mopping this and cleaning that. He's like, it's time we go out there and we beat Beltran's ass. He's like, I miss brothels. I miss gambling. I miss food. He's like, I miss a bed. He's like, it's time. He's just like going off. It's like, he probably would have been okay with everything else if it wasn't for the fact that a bunch of alcohol got delivered and he's not even allowed to touch it because somebody told him no. And he's like, oh, this grandpa needs to get a stick out of his God.
This is Leon, right?
He referencing Leon, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Aldo starts yelling back at him. He's like, Leon! Oh, I hate Leon! Oh, he's self-righteous, blah, blah. He just like starts like, he's matching his energy to the max.
Diplomacy that. I like that. Nice. I assume you're happy with it?
Yep.
Thank you, Steve. So he's like, so you guys have this like complete bitch fest or whatever it is. And then finally it kind of ends with, he simmers down and tries to end with a little bit of scheming, talking about how you can probably get away with taking a decent amount of whatever. And, whatever you take from there, just make sure you give him enough to make the days go by a little bit more easily.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I do.
And, you guys have this like really good like bromance moment. And after this kind of like said and done, it really was just like he needed that cathartic moment and you completely gave it to him. In the next like hour or so, he'll be, much more calm, so on and so forth, much less sullen. And then furthermore, if and when you give him the alcohol, he will absolutely be in a much better mood because he'll, have the booze or whatever to help him out. Cool. Any questions or anything before we move on?
Nope.
Cool. Do you want to talk to Edric or Leon about any of the other details?
I have to report to Leon about the sick, plague-ridden army.
Sure. So you, I think I pressed the wrong button. So you will make your way to Leon, and if Leon heard anything or heard of anything, he doesn't seem to give any sign of it unless you bring it up. And so when you meet with him, there's of course the immediate pleasantries like, "Oh, you Leon, safe travels. You're alone." And we'll kind of pick up with him being like, Aldo, you're alone.
Yeah, I have a report for you.
Raises an eyebrow. You can feel free to RP whatever you'd like or fast forward. Just give me the skim.
No, he just more or less says what he's been told to tell him about the army. What more or less Dwayne's report.
He thinks to himself and says, be curious about some other details that you likely don't have. Number of horses and exactly where they're located and so on, but it's unfortunate that those individuals have to suffer through a plague, but they did sign up for that task and they do stand opposite us. So let's take this as a moment of fortune. Miranda has is smiling on us right now. I think Aldo, this buys us some time. We have a couple of options here. Nothing that needs to be decided today, but something to contemplate and to bring to your companions as you rejoin them. We have extra time to prepare and make sure that we have more under our wing, or at least better training for them, or we can strike while they're less prepared than we anticipated them to be at the time. So, something to think about, and we'll make a decision in the near future. Any luck in finding somebody to help with the finances or so on as of yet?
Yeah, there's been letters sent. We're awaiting reply. Did we find anyone for any other positions or anything, or is it just Arthur?
Just the
we sent letters for the defense people, the different captains and people, and we sent a letter to Arthur for finance.
Yep.
Who's the warden?
Several captains you had sent letters to as a potential.
2 people in Varen, one in Astrad, and
Yeah,
right.
Haven't heard back.
Maine was an option, but we didn't offer it to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So I just report that to him.
Yep.
That's
He
it.
says productive. Had you already found somebody, it would have been impressive. So that's productive. That's wonderful. And why are you alone?
Am I not allowed to be alone?
He will kind of like shift in his seat slightly to come off as more disarming and less formal, and say, "My apologies, Aldo. I'm don't mean to be questioning you as such. I've not seen you travel this far by yourself before, and while you probably cleaned a good number of them off of you, you're still covered in burrs. So, my assumption is that you moved here hastily and with reason."
I did. Though I'm not sure it's the right time to share exactly why. There are things going on in Hodgwen which are on the occult, and it is with that reason why I've returned here.
Anything I can provide assistance in? Any questions you might have? Anything I can aid with?
Only the fact of I'm in need of Yara. So if you don't need her right now, I would like to borrow her.
This is your these are your soldiers. This is your organization. Take it as you
You're
need.
also running everything, so
I
it's
appreciate
a matter
you
of
running it back.
formality.
Yara is of course yours.
Thank you, Leon. I will, of course, report anything that needs to be reported.
When you go find Yara, she's actually outside, some distance away. And there's some unnamed member of the group sitting with Yara and what's his name, Elliot. And as you come up, you notice that they quickly are, tucking something away. But then, your keen senses quickly pick up as you're talking to them or as you approach that they definitely have some sort of bottle of liquor amongst them. So as you approach, Yara would see you and be like, "Oh, what was it? Oh, it's Aldo. Hey, Aldo."
Yara. He just kind of nods in the direction of the bottle, and he says, "Nice. You get a bit stir crazy yet? You want to, maybe stretch your legs a little?"
Before she can respond, as she starts to smile to take a breath to respond, you hear Elliot saying, "Yes. Ugh, yes."
I wasn't talking to you earlier.
Oh, come on, Aldo. Please. Listen,
Ellie, you've been here for 5 days or something, a week?
It's more than the 5 days. Listen, I'm away from them right now, and Koa's not here to get offended, but there's only so much I can read about this many pinches of that herb and that many handfuls of that flower. I'm not an alchemist, Aldo. I don't give a shit. I'm here to assist, of course, because these are people that I care about and I want to lend help. And Mikhail put so much effort into deciphering these books, and it was fun to decipher them. But I'm not meant to stand there holding a ladle over a cauldron. My back isn't meant for it. I mean, I was hoping to be reading stories about the inner turmoils of their political engagements. I was hoping to read about the faiths that they had arranged. I'm interested in mole society and everything, but I'm just not interested. Okay, and you're not interested in this kind. Never mind. And he goes over and reaches the bottle and takes a swig.
Yeah, I was letting him talk because Aldo would have obviously just been looking around, not taking notice of anything that he was saying.
Yeah. He's just one of
he's
those, if you're looking at Yara, Yara's looking at you.
He looks to Yara and he says, "Is it that bad here now?"
Yara shrugs and says, "Oh, it's just, a bunch of people that don't know which end to hold, trying to smack each other and find out what's going on. He's not a part of that, so he ain't getting no exercise. He's spending his time with, the ladies. And then otherwise, it's, I have no fun. I have no problem with it."
Aldo's also tuned this conversation out.
She continues on anyways. She says, "I have no problem with it. I just put the case, I put the strap over my axe and I beat the shit out of people that Leon tells me to. And, sometimes they learn, sometimes they don't. It's not half bad. I mean, it's not as great as, maybe going around and fighting side by side with Koa. He knows how to handle a weapon. Ugh. Where is Koa?
Silence for a minute as Aldo doesn't realize she hasn't.
Flash over
she's-
to Koa poking Whent with a stick and Dwayne jumping. Flashback.
Aldo's like, oh, yeah, we're gonna meet him. But yeah, man, I really got to do something for this camper before we leave. Elliot, can you go make a report to Leon about something? Something that you read, however many ladles you need to put in the pot at night. I don't know. It's just start talking to him about something.
And he looks down at the bottle, and then he sniffs his breath for a second, and then the unnamed NPC says, "Weren't you just talking about that herb that you can use to neutralize that smell?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, well, I guess the book is worth something." And
This
he
is what
stands
our
up.
supplies are going to.
Huh?
Hiding, fucking, having someone else do your breathalyzer. That's what our materials are going to.
Well, and so he'll get up and he'll walk off, and he starts to walk off, turns back. He's like, "Wait, this is a real report, or?"
Yeah, he needs to know how many ladles you put in that pot.
And he turns and he walks off. Now it's just Yara and the random NPC.
Yara, give me a hand. I was gonna go to the supplies and just grab a bunch of alcohol.
Yep. Yara goes with you, grabs a bunch of alcohol.
Yep.
And she's like, "You telling me you could just do this the whole time?"
Yes, I'm surprised you didn't, Yara.
Elliot literally had to whine in Leon's ear for countless hours for us to get that one bottle.
Oh well, now you have two, and he'll hand her one of them.
She will tuck it inside whatever bag she has, but because she's small, the bags are small, so the bottleneck is hanging out. She doesn't care.
I'll definitely take enough, you know what I mean, so he can get around to, a few people, and he like squirrels it away with like Edric. Like this is like the spot, you know what I mean?
Yep, of course. Absolutely.
And then we'll go to leave.
When you give Edric the alcohol, he's got like rimmed eyes. You know what I mean? Like his red rimmed eyes. He looks like he could either cry or kiss you. He does neither, but there's that moment.
Yeah, well, Aldo, shake his hand, gives him one of those bro hugs that, hold it for a bit longer, and he's like, I feel your pain.
Cool. And you're able to like walk off with Yara. And so Yara's
Yeah.
gonna ask you, so I'm traveling, yeah?
Yeah, we've got urgent business, and you're the only one that we know that may be able to help us, if that gives you any clue.
Urgent business. Do I have to ride the ass?
We've only got the one horse, so
You left Jacobo here.
yes, you have
Oh,
to
wait.
ride the ass.
No, you didn't leave Jacobo here. That's why you're paying for it the whole time.
Then
With
you
the
didn't.
Hardman.
Then
Yeah,
you don't.
That's
have
right.
to.
Jacobo is with Mikhail and Mikhail's horse.
Wait, is? Great.
I guess whenever you meet up with us with all the stuff, you get to bring him.
Yep. If Giselle rolls above a
Okay.
50 on a D100, Jacobo is with you. Otherwise, it's with Koa. So we she says, "Can I ride with you?"
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Have to be as quick as we can. I kind of got lost coming here, so time is not on our side.
She doesn't delay, waste time or anything. She grabs her stuff. She's ready to go in minutes. You know what I mean? Maybe 10 minutes or whatever. And she's ready to leave. She just, swings by Leon to let him know, which is weird, but you can tell it's like practiced, but clearly not comfortable. Like it's not one of those things where like she doesn't complain, she doesn't say anything, but there's definitely a tone to her, like what the fuck am I doing? But she's playing ball, if you will. But she doesn't complain outwards. She'll get on the horse with you and start riding. I have no what was I gonna say? Any details to offer on this? Anything you're looking into this on? Anything else you're looking into, Aldo?
No, but he will talk to her on the way. Just letting her know the situation, right? He'll be like, so Pod Gwen is a mess. They've been against us openly and aggressively. You've probably noticed by the people coming in that we've been sending, right? But it's gotten worse. Some of the guards are so aggressive and violent. it goes beyond just normal beatings. We managed to get the one that sent the assassins after us, Whent. But and here's where it gets strange. Dwayne can see that there are spirits around him, and they possess him at times. Now, I thought Dwayne was talking absolute garbage, but he's called it on multiple occasions when these spirits have possessed him, and then seems to go into this strange rage when he has strength of three of Koa. If we didn't have him tied down and manacled and everything, I don't think we'd be able to hold him.
Well, that's unusual. I've seen rituals that can do things like this back home. Rituals that can give you the strength of Vroga or the will of the Barren Lands. I would need to see him.
Well, that's the plan. Because we don't know what to do. If we kill him, do the spirits then latch on to the nearest thing? Do they return to whence they came? I don't know.
I would need to. I need to see the situation. Do you have?
Yeah.
Do you have silver?
Silver coins, yeah.
You do. You have something that she kind of like looks through her supplies or whatever it is, finds some stuff that's in there, so on and so forth. She says, before we proper leave, or like maybe you guys just left a couple minutes ago, she's like, you actually need to go and raid the supply area again. There's a couple other ingredients we'll need to get.
Returning to the scene of the crime. Okay. All right.
She says, I'm small. Nobody will notice. She goes in. She comes back with a couple more, whatever supplies she needs and 2 more bottles. And, joins up with you. She makes no mention of the bottles, even though she's actively carrying them in her hands as she's getting up onto the horse. Unless you say something, she will continue to hold them as you guys leave.
I won't say anything, but I'll put my hand out for one of them.
She will try to ignore it unless you're a little bit more insistent, like maybe like a gesture or whatever, and then she'll give you one with like a sigh.
Yeah, he does.
Cool. She does. And anyways, so you did not stay at the crack beyond several hours, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. Mikhail, they left you at the bank. Getting into the wagon, the horses that were there, so on and so forth. It's evening. It's getting late quickly. So it's getting dark quickly, and they're riding off. And now you are going to be by yourself in Hodgwen. You're not afraid of Hodgwen. You've traveled the streets by yourself many times. You have companions there, so on and so forth. But like, let's be honest. If some shit went sideways, it is comforting knowing that you could always make a big enough noise that Koa could be around the corner and could help lend you the assistance that you might need in that moment. And let's be honest, it's comforting knowing that any person that you walk by, whether they have a big mustache or not, could actually be Aldo keeping an eye on you. But unfortunately, neither of them are here. You're able to gather Casper, but while Casper is company, he's a pittance compared to the other two. You're back inside of Hodgwen. What do you do?
Real quick, you should collapse the little side panel in Roll20. It's popping up next to you on stream. But yeah, he's probably gonna go first back to the ruins, like our little hideout, and make sure everybody's stuff is together so he can get it out quick. Then, assuming that goes well, then he's going straight to the chantry.
Yeah. Just to handle something, you'll actually have one of the members of the Silver Web will be there, and he's going to come by and say, like literally as you're there, that as you're arriving, they're going to be inside of the location. So you walk in, you're like, the fuck? And they're like, hey, well, come in peace. I was just coming to let you know that Sierra was looking for some details around what your plan was for this place. We got a little caught up and hadn't checked in on you. But it looks like you might be planning on heading out anyways.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and head out. We weren't sure what else was going on, so we made other plans.
I took nothing, stole nothing.
I'm in a roll sense motive anyway.
Go ahead.
Well,
You notice the sock missing.
Uh,
Hey,
if he
Molly!
wants that, he can have it.
That's why the
Hello.
sock's missing. Molly's here. She took it.
There really are better channels to raid, sweetheart. I appreciate you coming here, but people deserve better than this.
No, no. I mean, because
Yeah, all 45 of them.
I just thought the sock was go perfectly in line with the Thomas the Tank Engine, anatomically correct for how a person would be stuck inside there, or sphincter chocolate. It's kind of like in line with those, is it not?
I appreciate you not stealing anything.
We've been playing. Jake just stepped away.
Yeah. If you, if that was all you needed to know, then that's the update.
It nods and says, all right, great. I'll let Sierra know. If things change, I'm sure you can get a hold of us. And he turns and starts walking out. When he turns to start walking out, you'll actually notice that the individual that you see that's walking out actually has a giant, what was it looking for? Like a giant lump on the side of their head. And you realize, I think,
That's the dude.
yeah, I think it's one of the ones that we just knocked out, at this point, literally hours ago.
As I noticed that, Mikhail will go, hey, you want me to check that out?
Huh? Oh. Yeah, no, I get a lot of makeup tasks to do. I can't sit around and,
All right, well, just those kind of wounds, have someone look after you when you go to sleep, just in case,
yeah,
head injuries are serious.
yeah. And like he's like, see you around. And when he goes out the cave, at one point in time, you see him walk out of the cave, turns right. And at one point in time, like hear footsteps, so you look over because the door's open or whatever. He's going back the other way. By the time you finish getting his stuff back together, he's going back the other way, and he seems like he finally found out which way he was going. You're like, okay. And you get the shit that you need, and they're able to leave, as you said. You were going where after
Dude's
this?
got a concussion.
Yeah.
You go into the Chantry.
Okay.
That's where Kethrel is, as far as I know.
Cool. Yep. You're going to head over to the Chantry. And this is, since you spoke to Kethrel, it's been a few days, actually several days even. So wait, hold on. No, 2 days since you spoke to Kethrel.
It's been 2 days.
Yep. So
you said it's already nighttime, or it's like evening?
It's so by the time you go all the way in, grab your supplies, head to the Chantry, it's now nighttime.
Okay, damn. Because I only have Daisy now, right? As far as like aminals.
Just Daisy, just your horse. The rest would have gone with Koa and Aldo and Dwayne, and the last one would be Jacobo.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Go to the Chantry and try to talk to Kethrel then.
Cool. So so Kethrel will when you go there, Kethrel is actually sitting up, standing, so on and so forth. And so he's sitting up, and as you approach, he'll actually stand, and it's one of those you forgot how tall he was until he stands, and you're like, oh, that's right. He was noticeably a big man when he was lying down, and when he sat up, he like almost came to eye level, despite how low the bed was. But now that he's standing, you're like, this is a big man. Mm-hmm. Yep. Anyways, so he's standing, and as you approach, and he says, Mikhail, I was hoping to go for an evening stroll. I grow restless in here.
Yeah, good. That means you're feeling better. A stroll's fine. I can keep us to areas where there shouldn't be any trouble.
I don't expect there would be trouble anyway.
Hopefully not. You got any things you need to grab?
Excuse me. Things I need to grab. No, unfortunately, possessions that I had before have been taken.
Sorry to hear that. Well, we can talk more as we walk then.
He walks with you.
And yeah, like I said, I'm gonna keep to the areas I know the guard typically doesn't care about.
Mhm.
Um, hopefully the silver web's not going to be a problem right now. But
Okay. Makes sense. Cool. So you do exactly that, and I'll let you start conversation.
so, Kethrel, what's the what's your plan now? I mean, you don't have any stuff, and well, you're here. Did you have somewhere you were going to go, or?
I was interested in the ruins to the north. I'm still interested in exploring them further. You mentioned a few details last time we spoke that Dwayne had gone through there at some point. I would like to speak with Dwayne. As you know, we are acquaintances. And perhaps he would be interested in exploring the stone further with me.
Ooh. I mean, getting to talk to him won't be too difficult. I'm actually gonna head back to where he is, I guess at this point in the morning. But I don't know that he'd be wanting to go back. His experience there was pretty it impacted him a lot, not for the better.
It was unsafe when I arrived. I mentioned this before. It is why I left to go and prepare better.
Speaking on that subject, though, Kethrel, Dwayne included, did you? I guess I'll just be direct. Did you see anything that was like a ghost or a spirit while you were out there?
No, I'm not sure such things exist.
So you haven't seen anything strange since either?
No, I've heard stories of things, and I believe that they likely do exist with all of the wonders in our world. But every time I've been told of a ghost story, or some specter, or so on, it always turns out to be a skittish fool who stretched a story long enough to make themselves important.
Yeah, that's one assessment. Well, for Dwayne, it's been a bit different. We kind of look around briefly, like making sure there's not a ton of people surrounding us or anything. Say, so remember you had your experience with Whent. Well, we've had another one now. In fact, we've got him captured.
Go on.
Apparently, while we were subduing him, Dwayne was able to see some kind of ghostly shapes that were surrounding him. And consistently, he would give us a heads up as they would, I guess, join with Whent, like phase into him. And he would suddenly start lashing out with strength he shouldn't have had. He nearly fought off Koa, and all of us, honestly, trying to hold him down. We had to get him tied up multiple times. Only Dwayne seems to be able to see it, and only since he visited that keep.
strange. I did not see anything before and have not since, but I have not seen Whent since. As I had told you before, when I left, I at some point had a altercation, ended poorly for me. I was attacked by a few, including a pair of Hafue. That is all I recall.
No
Next
details
person
of
I recall seeing after my being buried alive was Dwayne.
no recollection of the conversation you had with Went? Did it seem like he had also been to the keep or was going there?
He thinks for a long moment. He was inquiring as to details I had seen. He was very interested about the
Scott.
fact that...
I'm steering us back toward the ruins now, by the way.
Okay, yeah. He was very interested about the fact that the river runs not just up to the keep, but there is an ancient gate. I don't know if it functions, that the river runs through and into the keep. That was interesting for him. Let me ponder. He said something about it being a good place for maybe being able to move quickly. Shakes his head.
Okay, worth noting. Do you remember how his eyes looked?
I remember he had brown eyes, a little bit of a golden flecks inside them. He had long eyelashes for what is typical of human men, but not strangely so.
No really pronounced dark circles around them or anything like that?
Thinking for a second. No. No stranger than... No. The only dark circles would have been his pupils.
They definitely look a bit different now.
You
Okay.
believe because of the keep.
I think it's connected, yeah. Seems to be the common touchstone in all of this.
The keep is known as the Wraithblade Keep. I recall us speaking on this some months ago. If you are saying there are specters, again, I am doubtful, but it would be in line with the namesake of the keep itself. As I had said once before, there was a... You've brought me to the ruins. I was not paying attention before. Is there a reason why you're bringing me to such an unsavory part of town?
Need to get my stuff out of here. This is where we were holed up for a bit, and I assume if you want to talk to Dwayne and you don't have any other plans, you're probably coming with me.
So you stay here in the ruins.
You're not the only one who had an unsavory interaction with the guard.
Now that I understand this of you, I must apologize for being perhaps a little dishonest. I don't like dishonesty, but unfortunately sometimes it is the safer tool.
Heard.
He will go with you, but not follow you. He actually moves like a mountain, so you kind of like move with him. over to a different part of the ruins that you don't typically go to, where he walks up to a wall. And as he walks up to it, he puts his hands like maybe an inch or so away from the wall, then, curls one finger and knocks the wall, then uncurls and gently places his fingertips on the wall itself and holds perfectly still for several moments. And then you hear him go, And he takes another step to the right, like 2 big steps to the right, and does it again. And then he goes, and pushes on the wall, and you can see the wall kind of moves back. Don't think secret door or anything like that. He pushes the wall, and it moves in a way that suggests where the stone, this chunk of wall, is kind of like propped up. It must have been like pivoted with like a corner piece on some rock or some chunk of stone that's beneath it, whatever it might be, to allow it to actually move way easier, or he's just way stronger than you anticipated, right? Because again, don't think secret door like it's perfectly blended. It's just positioned in such a way that he puts pressure on it, and it actually opens up. It kind of like pushes into itself to reveal that inside there's a small area inside there, large enough that the 2 of you can stand inside of it together, but it is uncomfortably close. But small enough that one person can be relatively comfortable inside there. I don't know if you would follow him in to be uncomfortably close, or if he would just hang outside.
He would like approach, but he wouldn't go in. He'd just kind of be right outside of it so he can see into the space.
He allows the door to shut behind him as he goes in.
Oh.
Leaving you awkwardly standing outside of a wall if you don't follow.
Then Mikhail probably follows just on instinct of not wanting to not see what the hell's in here.
Yeah. You're like, I'm going to go in. And you go in.
Yeah.
And inside there, he has, I'm going to use the term bed, but the only bed that you've seen sadder than this is the one that you slept in after you were robbed, right? So otherwise, yeah, we'll just use the term bed he has inside here, plus a couple of like small pouches, bags, travel bags, whatever that might be. And he grabs 2 of them. It's like a pack to throw over his shoulder, and a little like pouch that you could possibly tie to a belt, but he's not wearing one right now. So instead he's going to carry it in his hand, like a burlap sack, if you will, and leave whatever else is inside of here behind. And he will turn to leave and go,
Oh, wait, you think we're going tonight? It's the middle of the night.
Yes.
I don't know if that would be the safest way to approach travel.
You are saying that my attack was likely arranged by this Whent, and that Whent is one of the closest allies to the captain of the guard, meaning it is possible that my life is at the whim of this captain, and that you yourself have stolen Whent from Hardgwen, and now you are seen to be traveling with me. I'm not sure how safe we will be waiting till morning.
They're both risks. Shit. We only have
I do not
one
need to right
horse. Oh, good. We only have one horse. It's not going to be fast travel. I was hoping to maybe buy another one, but time, doesn't really stop for anyone.
I rode a horse once. I feel bad for the animal. It tasted fine afterwards.
Oh, he didn't ride a horse when we were going to the... Yeah, he's pretty big and heavy. Right, probably wouldn't be the best for it. Well, shit. Sounds like it's going to be a long night. Can you see in the dark?
No.
Great.
I assume by see in the dark, you mean the way that hobgoblins can.
Yeah.
No.
What about in the way that Perrin can?
I do not know. Perhaps. I see well enough to not trip over stones.
Maybe that's better than me.
Or
Shit.
perhaps you're just more clumsy. And it is feeling rather crowded in here.
Oh, right. How did you start trying to open the door again from in there?
It only swings one way. Inward. And you're
Okay.
You're
He's
going to have to stand behind me.
Mashes himself against the wall and tries to get out of the way.
It's one of those you're like, oh, I am so uncomfortably close and pressed up to this man from behind. This is not, this wasn't the best of choices, but here I am, as he has to reach over and press it from like the far part to make it kind of like come in, because it's like he has to push into you now to have enough space for the door to open. And then eventually he's able to step out.
How much damage do I take?
No. Just psychological, right?
Yeah.
Same amount chat does, that's all.
So yeah, he'll just come out and start like, grabbing stuff and getting Daisy loaded up. Or we'll go, I guess he has to go get Daisy and then get her loaded up. Because I guess we're leaving tonight.
Mm-hmm. He looks at Daisy and says, it's a beautiful animal.
Yeah. Well, she'll be helping us out, mostly just with carrying things.
And we'll just walk with you.
He's kind of like wondering if there's more to that statement. But yeah, and I guess he doesn't have any other insight into the Dwayne situation.
Yep. Cool. Then he will walk with you. He's quiet unless you start a conversation.
No.
You have time for at least two.
Mikhail is tired by this point, so he's just 1 foot in front of the other kind of thing.
Put 1 foot in front of the other. Let's see. A person walking with a speed of 30 can travel in 8 hours, 24 miles, plus 27 miles. You guys can get you can get most of the way to Westwood in one night. But the problem is Mikhail spent his day adventuring, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So you probably only spend a couple hours traveling, and then would end up having to crash as you're just kind of like getting to the point where you're like, okay, we're out of Hogwen. Let's go. And we'll start making your way to Westwood from there. Just confirming distance. It's actually because you're started from all the way back in Hogwen. It's about 40 miles. So traveled, we'll call it 31 miles. And you can push yourself really hard the next day and get there the next day, which is good news. Yeah. So you're going to be able to get to Westwood.
Can I just confirm it takes 2.5 days to take a cart with pulled by horses and less than a day to walk?
Yeah.
Yeah, carts are slower.
Carts are slower. That's why in video games you walk past them.
Way more. They just carry way more weight.
A carriage or something. A cart?
Yeah.
A laden cart, I assume. Yeah.
You guys have wagons, but yes, a cart or wagon has the same speed. Yes. Wait, I think you're thinking wheels make go brum brum. Wheel not made of rubber and steel.
I'm thinking
wheel made of
horses
wood.
pulling a cart move at least the speed, if not faster, than someone walking.
Oh, they can, but not safely.
Yep.
Because you'll destroy the wheels.
Yep.
Is the theory.
You will destroy the wheels, you'll destroy the axle, and then there you are with a broken cart standing there going, this feels like a Phil situation.
Yeah, but technically they can accelerate really fast.
I should have just carried Whent in my fucking arms and run.
Yep, see? Like the 13th spot was saying. Oregon Trail.
Could walk with... Yeah, but you can move faster.
Cool. So here we are. So carriages move faster. Horse-drawn carriages move faster.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
do you want a carriage?
Apparently. Everything is backwards. Nothing makes sense.
Anyways, so I didn't write the Pathfinder rules. They're there.
No, the
You can
fucking
Google
tortoise did, apparently.
here. Literally, the rules are literally right here, as they have always been.
So how long does it take me then?
2 minutes. It's only 40 miles for you.
Oh, sick.
So
Yeah.
you start
All right.
on.
So I
You
beat
start the
you
next
there.
day because they get there 2 nights later. You start the next day, which is a whole day later, and it is what did I just say? 41 or some odd miles. So if you push yourself ultra hard, you can get there a day before the others. I don't know if you would. Wait, are you going to the ruins at all or no?
Oh, to the crack? No. I would
Okay.
be heading straight to Westwood. That was the plan.
Okay, because Kethrel doesn't walk slow. He because he's so large and he has such a large gait, he moves at a normal pace. That means
Yeah,
actually,
and
technically
we haven't
speaking,
brought Kethrel in on that, so I don't want to just take him straight there without talking to the others.
yeah, no, you're good. That means technically speaking, you would catch up with the other crew a few hours outside of Westwood, meaning you could actually be there for the exchange. And we'll just assume that your character didn't also go into Westwood, and you could have like cut off just so things fall in alignment. You would have cut off and just waited at the tunnel rather than going into Westwood yourself as well. So we don't have to retcon anything. So you probably would have touched base with Koa on the way down there, and then he would have gone into Westwood to join you to drop off what's his fuck. And so you'll be at the tunnel. This gets us to a conversion point. Aldo, you left with what's her name? You're arriving at the tunnel, and when you get there, you actually will see Mikhail there. And literally about an hour after you bump into Mikhail with Yara, you will see Dwayne and Koa arriving with Whent. Okay? Mikhail's there first.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, he's back now.
Hmm.
Cool. So, and I'm getting heartburn really bad right now. It sucks. Any words between Aldo and Mikhail, or with Yara, or with Kethrel, before I bring Koa and the others in?
I don't have anything I want to say specifically just to Mikhail. I'm
Yeah.
happy to jump forward to all three of us.
Cool.
Yeah, imagine it's just, greetings, that kind of stuff, but
Yeah.
we'll wait for Mikhail so that we don't have to repeat ourselves.
I'm gonna bring the rest of them
Oh.
in, and we're going to avoid NPC interaction. Just say that the PC's having a side real quick. I'll go upstairs and grab some Tums to try to like tamper down this acid beast in my belly, and grab black coffee because I love life.
Oh, so we have 30 minutes. All right, go on, Grandpa.
No, what? Oh, coffee's made.
Get your coffee.
Coffee's made. I'm not brewing it. It's brewed.
Go get your coffee, Grandpa.
I'll be right back.
Tums and coffee. Okay.
Yeah, isn't that?
Take your headphones off. Get out of here. What are you doing?
Tums and coffee, a perfectly smart combo.
Yeah. No, we know, chat. That's that's Scott.
So I've spent
Oh, Cozy Cats, I just finished both of these giant ass water bottles. I can't hydrate now.
a lot of time with a nearly dead guy possessed by spirits and a guy who wants to shoot him.
Yeah.
I'm
All right,
glad
so
there's not like a
Koa and
separate-
they get back, I guess. And Aldo would be like, still in one piece. Just looking over the wagon.
Oh yeah, you would beat us there, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm there and then he's there and then you're there.
Yes. Kind of didn't think about how long the trek might take.
I mean, we did, but what other choices did we have?
Mikhail, the anything going on in the town while you were there?
Nothing that stood out. It seemed about normal. I tried to be as quick as I could. The silver web was already in the hideout when I got there, checking in. to
Were
see-
they?
Yeah. Well, they obviously knew what the place was. There was one guy. I'm pretty sure it was the guy that we knocked out. I think he's got a concussion.
Right. Did you manage to get all that stuff?
Yeah, I did. I checked it. Didn't seem like there was anything going. I don't think he had the faculties to smoothly take anything. Barely could figure out where he was going afterwards.
Yeah,
Koa
right.
agrees. But wait, be right back too.
So, yeah, they were just there checking to see if we'd made a decision, but I just let them know we were already leaving. Didn't tell them where.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Surprising though that they didn't question you. I wonder if they know about what went down.
They might. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought that that guy would have been able to tell me much, and it was just him that I saw. If there were more, I didn't spot them.
Yeah, okay.
I'd be surprised if they didn't know something had happened, because, I mean, obviously he got knocked out and probably saw that there was a tied up guard in the other room, right?
Yeah. Did you get anything out of Kethrel?
A little. He hasn't seen ghosts or anything like that. We'll have to see how he reacts to Whent, but nothing like that from him. But he did have a strangely detailed description when I asked what Went's eyes looked like when they spoke. Those dark circles weren't there. Something changed between when Kethrel spoke to him and when we were seeing him.
Right. Okay. Did Went go all the way to the keep?
That's what I'm starting to think. Kethrel wouldn't have known. He was beaten and left for dead between their conversation and whatever else happened. But I'm starting to think Went did go.
Who was Kethrel beaten by?
Apparently, two Hafue and some other people that Went brought with him
Oh, okay.
jumped him.
Yeah, right. They must have hard hands because I couldn't imagine punching Kethrel.
I think they had cudgels.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Still. Anyway. Yeah. Right, well, Yara's here. I've given her the rundown, but she needs to I guess see Went herself first and then we'll move from there. She said something about silver. Having silver or something.
Oh, it was like a cleansing component or something. I mean, I've heard some stuff about that kind of deal. I never knew if it was actually a thing or not. Just something people believed.
Yeah, I
Like
don't know.
salt is kind of the same.
Yeah. Oh, also, Koa Mikhail. When I was at the crack, you know how we thought having like the innkeepers bring the alcohol and stuff would be a morale booster?
Yeah.
Well, Leon has, I think, outlawed it. So now it's just sitting there and it's having the opposite effect.
Has he outlawed it or simply tried to ration it?
No, the only person I heard of having any was Elliot because he was whining that badly that Leon gave in, and I can see that happening.
Elliot's only been there for like a week.
Exactly. Imagine a week of Elliot just whining and whining and whining.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll figure it out. I mean, the guy's led how many groups of much bigger much bigger groups than this, right? He's got to
Yeah,
know
he
what the
has, but they're
breaking point
like
is.
you would think so, but I think his soldiers are, I guess, professional or they're forced to be there. You know what I mean? Probably don't really
Isn't
have
our
much of a
group
choice. Morale
entirely?
isn't like,
The group's voluntary. Can't they leave if it gets to be too bad? They're not like prisoners.
I mean, yeah, but Koa, they're depressed. There's literally alcohol in front of them, and they're told they can't even have a drink.
We'll speak to Leon whenever we get over there, but I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, we just have to trust that he knows what he's doing. Kind of feel bad for him though. The folks.
Oh, I took a whole bunch of the alcohol and hid it, and told Edric where it was, so they'll be all right for a little while.
Well, I'm sure that made him happy.
Sure, it'll make most of them happy.
Okay. Well, that aside, unfortunately, Kethrel didn't know a whole lot, but it did give us some insight in the fact that something changed with Whent. Like you were speculating, Aldo, I think Whent probably went to. His fucking name is so stupid. Probably did go to the ruins. Uh, who knows what he experienced there, but it obviously had an effect. Hmm.
Well, it's good to know where Whent went. So,
Yeah.
Well, we assume,
Um,
but well, Vayne and a lot of the others also had the tired-looking expression.
not quite like Wentz, though.
not yet, at least.
Not yet. Yeah.
That's why after we managed to deal with Whent, we need to go back to Hod Gwen and have Dwayne see if he can see anything going on with the others. Can't leave him there like this.
Oh, Dwayne's gonna be thrilled.
Well, yeah, I could. You want to handle that, Koa?
I can't. Dwayne's the only one we know that can handle it.
No, I meant the convincing of Dwayne.
Oh. I suppose.
Maybe it won't be that difficult. I mean, he does want the problem solved, so it's gotta be part of it. We also need to see what Yara says. I mean, doesn't look like Kithel's reacting to Went, so I don't think he can see them.
Did you tell any of the others what was going on? Maybe they had some insight?
I spoke with Yara, but I didn't want to mention what was going on exactly to anyone else. I told Leon it had to do with the occult. I mean, that's really as much as I know. But yeah, I didn't want to start a panic there of spirits possessing people in Hod Gwen, especially with some people from Hod Gwen just having arrived.
Right. Elliot and Shanti and Guinevere perhaps come across something in the books. I'm not sure if Leon would have encountered anything like this. This seems uncommonly odd.
Yeah, I don't think we would have got anything out of the others either because they're studying the alchemy book, right? Doubt there was
Yeah.
anything in there regarding spirit possession.
Yeah, doubtful. Maybe it touches on it, but hard to say.
Mm.
Hey, did you actually go into Westwood all the way? Did you go to the tavern and everything?
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. It's been a while. I didn't go into the tavern, but I did buy a couple of health potions, and the tavern keeper walked out and uh, basically said that you have a package and a letter waiting at the color stay.
At the what? Oh, damn it.
They came into Hodgwin looking for you, but couldn't find you, so they left it there.
Damn, who the hell were they asking? I've been looking around for a courier the whole time.
Well, don't know. Kind of had an unconscious man covered in ghosts in a cart and didn't really want to stay and make conversation.
Right, no, it's fine. God damn it, I just left town. Okay, well, good to know it's somewhere. This gives me a reason to go to the color stay. But in the meantime, I guess we need to figure out what to do about Went.
Yep. Oh, and I gave your I took care of Jeribold.
Took care of Jeribold?
Yes, give him some coin and send him on his way.
Oh. It's not where my head went.
Aldo just looks at you for a moment, like you'd probably laugh if he hadn't just spent 3 days staring at Whent tied up, trying to chew through rope.
Aldo sees you looking at him, and he gets like uncomfortably close to you, and he says, "Some dark circles around your eyes, Koa. I don't like the look of this."
Dwayne!
Dwayne comes rushing in very quickly with an arrow already drawn and knocked, and as he walks into where you are, he pulls the arrow back. He's not aiming at any of you. He's aiming like down and away, but he moves in, like not full draw, sorry, but like pulls it back slightly as he's getting ready to finish the draw, and so he's coming in prepared.
Aldo throws his hands up and jumps on the ground.
He looks around like waiting for a point or a command or whatever it might be.
Me, Dwayne, do you see anything on me?
No, and he like releases the draw because you can only hold for so long, right? And he releases the pull, and he says, no, not at all. Wait, was there nothing in here?
I don't know. Aldo said I look. He like has that moment of realization that Aldo can be a real dick, and is like, Aldo is being a real dick. No, Dwayne, it was false alarm.
Is nobody taking this seriously right now? I mean, the two of them out there, you three in here, is nobody taking this seriously?
Dwayne,
we have brought two people here for this very reason. It means nobody taking this seriously.
He looks frustrated and then goes back to probably keeping an eye on, what's his name? On Whent.
Yeah, Mikhail will just walk out there as well.
Listen, you don't have to be such a big softy. You don't need to get offended. Little cracks in your skin or whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying you're a big man. And if it also gets as hard as the rest of you, and he's just like, I have said enough. Yeah. Conversation's over. Say it faster if you want to get ahead of me. Listen, just a story or two.
Okay. Is that Yara?
He looks easily over Yara's head 3 times and over in the direction of where you are, like, why?
Yara, what do we do with this possessed weirdo?
She goes, I don't know, maybe get him something to drink. like throwing her hand up at how unfun, if you will, Kethrel is, and like coming to your direction.
This is who we brought you out here to look at. We're gesturing to Whent.
Yeah.
Who is asleep?
Yeah, she nods. He's not asleep any longer. It's been a few hours even after that. People have showed up. There's conversations, so on and so forth. So she's like, yeah. I didn't want to do anything without you guys being ready. You ready?
Ready
for
for
what?
Aldo's getting changed into his priest outfit.
Cool. She says, let's get a fire put together. I'm gonna need something, a basin or something for whatever you use for cooking soup, and anything else you might have. And Mikhail, sharpest rock you got. Hardest, sharp and hard.
I'll find a sharp, hard rock.
She looks back over her shoulder and says, unless, and he just takes a very slow, deep, drawn breath and exhales. But long before he even finishes inhaling, she's already, walked off to join with you and pull out some supplies and so on.
Koa takes Mikhail aside, walks with Mikhail to look at stones. Between Aldo, Yara, and Dwayne, I feel as if something else is going on. Are they mentally normal right now?
Yeah, I think they're all being themselves. Just at the same time together outside of the crack. Which is new.
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to check myself in. I'm going back to the Chantry myself because this is all madness and nothing. Is Aldo changing clothes?
Yeah, I don't know why, but yes. Yara is probably just a bit stir crazy since she's been at the crack the whole time. We know what Dwayne's issue is. Kethrel is here. Yeah, it's a lot, but no, let's just find a Or I'll just find a rock and you have like a whetstone or something. We could just sharpen one.
Right.
I still don't know what the plan is. I don't know what we need a sharp rock and a soup pot for.
I've spent 3 days watching a man who is bound, expecting at any moment I myself might become possessed. It has not been pleasant, Mikhail. I don't know anything about rocks. They're great.
But you know, sharp ones. That's what we're looking for. Just focus on the task.
Fucking dirt everywhere. It's
Hasn't been a great time for me either, Koa. We're just getting through it.
rocks by the street. He's just gonna like mutter under his breath while he's looking around for a rock.
Yeah, every rock he pulls up is like a sedentary rock. So sedimentary rock. So they're all like these soft ass rocks or whatever. And but don't I don't know if any of you guys have knowledge knowledge rocks, or is that just knowledge nature?
That's dungeoneering, I think.
Dungeoneering, yeah, there we go. There you go. I was like, geology? No, that's not a knowledge skill.
Knowledge geology.
Dungeoneering. Yeah, which you don't need to roll shit. Eventually
Okay.
Mikhail would be like, thanks, Koa. And like we'll totally not use any of those rocks, but maybe put them over by the fire anyways, just to help like insulate heat or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so you grab some rocks, go over, join up with Yara. I imagine Aldo, Mikhail, and Koa all join her over by the fire being put together, maybe even help to grab some brush for it and help to light it, and with the other details going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mikhail will probably be a little annoying with like every time he comes back, he's asking what the plan is.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
She'll tell you once you guys kind of over there. She's like, better than repeating yourself, right? So simply put, I need to make kind of a stew of sorts. It's going to make it so it can purify. It's when you're dealing with some of the beasts out that live inside of the barren lands, there's a type of stew that we have that allows you to, well, it burns their flesh. It kind of sends them back to where they came from. It is a kind of a complex ritual that we do in the name of Roga. But unfortunately, it's difficult to make back where I'm from because silver is so incredibly rare. But silver here seems to be in abundance. At least in Aldo's pocket it is. Aldo's there, of course.
I mean, we've got the coins, but that's not exactly pure.
No. We
need to
that's
be?
what the rock is for. We're gonna start shaving some shavings off of the coins. We gotta get the pot hot enough that we can liquefy the silver. It has to be pretty hot, but luckily silver melts pretty easy, especially if it's smaller, right?
Yeah. Is it gonna bond to the pot? Can we use this again afterward?
She doesn't understand what you mean by that question.
What you shouldn't really eat silver. Is there gonna be any like left in the pot that we have to worry about when we make food in it later?
You can't eat silver?
I don't think you're supposed to. Or the other things that are in these coins could be toxic.
She thinks for a few moments and says, I've eaten this stew before.
Then I guess it's fine. He does not look convinced.
Yeah. And she shrugs and says, after you get in like some details, you can get a bunch of like items inside there, get the fire, burning hot, a little bit of liquid in there to start like, getting things to a boil. But you can see there's a lot less liquid than what you would anticipate with what she's saying. After things have been going on for say, 30, 45 minutes of getting some ingredients or whatever inside there. She then grows like more and more. That last 30 to 45 minutes seems more and more, I don't know, somewhere between guilty or deranged. Before finally, whether through prompting from one of you guys or she just kind of like says herself, she says, all right, we're missing one of the most crucial ingredients in this. The stew requires a fluid, a certain fluid to allow it to cook right, to make the purifying stew.
Is it blood?
She nods very appreciatively that you understand. You can see like she's like, oh, thank God he understands. Like, it's like, this isn't weird. He gets it. She was concerned it was going to be weird. And you're saying that. She's like, oh, thank God. She's like, yeah, it is.
So we need to get an animal.
Oh, no. I mean, you could, but then you're working with impure blood. No, we're going to need to have blood of the pure, those that aren't, one of them.
So you need my blood.
She nods and says, oh, Koa, yeah, your blood. You're the closest of rogue out of all of us. Well, she says, well, like teasingly, like me too, but she's literally seen you fight and is giving compliments, and she's very close to Vroga, but like she says that you carry the spirit of Vroga with you sometimes,
How much blood do you need?
She says, well, the pot is only about this full. We need it about this full. So it can't just be one person.
Oh. Well, you probably don't want mine.
She furrows her brow.
You said someone close to Vroga. I've never claimed him.
I'm sure you have Vroga's spirit in you. Just probably takes a long time to bubble to the surface. The only blood here that we don't want, well, actually, she says looking over at Kethrel, there's two people's blood here we probably don't want. But one of them is, you said his name is Whent? We don't want his blood. It's not pure. We're trying to purify his blood.
Just
Okay.
So it holds his arm out.
Yep. She says, this will take some time to come out because we don't want to make this too dangerous.
And you're going to sterilize the blade, right?
She raises an eyebrow when you say the word sterilize.
Run it to the fire, make sure there's no, like, dirt or other things that we don't want getting inside of Koa.
She goes, what do you think I am, a savage? Literally wipes it on her, like, leg. And then, like, literally wipes it on her leg. And then she'll drop the axe into the boiling water or the liquids that are inside there to make sure it's in there for a little bit. And then she pulls it back out so it's hot, but not, like, cauterizing hot, right? It's just boiling water hot. And she'll take it out. And with actually more precision than you'd expect, considering the large, how large the axe is, with her hands, but you kind of forget because how small she is, exactly how strong she is, especially for her size. And with a decent amount of precision, she puts kind of a nasty gash on Koa's arm, and he starts to freely bleed, like a good amount. Not so much so that you're like, oh shit, how can we stop this? Like, bandages, a tourniquet, whatever you got to do, you can stop it with relative ease. Mikhail, again, being his doctoring background or whatever he's starting to gain, he's like, I could have done that better, but it is surprisingly clean what she was able to pull off that way. And she dumps the axe back into the now filling with blood pot and then pulls it out, and she holds her hand forward for Aldo or Mikhail to put their arm out.
Aldo's making holy water.
That's what she's doing, Aldo.
Aldo's doing it differently. Definitely doesn't have time for that.
You don't need a roll to say no. You can obviously say no, but you can roll to convince them that you can roll to convince them to like not have a negative opinion of you for having said no, whatever way you choose to do so. A diplomacy or an intimidate I'll take for convincing her, but I'm curious what your reasoning is.
Okay, well. Aldo definitely takes a step to the side, and he's in his priest outfit, and he has a flask of what you assume is alcohol in it, and he's just standing over there. He's like, "Oh yeah, you do your thing. I've got this." He just starts like waving his hands around it, and he's like, "By Kraylene's flame, let this water burn with righteous passion. By Vroga's hand, let it strike with the fury of sacred war. By Winifred Arenda's wisdom, let it know friend from foe. 3 voices, 1 purpose. Bless this water and make it holy." That's what he's doing. So,
Mikhail would just
thank you for the bonus on that.
I'll accept the bluff. I'll accept the bluff. Actually, I rescind my previous ruling. I accept the bluff. Oh, that's beatable.
Jesus Christ.
That's beatable.
It's still
Not by
so
me.
high.
I shit you not. I rolled a nat. I don't know what. Well, you can see it. I rolled a nat 20. Yeah.
Eh.
She looks to Mikhail. Oh, sorry, Mikhail. Were you going to say something before I or?
As soon as Aldo is clearly not gonna do it, he would have already just accepted that he's going next. So he's like already walking forward to present his help.
So you put your arm out, and she's like distracted watching him, and she looks back at the two of you, and looks back at him, and looks at the two of you, and goes, "I don't believe a word of it."
That's because you only believe in Vroga, okay? The rest of us, take stock from other gods as well.
She'll gesture her axe at you and say, "Are you really going to coward out of sharing a little bit of blood to ensure that we can send these ghosts back to where they came from?"
Are you like, you do want me to start like a sermon? Because I will. I will start just sprouting off stuff if you want.
She like frowns, but turns around. And again, Mikhail, because she does it so quick that it catches you off guard. You were like mentally preparing yourself, but she had turned around. There's a conversation. All of a sudden, and now you're bleeding a good bit. So I imagine you even almost recoil back for a second and realize as you bled on yourself, oh shit, and you put it back over there. So it's bleeding into the pot. And you're like, she didn't clean my arm first, and you're doing it. She
Once
calls.
again, I pay for Aldo's missteps.
We both do.
She calls.
What do I gotta roll to resist sepsis?
For Dwayne to come over, but he says a minute as he's having a conversation with Kethrel. And his a minute had enough like finality to it that she doesn't question it. You all believe that he'll be over in a few minutes time, but so she cuts her own arm and just holds it out over it and waits. I don't know if you guys want to say or do anything as a couple minutes pass before Dwayne shows up.
Koa will say loudly, "So is this going to be enough blood?"
When you say that, Dwayne's just like, and we'll walk
That was
away
meant
from.
for Aldo, but it's funny that Dwayne's the one who got that.
Yeah, he comes over and holds out his arm to have it done. Cool. So he holds out his arm. He gets it cut because she'd already hurt her own arm. There's a little bit less precision in it than she would have had if he had come over beforehand. So it's actually not as clean of a cut, which you notice, of course, Mikhail. But she does the cut or whatever it is. And then after everybody's kind of like bleeding into it and the pot is full enough, now we were at like an hour or so into the ritual at this point, and the pot is filled to the point about where it is. Everybody having to give a bit more. Because unfortunately Aldo did not contribute his little bit. Instead of everybody taking one, everybody has to roll a 1d2 con damage, except for Aldo.
Aldo's just busy. He hasn't refused. He's just making holy water.
In the meta, I'm not. So in game, I'm not trying to push your buttons, Jake. I think it's fucking hilarious.
No, you're good.
Yara loses 2. Dwayne loses 1. Wade.
What?
Wade.
I did the same as Keegan.
Wade. Two. Yeah. So you and Yara lose 2. Him and Dwayne lose 1 each.
Does he resist 1?
Oh,
Because of his damage resistance?
Oh.
DR?
No. It's con. So anyways, so you guys bleed a good amount. Like that's a significant amount of bleeding into this pot to make that happen. Finally, once it's done, and Mikhail is quickly like bandaging up people's wounds or whatever it is, she goes into doing this like ritual. But to do the ritual, what's your name? Aldo. How much silver do you have on you? Like how many silver pieces do you have on you?
What?
How many silver pieces do you have on you?
I must have left that somewhere.
2.
You don't have only 2 silver.
I have 2 silver.
You give her your only 2 silver, and she looks down in her hand, At the only two sorry, the two silver that have been being shaved. So this would have been at some point in time earlier. I forgot to ask this earlier. Is it being shaved? She's like, 2? Aldo, you told me you had silver.
Yeah, I do. Luckily, Mikhail has come back with my belongings. I had 2 on me. You asked how much I had on me. I had 2. If you give me a second, I will go and get more.
She looks at Koa and Mikhail. She's like, I'm going to need significantly more silver than this, or we're all bleeding.
Yeah, he'll
for no
find
reason.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll find it.
How much silver? How much silver do you guys have?
How many? I have another 10. Another
Okay,
10.
12.
So 12 all up.
She looks down and she says, "This is going to make for a really weak, purifying."
I hate you, Scott. I fucking hate you. I only have 7 still. Yeah, 7. There's another 7.
I have 16.
So 16 and 7 is 24 plus, what did he say? 12 is 36.
Mm-hmm.
36 silver. Cool.
I have 1 Mooney also, which I think has silver in it.
Oh, Moonies are actually an even more pure silver. Yes. Absolutely. If you have the Mooney, that counts as 5. It gets us up to 41.
I have 2 Moonies.
No! I was gonna say Dwayne is gonna come over with a handful of silver, so he'll bring out like 6 silver over himself. So if Mikhail gives us 1 Mooney, that gets up to, which you guys can decide amongst yourselves. So he gives the 1 that gets you up to 41. Dwayne will come over with a 6 that gets you up to 47. So you literally just need 3 more silver. Yara digs around in her bag and she says that she has 4 silver in there, so she grabs out 3 of them and she will put it into the pot for the total of 50 silver that are being shaved actively, probably by Koa, because he's the strongest amongst you to like break down the stuff and to get into the pot to boil and so on and so forth. Anyways, so with the 50 silver, which weighs about a pound of silver inside the pot, shaved and inside the pot, eventually once everything's inside there, at this point actually, because I've got all the shaving, it takes about an hour and a half to get here, she finally starts the ritual. When she does the ritual, she doesn't do it in a language that any of your characters speak, because nobody here speaks
Kuruk.
yeah, Kuruk, but yeah, Kuruk.
Can she also speak that language?
That's a good question. You don't know.
Okay.
So she's in Kuruk. She is starts doing this ritual that goes on for only about a minute's time. You know what I mean? As she's going about and doing the ritual. But then when the ritual is said and done, finally she just kind of like drops her arms down. This ritual started to give it a little bit more air to it. She holds her hands out over the pot and she's saying words in Kuruk, which Kuruk is kind of a commanding language. It has a lot of very harsh sounds to it that string together with a bit of fluidity, but it's very harsh sounds to it. And she has like a rising volume to the point where you're like, I hope nobody in town's close enough that they can hear us like screaming this Wiccan ritual over this, flaming pot here or whatever. And so she's, doing that, getting louder and louder and throwing a couple of other, herbs or whatever inside of it. And finally, when it ends, she unceremoniously drops her hands to her side and goes, all right, Koa, can you get that off the fire? We don't want it to burn.
Koa lifts it off the fire.
Right. And moves it to the side. Okay. Let's see. You're going to want to bring him over here and bring him as close to it as possible. We want to do this while it's hot.
Right. Sorry, just feeling a bit fine. I'll go and grab him and bring him over.
Yep. If you do that, Kethrel offers to assist. He's a big man. He goes over with you, and his very firm grip is able to assist you in grabbing him and pulling him over. He's not doing like his crazy resisting yet because he doesn't know what's going on. But eventually, he's going to start freaking the fuck out, and so you're gonna have to roll to pin him down. Before you roll your CMB, Wade, hold on. I passed enough with Kethrel to give you a +3 to your roll. Yara is not going to be able to assist you. Do you want Dwayne to have an arrow ready or assist you?
I don't want Dwayne with a goddamn arrow, so either assisting me or standing back.
He passes. He gives you an 8 as well. So he gives you additional +2. So you're getting a +5 from the two of them. Mikhail, she's going to give a job to. Aldo is testing his fire water.
That's with the +5.
I figured.
Yeah, he rolled kind of meh.
I sure did.
Oof.
I can luck it. I think it was like a 16 last time. To a man who's manacled and bound.
And tagged. If he spills this stew, I'm going to bed. So you should probably go ahead and look it.
Okay. So with your 18 total, you get the man and you're able to hold him down. And this is where Yara will turn to Mikhail and say, draw blood.
On him?
She says, yes, quickly. Usually we just slash open the gut.
He's just moving. So yeah, he'll draw the probably the dagger and just one clean cut.
Yep. And I imagine you don't go too deep or anything like that. You're not a doctor, but you have a slightly practiced hand now. So you do like a cut that's meant to be wide, but not too large.
Rake over the ribs so it bleeds a lot, but it's not deep.
Yeah. Perfect. And so this thing, and then now he's really freaking out here. At this point, she turns to Aldo, and she stands over him. She holds his hands over him, and she says, "Now, dump it on him now." Now, Aldo, there's a ladle there, but there's also a pot full of call it blood porridge. How do you interpret "dump it over him now"?
Aldo's gonna ladle it.
Okay. So you get like a nice like ladle of blood and you pour it over his chest, yeah?
Yeah.
She starts to do her little ritual here. Okay.
Was that the right decision? Because
I hope so. You're supposed to get a pot of boiling porridge we're dumping over a struggling, tied up man who is now bleeding.
Okay.
You're spreading it over like fucking marinara sauce.
She does this ritual that lasts for a few minutes, but every 30 seconds to a minute or so, she says, Aldo, and goes back to her in her, Karak, speaking her language, doing whatever this ritual is. And every time she says that, I imagine Aldo ladles some more boiling hot blood, stew onto his chest.
Why do I imagine he's like speaking Latin, but he's doing like the swirl thing where you make like a spiral?
Honestly, at some point
Just,
this
like,
is on her,
across
which
his
means it's
body.
on Scott for not being more clear with instructions.
No, it's fine. She was just giving commands, but no, he's ladling, which is great. That was exactly what I wanted. And Wade, I just need one more check from you, and then we can finish this up. Just don't roll horribly. So you're going to do one more to keep him pinned down during this. Kethrel once again gives you a +3, and what's his name once again gives you a +2. So you have the total of +5 again from me.
dude, use the +3 and luck it, please.
I don't want if
But
I'm
do
just
you,
saying,
do
if
you
he
want to use
ruins his
both?
pot-
I'll use a +3. I think that was enough last time. You guys think I need more than 8?
Oh yeah, 18 was enough. Is it the same as last time, Scott, or do we not
It's just
know?
to keep him pinned.
Okay.
So
Since he has a grapple, shouldn't he already
answer
have a
is yes.
+5?
The answer is yes. This includes his +5. He rolled the same exact die
No.
number.
For maintaining a grapple, you get a +5.
Oh yes,
If you're already
you're
in
right.
control.
Because it's already
Yeah.
what? Yeah, no. Kiken is 100% correct.
That's
Good
a
call.
20.
Good call. That's a 20
Ugh.
in and of itself. Good job, Keegan. You saved party resources.
I was
Bad
like,
job,
how hard
Scott.
can it fucking be to keep
You know,
a guy
I'm going
down
to
who's
reward you. I'm going to reward
manacled?
Keegan's out DMing right there with a free luck die to the party. There we
How
go.
about a hero point?
There was a part of me that was going to be like, Keegan gets another hero point here.
I was worried about a mutiny if I got a fucking hero point all of a sudden. Uh-oh. Oh shit, he figured it out.
We'll get more blood in that pot somewhere.
No, I just happened to have looked up the grapple flow chart like yesterday. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that +5. So
Cool. So no, great suggestion there. Free luck die for that one. And you are able to pin him down. And again, the ritual eventually comes to an ending. But at the end of the ritual, you've ladled so much boiling hot shit on him. It's just too much of them fighting. It's just how much energy is going into it. Eventually, the man literally passes out from the pain of pouring boiling shit on his like open wounded chest and everything. He just passes out from the pain. And she's like, And, all of you, like, especially the ones, holding him down, or whatever it is, everybody's like pouring sweat. Don't forget, it's summertime, even if it's the evening. It's summertime. Everybody's pouring sweat, and finally, he passes out, and things fall mostly quiet.
Does that mean it worked?
She shrugs and says, "We'll know in a few hours."
Dwayne, what can you see?
Dwayne, just, from having helped with whatever that shit was, which is way worse than his kindly put an arrow in his, chest or his head, gets up and walks off. You can follow after him, of course, but he just gets up and walks off.
Yeah, I guess I'd go after Dwayne.
Oh, okay.
Dwayne.
Aldo goes after it. Yeah.
Yep. So you say Dwayne, probably the second, third time you say it. Last one probably a bit more force, and you're closer. He finally wheels around and just doesn't say anything. Just looks both exhausted, angry, hurt, like so many emotions going through. He doesn't say anything. Just wheels around and looks at you.
Dwayne, do you see any? Are they there?
Aldo, I think this is my fault.
What? Why?
Before whatever the fucking chaos that was, I was talking to Kethrel about what happened to him. I didn't get to talk to him before. Remember, he was like dying. I talked to him about what happened, who attacked him. He described his attackers to me. Do you know who attacked him?
No. Whent and Co?
There were 6 of us that went to the ruins. There were 6 of us that went to the ruins. He described 4 people that I know their descriptions all too well. 4 of the people that I went to the ruins with were the people that attacked him. 4 of them.
Right, so they're not dead. They're possessed?
He shrugs. I don't know. When I told you, I swear, I thought I was the only one that left alive. I don't know. I didn't circle back to check. I don't know. But 6 of us went there. I got out. I told you the rest of the story about that. But now that I know that Kethrel was attacked by 4 of them as part of how they got the information for us to go in and check the place out, and some of the other shit that Kethrel was saying, I was thinking about what we were talking about in the lead up to the place. I think they were having us look into it to move the army there. I think the plan was for us to scout the place out to see if it was going to be okay to move the army there. That was going to be like their base or some shit.
That doesn't make sense. That's way too far from Hodgwen.
Depends on what you're doing with them.
I mean, what are you doing with them out there?
I don't know, Aldo. I'm not the psycho with an army.
Right. Well, speaking of psychos, can you just tell me? Can you see any around Whent right now? Are they still there? Are they gone?
He looks over.
What
he
happened?
Says, I see them. And he looks back to you.
All of them? The 3? Or
He walks over. He like takes like 1 or 2 steps past just to like really focus in. I see 2 right now, but I don't always see all 3.
Yeah, I remember you told me. All right. We need to talk about this properly with Mikhail and Koa, but we need to try and figure out what this thing of Yara's is supposed to do. Right now, we're still trying to get rid of these things, right? So that's the focus, Dwayne. You need to lock in, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Worries can come later, all right?
Sure.
Let's deal with the problem we have in front of us now.
Yeah.
I love the pep talk by Aldo dressed as a priest who didn't contribute blood.
Hey, I have holy water, which I take out and I like lighten the mood a bit. I'll be like,
Save your soul.
flick some at Dwayne.
Yeah.
Just flick something. Nope. You're good, see?
He's convinced.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aldo.
You're right. Aldo would go over and start flicking it at the other people as well.
Yara's, of course, looks at you unamused when you flick it at her. She knows that you're wasting the liquor that the two of you stole together.
Well, I hope that works because otherwise we just dumped soup on a wounded man.
Wayne can still see them. They're still here.
She says, it takes time. I said that.
Yeah.
When you're in the barren lands and you do things like this, there's pulses and cycles and there's whole things that you have to track over when these shadows come out, when they have more strength to them, when they surge. And then there's the ones that she shakes her head, and there's the other ones. Just I'd seen some, but I left there near the beginning of it. Luckily, we had... Oh, shit. Name's escaping me. Give me 2 seconds. Pause, everyone. Scott forgot name.
Shocking.
Oh, fuck. I can't remember name. Jake, help me out here. She says, I just remember the name. She says, luckily, Densho Varric, killed the man that was making them.
Making them?
There's different types of things that live after death. There's those that have always plagued the barren lands. There's these shadows, if you want to call them that. They occasionally are like... Do you know what locusts are? Do you have those around here? There aren't around here, but you guys can definitely roll knowledge nature to see if you know what locusts are.
I'm going to guess
I
a
do not have
5.
nature.
Oh, rolled really well.
Koa definitely does. Mikhail understands the basic concept. Koa would understand the way better. And you, I don't think...
Are they in the
roll
north?
Aldo.
But I've seen them.
Aldo doesn't have it.
What's up, Wade?
But I've seen them in the north or something.
They wouldn't be like where you were from, but you're familiar because you've heard stories or whatever it is. You know, so the campfire stories. Mikhail would have like read something in passing about it, but he doesn't know too much about it. But Koa, you understand the concept of like the swarms that they come and consume and just keep moving. So she's like, "Do you know what locusts are? You have those around here?"
Yeah, so are they bad for crops and they move in like clouds or something of them?
Think locusts, but shadows. They pass through walls and shields. They pass through armor and they pass through you. They take
Locusts
you
don't
with
do
them.
that.
No. This is the barren lands. They pass through you and they kill you. They take your soul as they do so, and then you become one of them, and then they just continue to spread and spread and spread until eventually they can either be purged or they just kind of fall back on their own. It's just how things are in the barren lands. But there's other things that exist there as well. Certainly tales of the great beast that comes every so many months, but then there was this one particular, she thinks of the word, she's like, chieftain, she says, as trying to like come up with a simple way of explaining it to you, of a tribe. And he found a way to kind of take that and put it inside of bodies and make the bodies shuffle and feed. And I've heard stories of this existing, and I've heard stories of the great Densho Varrics that fought against him in a circle of fire. He bore with him the will of Vroga. The story is he even grew to the size of a god and smote him. She shrugs and says, stories, but some you believe. Anyways, these things, they work, but because of the barren lands, the pulses and the kind of nature of it, sometimes it happens quicker, sometimes it's slower, and some things just need to be killed. And she looks down at the guy passed out from pain on the ground, and she's like, maybe he just needs to be killed.
Well, we didn't know if that would release the spirits. We also would like to question him.
She nods and says, I wouldn't do this if I didn't think it would work.
Well, we called for you because we had faith that you were the right person. Whenever we were in the mountains, you sensed something, so we thought maybe you could sense the same thing.
She shakes her head and says, I'm going to be honest with you, Koa. She kind of like leans in as though the body on the ground can hear her. I wasn't the one that was good at this.
Right.
But you've done it before, right?
She looks over to Aldo, like very briefly, then looks back and says, participated.
Guess that's better than any of us have done. Jeez. Okay. Well, guess we'll find out in a few hours.
Yep. You guys wanted to talk to Kethrel and Dwayne, so I don't know if you wanted to spark up that conversation at this point.
Oh, I assume Dwayne is still off.
No. He came back with Aldo. Aldo kind of like pulled his ass back in.
Oh, my bad. I just zoned out, I guess.
Yeah, Koa will walk over there, I guess. I don't know if you guys would.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully in a couple of hours we'll know something. That was unpleasant.
Yep.
I feel terribly for the part that I did in this. That was only a hair shy of torture. Perhaps a thin veneer above torture.
Well, unfortunately, in order to help him, we didn't really have anyone else we could turn to. There are not any experts on this that we know. So, I don't disagree with your assessment of what it's like to go through. The alternatives were somehow worse.
I once held down a young woman as her leg was amputated to stop the rot from taking over. Unfortunately, the physician was too late. I hope that won't be the case here.
Yeah, as do we. Though I hope that young woman had not committed the same atrocities as this man.
He doesn't respond, say anything. If you know, that wasn't a question, so he doesn't answer it.
So you had a chance to talk to Dwayne. You two had a chance to talk, I guess, if they're both there.
Is the response that he gives, and Dwayne, kind of distractedly nods.
Dwayne, I know it's been a long few days. This is the dumbest question that I've ever asked you, but are you all right?
He says, "Sure, yeah. I want to know. Who's alive. I want to know who's dead. I know obviously I'm alive, and I don't have this shit around me. I want to know who's alive. I want to know who's dead, and I want to know what is going on, how this got back.
What are you talking about?
The people that I traveled with.
Well, it was only Aldo that talked to him.
Yeah. I'm aware.
Okay.
Yeah. He's out of sorts.
The people you Oh, you think the Hafue that attacked Kethrel were the same?
Kethrel says...
Is that what you're getting at?
I described them at his request, and they were the same ones. They were the same.
Oh. Didn't even consider that.
This is another...
It's more than just the two Hafue. He also describes two others that were there as well. Yamail and Oshun. Those two would have been the others described. One was for simplicity's sake, a hobbit and a hobgoblin. Indeed, there was a hobbin and a hobgoblin.
Are you sure they're alive?
I have no idea if they're alive or not. I assumed everybody died.
I'm just saying, if we look at Whent's face, it seems as though he and some of the guards are having the very essence of life sucked out of them, perhaps.
Koa, the only way we're going to know is if we go back to Hardgwen and look. Ask for them. Ask for those names. I know all 5 of the names. We have to ask for them. See if any of them were seen coming in. If you don't want to go to Hardgwen, at the very least, we have to go to Rid and see if anybody saw them pass through. But that town sleeps so deep that who knows if they'd even notice.
Well, I don't mind. I do mind going to Hardgwen, but I don't mind going to Hardgwen or whatever. We're going to have to go back, but... Beltran was our focus, right? Beltran has been our problem, and now... Is he the problem? Is this the problem? I don't know anymore. What the fuck is going on? Do we need to go to Wraithblade?
Wayne said the
really-
reason they were there was because Beltran wanted to move the army up there.
Speculative.
Wait, the whole reason you went to Wraithblade with that group was Beltran?
No. I didn't know who hired us. I got hired by the twins. I told you that forever. Or the 2 Hufui, who I think were brothers. I told you that forever
I'm
ago.
not trying to assign blame. I'm just trying to understand what happened.
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep things straight. And he keeps looking over your shoulder at where he can see specters. You know what I mean? And then looking back. So he's of course very distracted with the emotions and everything. He's like, no, Koa. I was hired by the 2 of them. They're the ones that took me into the group and made 6, right? I was leading them up there. I was a part of this thing. I don't know who hired them. But after what Kethrel was saying of the people that attacked him, after he had worked with Whent and so on, and then after I was hired, if Whent was interested in the place and Whent send those people after Kethrel, and then shortly afterwards I was hired and then we traveled up north, it makes it sound like Whent was the one that hired them to go up north. And so therefore,
Okay.
I indirectly
understand.
worked for Whent.
I understand. This is perhaps the most crucial question I've asked you. What were you looking for? And if you don't know exactly, just try to think of any conversation you might have overheard, anything of look out for this specifically. If he sent you up there, or sent this group of you up there, something had to have been the important piece.
Koa, I told you this before. I was the guide. I was the one to get people from A to B safely with food and so on. But I overheard conversations. They were looking at certain details. They were looking at ways in, ways out, how big it was, how well it was maintained. If it looked as though there was, spaces for many people to stay or to sleep, if it was repairable, details like this. Interest in the river and how it traveled into and out of, if boats could make access. These are the things that were talked about. But again, I wasn't a part of these conversations. I was making soup or collecting firewood as other people were talking
as far
about.
as you know, they weren't looking for anything at the place other than the place as a base of operations.
That's as far as I know. Yeah.
Mikhail, what were the names of Beltran's lieutenants again, other than Whent?
Yeah, Mikhail.
See, Zarif, Rain, Davian, Tazri, and that's it. Whent, of course. But
Yeah. They're not your companions, are they?
He shakes his head. No.
Okay. Just wondering if Whent is like this. He seems to be in charge. Maybe the others are too. I was thinking maybe they could be the same people, but
yeah,
not.
No, there were 6 of us, 2 Hufui, a Hobbin, a Hobgoblin, and she was Perrin. That was and then myself, of course. I could tell you their names, but it ain't gonna do shit while we're here.
Well, it might. We went to the Grove, and we experienced what we experienced there. We've been to 2 other places other than that. We've not been to Wraithblade yet, but we may be able to put a stop to this if we understand what the hell is going on, or what is causing it, or who is causing it. If it's a person, or a thing, or a place itself.
Well,
Perhaps there's a big root. If we cut the root, the rest will go away. Not physically a root, but
Like a metaphorical root.
Yeah.
Yara chimes in, kind of like picking out the bandages that Mikhail put on her, and says, "I thought the root's name was Beltran."
Not if there's ghosts involved. Maybe he still is. We don't know, but this is beyond just a spoiled son of a bitch.
Everybody either nods or stays silent to that.
If we can get these out of Whent, our next step, Koa, should still be to return to Hod Gwen and see if these other lieutenants are the same. Because if they are, we need to deal with them.
I don't know if I have that much blood.
Maybe not in one sitting.
She says, hold on. If this is happening not because of the way things work back home, this is happening because of this curse or whatever the shit you're talking about, you could just go to the root cause, stop break the curse, and then everybody will be freed.
Why didn't
I
I
feel like
think of
that's
that?
what I was implying.
Well, yeah, but we know if we do manage to break it, it will come back.
To the place, maybe, but what if it doesn't come back to the people that were affected?
And yeah, I guess it could be something.
You have spent considerable time inside the Chantry, Mikhail. If we were to bleed you and do this barbaric ritual, that's literally my culture, time and time again, I think it may be more treating a symptom than solving the illness.
So in the meantime, we just leave those who, like, he turns to Mikhail and Koa. We've seen Whent, right? We've seen what he was doing to Gerald. We just leave that happening while we go and try and work that out, or do we deal with the problem in front of us and then hopefully have some time to then deal with it?
Well, here's our choices. We don't know if the people are truly terrible or if they're being possessed by something terrible. We go through and we start taking people out that maybe aren't deserving. And then what? Everything gets better? We don't know what the cause is. What if...
Well,
what
adding
if
on to
item-
that, Koa, says Yara, we're dealing with ancient magics and curses. Now, I don't know a ton about that. Mikhail is, I guess, the expert round here on that stuff. But if this is ancient magic and curses, we don't know. Let's say this works and we cure him. Does that then, I don't know, allow the root of this to affect one more, that because this one's cured, now it allows another one to be affected that otherwise wasn't? Could it continue to infect people like a growing disease? Is there a limit to what it can do? Is there a range to how it affect? We don't have that information. So I don't disagree with Kethrel that bleeding ourselves dry one person at a time, if we don't know if that's going to. But at the same time, that man was not a man. That was a rabid animal. I would just as soon chop it down and be happy to take that kind of problem away the quick way.
I understand that, but you're talking about going through Hod Gwen and start chopping down some of the highest ranking guards who are going to be easy to just single out. We're about declaring war without declaring war.
You did it
Well,
once.
that's the point that I was going to make. Is it's not a matter of whether we want to leave them in place or not. I mean, we got to Whent and ended up in this. This was one, and this was probably the easiest one to get access to, according to Orvain. we don't have that in with all the others. That's going to be a lot of time and energy spent trying to do that, and then a mistake sets us all the way back again.
Belcher knows we were in town, and then all of a sudden, Whent and one of his other men go and disappear. 2 others are knocked out. The 2 that disappear aren't going to likely return. I think it's going to be harder to get to others. And I think that it will be very difficult to convince the god that we aren't somehow involved, with Beltran likely already throwing a tantrum. Not saying that that makes it to where we don't try something, but I mean, Aldo, what do? We go and we use Dwayne like a telescope and aim him at everybody, see who's got ghosts, and just go attack right then and there. And even if we do, what if this continues to spread? What if Beltran's the root? Or what if some item in the bank is the root? Or what if we don't really know what we're doing, and we have one avenue of gaining more information, and that means we have to get ourselves into one of these places, the ruins, and likely to get that information, we need to go to the one that is the cause of this. I don't like any of our options either, but I mean, what is the right thing to do here? How do we solve this with the minimizing casualties?
I don't know if we're 4 weeks into the 3 months to get up now and leave as well. We lose all momentum that we were gaining.
How long does it take to get up there from here, north of Rid? Probably a couple of weeks.
If you're traveling by your horses, 1 second, horse travel. If you leave behind Jacobo and Simon and just bring your fast horses, you can do 45 miles a day. You're in Westwood. Give me 1 second and I will answer this question for you. So you have to pass through Hod Glen, or at least the outskirts, because you have to get to because you have to get to, what's it called? The bridge, right? So just start from here. Okay. So from where you are in Westwood, first heading, now go along river up to Rid. Assuming you can travel at top speed, which you can't always do. Getting to Rid is, let's call it 121 miles to Rid, and then from Rid to the keep, if that's what your plan is. That is going to be traveling along the river, obviously, because it's just the easiest way to travel, because you know exactly where to go. Another 104 miles, so let's call it 225 miles.
That's 8 years.
225 divided by 45, what's that? Assuming things go smoothly. 225 divided by 45 equals 5 days flat. If things go smoothly, you can just kind of assume a week each way, plus whatever time you spend there. It might be a little bit more, but a week is a pretty solid number to feel confident in.
It may take us 3 weeks. Getting there, getting whatever we have to get done, and getting back. That is lost momentum, but we're no longer just plotting against Beltran and his parents. This is something else. This is the curses now getting involved in what's going on directly.
Yeah.
Perhaps
So-
Dwayne can help us see how directly it is involved with everyone. I mean, maybe it's just a few, maybe it's a lot, but
We have a plan to get rid of Beltran, though. If
Yes.
he's the cause or he's not the cause, regardless of which he needs to be stopped.
I
If
don't
we deviate
disagree, but how
now,
are these
then
things
that
spreading?
I don't know. But
What
if we
more people get
deviate,
infected with ghosts?
I don't know, Koa. It just seems that every time we put time, effort, energy into something else comes up, and our carefully laid plans go to waste.
Again, I don't disagree, but we know that Leon was hoping for another 2 months. If we're gone for 3 weeks, that still puts it in the timetable of him being ready.
So why don't we do this? We get folks back to the crack. We're going. We probably need to take some time there anyway and get some things settled. AKA, we have to invest our rolls. stop back through Hodgwen. We need to resupply. Apparently, I need to go to the color stay. So maybe we stay there. Just a day. Aldo, that might give you some time to get ear to the ground on any updates or maybe, get some more word out to the people while we're there. Get something else in motion before we head back out and go up to Rid.
We'll see what Whent has to say. We'll see what we can find out in Hodgwen. And then I think we decide from there. But we have to... I'm not saying we give up on Beltran, but we may have to detour so that he's no longer covered in spirit. I mean, if an army comes out as possessed by those things and we piss them off, we're going to need 3 times the number for half the number of men they've got. You saw it went. It took all of us and more to hold him down while manacled and beaten.
Yeah. If this sounded like we were giving up on dealing with Beltran, I wouldn't entertain it. Honestly. It's just another step in the process. Sounds like to me, at least. If he's connected to these curses, it's not going to be a thing that we can deal with him directly and actually handle the problem. Not reliably.
We have to be willing to adapt to the circumstance, and the circumstance has changed. So, perhaps dealing with Beltran now is still the call, but I think we keep an open mind and we do this the right way. I don't want to see spirits take over all of Hodgwen.
I'm still a little confused by something. You think that Whent got this affliction because he went to the keep?
I don't know. I don't know if he... they opened a door and they all came flooding out. I don't know if... There's been a lot of talk of this one goblin who... This main goblin you mentioned, yes?
Yeah, no, I saw him, the one with the sword. I saw the goblin as well when I was there.
Does he still have the sword? Was the sword the thing? Was the goblin the thing? Was there something else? We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know enough. None of us are any expert on how people get spirit sickness.
It is literally called the Wraithblade Keep. The namesake suggests these specters we're seeing. Perhaps the blade is the other key to the tale here. And he looks at Mikhail as, because you were pointed to be the resident expert, and he knows that you understand a lot from your last conversation, as well as Yara saying that, so he looks to you for confirmation.
That is very possible. To try to answer Dwayne's question, I'm starting to think that yes, did go to the keep, encountered something, whether he made contact with his blade or something reached out and got a hold of him. Yes, I think it's connected.
The other curses seem constrained to the keeps.
Well,
Seemed that way,
the
but-
gnolls weren't in the keep. The gnolls were outside of the keep, but the rumors were swirling about. We're dealing with...
Yeah, but the gnolls aren't the curse.
No, but
They're
they
just
were
a
what we
rumor.
thought the curse was. This could also not be the curse. This could also just be some horrible fucking thing with ghosts and goblins, and inside the curse is the matter of moving 2 blocks in a circle.
Yara
Twisted
laughs.
Grove
What
had a
if
reach.
there is a blade? What if
Yara's
there is a
gonna laugh
blade,
and say
though?
this place is fucked, but not in a sad way, and it's exciting kind of a way. Sorry, go ahead, Aldo.
What if there is a blade, though, and Whent brought it back? Maybe brought it to Beltran. That would explain why he's able to move away from the keep. You know what I mean? Because if this item somehow, this sword has a connection to the keep, it could allow them to move around more freely.
Right, but let's
Yeah.
assume that's true, and we managed to even get the sword off of him. What do we do with it?
Take it back to the keep to deal with it there. I don't know.
That's what I mean. I think all roads lead to us having to go there. I'm just suggesting that unless we find a quick course of action when we get back to Hodgwen to deal with the problem, if Dwayne doesn't see any ghosts and we just think Beltran's an asshole and it was all just, and Whent was the only one cursed, great. We'll deal with Beltran, then we'll go to the keep and figure it out then. But, I think we need
so much
knowledge. We need to
work.
know.
We put in
The
so
work's not
much
wasted.
work spreading. It is wasted because we lose the momentum.
Yara says, wait, hold on. Ignore your griping about things going sideways. Did you two say that you saw the goblin with the sword? And they both will nod. She's like, if you saw the same goblin, what did the sword look like? And Kethrel will ponder for a long, quiet moment. And Dwayne also will kind of like look like he's racking his brain on exactly what it looked like. And he's like, I know it was a sword because how I was holding it, but it didn't look like any sword I'd ever seen before. It was strange, kind of hooked. Yes. Perhaps the closest description I could give is it looked something like if everybody here is familiar with the Perrin written word, not just spoken. The character you use when ending a question. It says looping with a straight bit at the bottom. That does seem to be, and like Dwayne's nodding along.
That sounds more like a sickle.
They both think, and Dwayne shakes his head and says, No. I've used a sickle more than a few times in my life doing odd jobs in the farms. No, it's bigger than that. A bit more, I don't know, designed. It seemed old.
Old sickle.
They both shake their head, and Dwayne says, I'm sorry, I'm not a weapons expert.
A sickle sword?
Mikhail, do you have some parchment? Can you draw something? Maybe we can draw it and get an idea. Yes?
Yeah, can either of you draw?
They both will gladly take a stab at it. They both draw what does it like what they're drawing, because your minds are thinking sickle. It does apply. Do you have mole history or anything like that as a check? What is the closest thing you have, Mikhail?
Yeah, I have, oh shit, where'd my sheet go? Yeah, mole history.
Perfect. Exactly what we want. By the way, it's 69 viewers right now, so celebrate.
Nice.
Hey, I see 68.
Hey, 23 is pretty solid. Are you happy with that, or you want to push the envelope here?
I think I'm happy with it.
Okay.
23's pretty high.
So yeah, it's a Kopesh is what it is. Once you see what they're drawing, you realize there's too much, like, you're like, oh, hold on. You take that back from them, and it's not that your character's an excellent artist by any stretch, but like, you can definitely do a better image of it. And it's a Kopesh, which one step further is a common weapon among the mole, like the mole peoples. Now, when you think of mole, one of the weapons that you often think of, because mole is a culture, right? But the weapon you often think of is what is a modern day bastard sword. So in the old days, it was the broadsword, but because it was a broadsword held by bugbears with such large hands, that the bugbear's broadsword is the average, like, Perrin or human's bastard sword, right? Just because the hand in half. And of course, the design of it has changed over the course of hundreds of years and so on to make the modern day bastard sword. But bugbears weren't the only people that had weapons. There were tons of, hobgoblins who would have had them. And now that, you're talking about this, Aldo's thinking for a second to the vision that he had beforehand of the battle. And he's like, actually, I did see that kind of a weapon beforehand. It wasn't the most prolific weapon. It was more, there was only so many of them that he would see, but he actually has seen that design. It is, in fact, a Kopesh.
Huh. It's a mole weapon. It's a Kopesh. I mean, that's fitting for the kind of thing that would be inside one of the keeps.
Well, the question is it still at the keep, or is it in Hod Gwyn now?
Right. We have to ask Orvain. No, he's seen
What
Beltran.
kind of sword did Whent have on him? He didn't have a Kopesh.
A standard issue short sword, I think it was.
What did Mikhail say? We should ask Orvain. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think we set the meeting, but yes.
Yeah, she'll gesture to the guy on the ground and say, You can always ask him.
Yep, as soon as he's out of his soup coma there.
She'll chuckle at that.
Okay. We wait this out. We talk to him. We go north. We go talk to Leon and everyone, rather. Spend a few days there, figure it all out. Go to Hod Gwen. If it's the time is right, we make a move. If it's not, we deal with Wraithblade. Then we come back, and either everything's fine, or we have to deal with Beltran still at that point. Does that sound like the right combination of things?
You can see Aldo's not happy, but he doesn't say anything.
Sorry, can you run down that one more time?
Leon and company, a few days. Hod Gwen, depending on what we learn from Whent and everything else, we either take care of Beltran and such then, or if it seems like things are getting more out of hand and we need to take care of the curse first, we go up to Wraithblade, figure it out, come back, and either everything's already taken care of, or if Beltran's left behind at that point, we deal with him however we can then. And
Yep.
then maybe we still have a bunch of curses to deal with.
All right. Only we could get back to that. No, I think that's a good sequence, but Aldo, you don't look happy with it. You're still worried about the momentum we've got. I don't think it's lost. How much time do you think we would need to spend in Hod Gwen to buy ourselves 3 weeks?
I'm not sure. It'll all depend what happens while we're gone. Right now, with the Knoll attack, the guards doing what they do, the targeting of us, we've been able to spin quite, the narrative. We're not really even spinning it. I'm just telling it how it is. But,
Yeah.
As you've seen with Geribald, they're starting to do it on their own. All right, they only need people to actually work with them, and if we're not there to counter it, then it kind of can go unchecked.
Yeah.
I saw that guy perform before. He's not that good.
The last one he made wasn't bad.
Yeah. He can let the pressure get to his head a bit, I think. Not a bad guy, though.
I guess
Okay.
the question once again, though, is what's the alternative? We focus on spreading rumors while this curse potentially spreads and gets worse, then there's going to be no one around. If it's contained and it's just Whent, that's one thing. But what if it's more people than just him?
That's why we need time in the city, right?
Yeah.
Don't you?
I think...
Don't you have fodder? Says Yara.
Fodder?
In the Barren Lands, if there's something that you need to know, but you can't exactly risk the people that are worth it, maybe because, usually because the lands are too dangerous. But I guess here it's because they know your face. You send fodder in. Fodder goes and does what you need to do and gets you the information you need. And then if they die along the way, it's not that big of a deal. Don't you have a ton of fodder you could just send in? Again, death isn't really the concern. It's not that the land is going to swallow you up and eat you here, but nobody knows their faces.
You didn't see how they nearly had Geribald dead for simply playing a verse in a song. I think that it is maybe not equally as dangerous as the Barren Lands, as I can't compare to a place I've never been or seen, but it is a war zone in there, and anyone we send in on our behalf, if they're doing anything to aid us, we've seen how that could quickly turn.
I mean, if you talk about a war zone, let's just talk about, Jaden. Anyways, you want to you want to just find out who has a sword, right? You don't have to go and poke at anybody or start any fights. She sees somebody to walk around and look and see if somebody got a funny looking sword, she says, gesturing at where it's drawn on the parchment or what have you. She's like, you just need fodder. Send them in there, and if something happens, well, it's not your neck, and if nothing happens, then cool, they came back with your information.
So either we get someone killed, or maybe we get intel.
Well, you care about that stuff. So they're probably not going to get killed. She says, like, throwing her hand up, like, because she doesn't care about those kinds of things. She's like, oh, these are your underlings. That's what they do, right?
Because they very well could be killed, and to be honest, we don't really have that as a resource.
Wow, you like getting in your own way, don't you? I appreciate their approach.
No, we don't have that as a resource. Who would you think our fodder is?
She goes, well, and she starts like listing off names. Some of them you know, some of them you don't, of people that are at the. And then you realize like, how many names she says. She's been there for a while.
He will cut it into no. Those people we need. These are all volunteers. They're supposed to fight if a fight comes. We can't be throwing them in the ring to try to gather a few specks of information.
I'm not sure we have any fodder. We might have people that specialize and are skilled enough to trust with a difficult task, but no one that I want to go in there and throw to the wolves and hope that maybe they come back with a bone.
She shrugs and says, I'm just saying, and then leaves it at that.
Lost their goddamn minds. Their God's damn minds.
I mean, different perspectives are valuable. I don't see it.
What if we just go
I
and
think
find
we stick to what you
Orsugo and we
said.
hire the Knolls to completely annihilate Hot Gwyn?
Okay, you can't lose your mind too just because other people are. Listen,
well, I'm just
it's a
saying
good
it's
plan.
an alternative.
What we came up with is a good plan. Just have to be open to be flexible that if there is something we can handle while we're in Hod Gwen, we might extend our stay for more than a day.
That's what we were doing, yes. I just think that things have changed and we have to be open to the idea of having to venture out before we intended to.
All right.
Let's assume the sword's
plan.
there. We find the sword. Again, Aldo himself said, what do we do with once we get it? We have to take it back to the keep. Like, we can't.
Yeah.
I don't think just breaking it over our knee is an option.
So what if we go there, realize that the sword is in Hod Gwen, and then we have to go back to Hod Gwen and then go back to the keep again?
But we're going to do our recon. I said we're going to talk to Whent. We'll go to Hot Gwyn. We'll see what we can find out. We're going to do all that
I'm
first.
frustrated, and it's not at you, Koa.
I've been here.
I know you put your life on the line every time we fight, but in a weird way, I've been doing it every night. Like, I'm not having fun. I am having a little bit of fun when I go to these taverns, but every time I say something to somebody, am I saying it to the right person? Am I going to end up like Gerald? It's just the thought of having to start over again. I don't know if I have that in me.
I understand. This is a shit situation. But things changed. The situation is different. I don't know how else to. It's not like I want it to be either. I'm also frustrated. Having an enemy with a name and a face we were working toward getting rid of was easy. Now, what if it's his mother who's the one who has the sword and has spread this corruption to him and to everyone else? What if?
I just feel like the way this is going, we're going to get to the keep, and then something's going to happen in the keep, and we're going to learn that the one behind it all is Curve Rock's cousin over in Drazstone, and when we get to Drazstone, they're going to be like, oh, he recently moved over to Rid, and we're going to have to get back over there, and then it's just never ending.
Yep, I'm exhausted thinking about it.
Maybe we should just table this till after Whent wakes up.
Yeah, his information could change things. But there is, I will add, there is one other benefit. Even if we get to the keep, and even if the sword isn't there, we know someone who will be there that we also wanted to speak to again.
Yes, I
We
tried to
have more information.
succinctly imply that earlier.
Much earlier. Lots been said since.
Yes. No one seemed to acknowledge whenever I tried to imply it. But maybe I was too vague about it. All you better with that's but I didn't know if we wanted
Typically,
the
I
whole
have to
world
try
knowing
about
it.
5 or 6 times to, get anything in. So I notice.
But yes, I think that we've also learned we kind of need to be there to learn.
Oh, well, I guess we can't play anymore. Scott's not being serious.
All right, well.
Yes.
All right, till Whent wakes up, then. I should probably treat his burns.
Dwayne, I hope this is the last time I have to ask anything of you, but let us know if anything visibly changes on your end.
Yeah. I won't keep it close to my chest.
But hey, we
Can I
might
have
be
some of
going
that holy
to
water? Go ahead.
might be going to the source if you want to come with.
Any chipperness he had 2 seconds ago is gone.
Dwayne, it was a joke.
Did start to sound like he kind of wanted to. I was getting confused.
Aldo just pushes the holy water into Dwayne's chest.
What time of day is it?
Night. It's bed night.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was confirming.
Yep. Because Koa arrived in Westwood when it was like very late in the day, like sun low. And then he had to ride to the outskirts over here where you are, and then the ritual and da. So it's probably even midnight at this point. We're close to. It's late.
What day is it?
God, hold on. Because Wade
Took me
left on the
6
3rd.
days to travel 3 miles.
Wade
So-
left on the 3rd, and 2 days later it's the 5th. So tomorrow morning when you wake up, it'll be the 6th.
Okay.
All right, well, we skip into when Whent wakes.
Okay, yep, cool. Next
or
morning,
when Dwayne tells us something.
you guys are obviously going to do some sort of like shared watches or what have you. Mikhail, do you have any magic on you? It's been days, so I imagine you do.
Yep.
Cool. If you want to cast your spell on Koa and on Yara, I don't know how many you can, but those 2 seem to be the most worn. 3, cool. Those 2 seem to be the most worn from when you're like checking their wounds over and just seeing how like they were affected. So since she bled about as much as you guys, and she's, way smaller, way less to offer. So you cast your spell on the 2 of them, and then when they properly rest, they will recover both of their missing ability points instead of just 1, which is nice. Cool. So I guess Aldo didn't do such a wrong thing after all, huh? Huh?
That's right.
There you go. I got you, Jake. I love you.
Thank you.
All right. So you are able to in the morning when you wake up, Dwayne, whatever his watch was, I imagine you guys even paired up or whatever. He ends up passing out, not because like he doesn't give a shit or anything like that. He's just been so on edge for so long, and now he's actually surrounded by a good number of people watching this. Things are actually the most relaxed. High tension. I don't want to pretend like it's relaxed, but there's enough people around that you can actually like allow your brain to slip into a degree of false security. So he ends up passing out hard to make up for like the going on 3 days now of like no sleep. So anyways, he ends up passing out. So in the morning when you get him up and you're like, Dwayne, like, you okay? Like, oh yeah, sorry. Like, you want to check out what's going on? He goes over and he's like, I don't see them.
Like at all?
No. Last night when I was
Okay.
last night I was in my watch. You had asked me, Aldo. He looks over. Aldo is like taking his morning piss. Oh, Aldo had asked me last night if I'd seen them several times. And I remember seeing two consistently. I don't remember seeing a third. And I swear at the tail end of my watch, I'd only seen one. But I see none now. That doesn't necessarily mean they're not there.
Yeah. Okay. Still a good sign. All right, just keep an eye out for now.
Oh, it's touching something from chat. Yeah, when Yara was like, and everything was done, and you guys were like actually making foods or whatever yourself, she would definitely take some extra vegetables you have and put that pot back on the water, on the fire, and like get it hot and cook some vegetables in there. And she would 100% not waste that stew. That's literally, it's a blessing. It's literally holy water. Why would she waste a blessing of the gods? And she would definitely eat that stew.
You can have it.
Nope. She would offer for others, but you know.
Koa was like, there's literally like 5 gold worth of money in there.
Yep.
So, moving on. Cool.
Expensive meal.
Yeah, you are able to back to what you were saying 2 seconds ago. You know, Mikhail, when he said he doesn't see anything. You know,
I guess it's time to talk to him.
you guys wake up Yara, and you inform her, and she's like, "Told you it would work." You know, with more confidence than she had last night.
I'm gonna walk over to
Yes.
Whent with the rest. I want to just look at his eyes.
When you look at it, don't get me wrong, his eyes are still kind of like sunken in. They're still darkened, you know, so on and so forth. But he's also kind of gone through hell. So that could be why, as opposed to because of the magic still affecting him, or the curse or whatever it is you want to call it still affecting him, you would only get a true tell on that one in a couple days' time, right? But he's, you know, kind of is tossed and turned from the various watches you guys had seen throughout the night. He hasn't properly woken up yet. He slept for a while. You might be able to wake him up either gently or aggressively, or even with poppers if you have them.
Hmm.
Do we wake him up or do we?
Does he look burnt as shit? Like, does he look?
Yeah, I mean, you treated his wounds last night. You said, oh, he was probably the third person you cast Restful Sleep on, right?
Yeah, if he looked all fucked up, yeah.
Would you roll a heal check for how you were treating him?
I probably
For
would,
long-term
but I
care.
don't have any. I don't have any healers kits, so.
Do you
I don't have
need a
any healer
healer's kit to do
uses.
long-term care?
No, to treat
Okay.
deadly wounds, I do though.
Okay, so the cool thing for you is Dwayne always counts as though he has a healer's
Oh yeah,
kit. Yeah.
that's
When
right.
Dwayne's with you, he always has a healer's kit from his random supplies he keeps on his person from
Yeah,
made
once
from
a
nature.
day.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's +2 from that. Is he assisting with that, or I'm assuming no because of he's afraid of the ghosts.
He this would have been last night, and so the answer would have been no.
So just the 2 from the kit. Got it.
Yep. Yeah, DC's
All right.
20 for doing that. It might even be a 15, but I think it's DC's 20.
20 is treat deadly. 15 is long term.
Okay, so that was a long time. Cool. So he would have actually rested. So let's circle back to what you asked beforehand, Jake, and I do apologize. His eyes are still sunken and there's still rings around them, but it is recovered considerably well. The burns are there, but you've treated them the best you could, considering the fact you were literally ladling, like effectively boiling stew on him time and time again. You know, like 7 or 8 ladles of that shit. Like his skin is fucked up. Like he's not in good shape, but you use magical healing, so he's able to recover naturally. It's not like wounds close extra, so they close cleaner or what have you. It's just it heals significantly faster in a natural format. So his burnt skin is healing significantly faster. And it's important to note that this is probably 2nd degree burns, not, you know, I always forget which way it goes. I think burns go backwards. 1st degree is, I think, worst, and 3rd degree is the lightest, I think. Burns always
Third
confuse me.
degree's the
No,
worst.
third is
Third degree is worse,
He'd
okay.
be dead if he had 3rd degree. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So these are like second degree burns on his body. I always forget which way burns.
Mhm.
So 2nd degree is where he has in some parts of his body, which is really bad, but they're recovering fast. It's good still have the same kind of like, you know, fucked up skin afterwards, whereas 1st degree, you just look normal after, you know, a short period of time, but he's recovering quickly. So, but his eyes look much better, Aldo, than they did prior. Anyway, he's still sleeping.
You want to wake him up?
I mean, that is the question. Considering what he had going on and what we put him through, I don't know if it's a good or bad idea. I know I want
look
to wake
over
him up.
and
Should
make sure Dwayne's watching. Yeah, we wake him up. Why are we backpedaling now? That's what we're here for.
I don't know. We've never dealt with this before, Mikhail.
Me neither.
Just
He
bled and
starts
threw money
jostling
into
him.
a pot and poured it over a man's open wound. Not exactly something I've got a lot of history with.
He's already jostling him. Yeah, I know. But at this point, how much shit have we dealt with that none of us have ever dealt with before? It just is what it is.
He's jostling. Mikhail is jostling
Yeah.
him awake.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are going to wake him up or whatever it is. You're not using magic or anything like that. You're not using poppers. You're just going to spend some time trying to wake him up. He doesn't wake up instantly from this. This is a multi-minute process of trying to, get him to come to, whatever it is, because you're not trying to make it like a boo. You know what I mean? You're not trying to make things bad again. When he comes to, he rolls around fuck. Oh. He looks down at his chest and sees, he's like, oh, fuck, that wasn't a nightmare. Oh, shit. Oh, what did you do to me? Oh.
We purged you of ghosts.
Yeah, I think someone call it an exorcism.
He's like, oh, my skin, it's pulling as I move.
Oh, then be still.
He's like, fuck you, be still. I've been bound for fucking days. Be still, I'm fucking hurt all over. God damn.
Well, the easier thing to do was kill you, but we decided to be nice, so,
Fuck you.
right. At least we know your hatred of us wasn't just ghosts.
He's like,
Well, I guess we should see if he freaks out again.
you guys are treating me like some sort of a... What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm literally suffering right now. Fuck!
Oh. Yeah. Suffering. We've seen that recently. Jarabald. Flute player?
He thinks for a second. He's like, oh, yeah. Piece of shit, he says.
Yeah, he probably...
Also, the 9
pretty
assassins you
bad.
sent after us.
You
Mikhail
say
is
that?
now, like, poking at his chest with, like, the toe of his boot.
Oh my god, you do that and he's gonna freak the fuck out. Like, not snapping animal raging shit, but that is like, this is really, like, literally you poke this chest and like skin will get stuck to your boot. Or something like, he's like freaking... I mean, I don't know if you've ever had a really bad burn before and somebody
It's
goes
bad.
poke, you know what I mean? Like,
He said, like, hey, I want to see if he freaks out again, because he's
he
trying to
freaks
see if
out
it's
and
the
for a
same.
second you think it's like, but no, it's just, you're literally poking an open wound on a guy that's suffering and has been suffering for a bunch of hours, and then bad
as soon as he
prior to
flips, he'll do it like once, and then if he like immediately reacts, and then but it's like a normal person's losing their shit, then he stops.
Kale, what the hell?
Look, it's different. He didn't go all feral like before.
You could have poked anywhere else. All we had to do was put a rope in his mouth and he did that. You didn't have to...
Fucking untie me, I'll show you Pharaoh, you piece of shit.
You forced him to the ground a few times, and that's when he freaked out before. And then after that, it was inconsistent. I wanted to make sure. Obviously, he's gonna lose it if that happens. And he didn't. I think it works.
Yeah, next time let's talk about building up to something rather than starting at the worst.
I didn't want to have to gradually up the torture. Look, if you want me to
We'll
be
debate it later.
sympathetic on people who aren't pieces of shit that torture folks,
we don't know enough yet.
Well, he remembers what he did. Doesn't seem very repentant.
Sympathies of a fucking Dell. Eat my dick.
You're quite a failure, you know that, Whent. One failure after another with you. You failed to have us killed. You failed to apprehend Mikhail and got kicked in the face. You failed in torturing Jarabald. Where you are now? There's a lot of failures stacking up for you.
doesn't have a response to that. Maybe he's a wittier person in different times, but he ain't got shit now.
I guess that makes me the good one to you to talk to. Do you remember being possessed?
Possessed?
Yes, there were ghosts, 3 of them all around you, jumping in and out of your body and making you bite through rope, tear through things.
So I know I lost my temper, but I think I remember you saying some weird shit. I don't know, it was kind of a white rage. Putting your fucking hands on me.
Right, so you don't have any recollection. Good to know. Have you seen anyone carrying around a new sword in the last few months? One shaped a bit like a scythe, but
He says, I can see you're good at segues. The fuck are you talking about?
sword. I don't know. I'm not trying to make small talk. Apparently, you hate us and we hate you. Blah 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 blah. And I don't want to waste any of our time. So
I'll show him the drawing.
anyone
The
carrying a
Kopesh.
sword like that?
He goes, yeah.
Who?
He goes, a couple of people around town have shit like that. Beltran just got one recently. I don't fucking know.
When is recently?
I don't know.
Aldo starts
A couple
clapping.
months ago.
Right. Perfect. Yes, Aldo, as we'd said before, we were going to do it. God, you two, what happened? Are you two all right? Do I need to do this by myself?
No. We're getting what we need out of him. Just not going to be nice about it.
We don't have to become what we're trying to stop either.
But
I don't
that's
think
the
poking
stretch,
his
Koa.
wound with my boot is the equivalent of what he did to Jeribald.
I agree with Mikhail on this one.
Well, I do not. Point being,
I'm going to threaten him with a ladle if he doesn't
Oh.
tell me shit.
I was like, oh shit, we're going to brand him?
I also think too that Koa is being a little bit more empathetic as well. Koa knows he's an evil fuck and doesn't like him and wants him to be properly held accountable for the bad things he's done. The bad things he's done have also been like let's say he was on a scale of 1 to 10 of bad. He normally sits at a 7 on bad, and he's on an 11 because of what happened. And you guys know that that's the case. You were explaining that. And so I think Koa is remembering he's a 7, and you guys are still treating him like it's 11, and there's a disconnect and why Koa's like, what's wrong with you guys? So that's my meta understanding, if it helps to draw what I'm seeing here. But continue.
Yeah. Me, the
I
player,
don't think
understands.
Mikhail and Aldo are actually treating him that badly for what he's done.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest.
Koa also sees, like, let's say you're treating somebody bad as like a 2 out of 10. He's like, guys, why are you at 8s? You know?
well, we also literally, if he doesn't know he was being possessed, then what we did last night was cut open his chest and pour boiling shit on him for however long. After leaving him manacled for 3 days, after knocking him unconscious multiple times, dragging him through water and roads and everything else, he's kind of been tortured by us. And so then, like, the next day where it's like, okay, now we can actually talk to him, and the first thought is like, all right, kick the fucking burn in the incision we caused.
He didn't
and then
kick it. He touched it, which is bad.
Full on Beastie Boys.
But it's like wind up and soccer kick him in the chest. That would have been a lot. But yeah, it was mean for sure. I would have done it.
Wake up, bounding
what was the
gag.
last thing we actually said? Was it Koa asking if you two were fine or he needed to do this by himself?
Yeah. And then Mikhail was like, yeah, what I'm doing is not the equivalent of what he did. Aldo agreed.
At least when he did, he was possessed.
They're not the same thing, Koa.
Yeah, I was possessed. It was the
Oh,
ghosts
shut the
made
fuck
me
up,
do.
Whent. You're not helping your goddamn cause. We know you're a piece of shit. I'm just trying to figure out what level of piece of shit you are without everything else.
He knows what he did, and this is how he responds. Doesn't seem like it's weighing on his conscience too much. That's all I'm saying. But okay, so you saw a Kopesh. You said a couple of people. Beltran, who else?
He shrugs and says, I don't know. People have them. They're not something you see all the time. They're fucking weird.
That was a really good way of not answering the question.
Yeah, because I don't know their fucking names, asshole. You think I walk around and just keep a list of every name? Oh, that's an interesting sword. Tell me your life story. I don't give a shit.
If they're under your command, shouldn't they be?
Who said they're under my command?
People
come and go. Hod Gwen has all sorts of fucking Dell that come through the place. He says to Mikhail.
Racism will get you nowhere.
Oh, it will. Maybe just
Aldo leans in and says, "Do it again."
Dwayne, you sure you don't see them around these two, right?
Dwayne is watching very closely. Huh? What? No.
Be sure, because I feel like they must be. He gives you both a glare as he looks back.
Mikhail pointedly doesn't look at Koa.
Aldo does. Aldo stares back at Koa because this is ridiculous. He says
He's just looking at what's his face? Whent. He says, "Well, seems like you're pretty hell bent on just throwing a tantrum every time we speak. Got anything useful to say?"
He spits at your feet.
Good to stay hydrated. Good thought. Grab a drink, everyone. Now,
let me grab the ladle.
You actually legitimately he'll flinch away at that. He'll, which that sudden movement hurt a lot.
Koa looks like there's a blood vein about to burst in his fucking temple at this point. Whent, you're in a very bad position here. You're beaten, you're tied up. As Aldo pointed out, you failed. What do you have against us? Other than Beltran hates us for breaking his slave ring toy, what the hell do you have against us?
Oh, I don't know. He looks down at himself being manacled.
Prior to this.
Right, you escalated to this point, you fucking loser. We were just coming into town. We had nothing to do with Beltran. We broke his toys. We were coming in as visitors, and you sent hits after us.
Are you pro-slavery?
This is a direct result of your decisions.
Roll a sense motive for the response.
All of us, or just one?
Everybody's here. So
okay,
I suck at this.
Ooh.
Ew.
Oh, goddamn.
Cool. Anybody want to modify these? Are we happy?
I would like mine to be an 11.2.
You know what? I will give you your 0.2. Actually, I'll give you a 0.3.
Hey,
yeah, that's right. I am a kind and generous DM.
You're an old piece of shit.
God damn it. I saw the drop. I was like, oh, it's a great timing.
Well, so, with his response, he comes up with these different reasons why he doesn't like each of you. Out of all of them, Koa, unfortunately, as much as he doesn't like this man, he truly thinks that he's just a petty, worm of a man, so on and so forth. Mikhail understands that he's actually just kind of saying shit that's maybe echoed, but I don't know. It doesn't ring true. It doesn't have truth to it the same way as you would expect somebody who truly, aside from one thing, the fact that your character is from Paradel. He's it's a common thing in a D or 2 hate people from Paradel. Not everybody in the Adir does. Just you get the idea. So you know the region well enough. So he that truly rings weights to it, but otherwise the reasons he's giving just ring hollow. They don't seem to make sense to you. It's actually Aldo who's paying attention that finally he thinks he gets it. He thinks he gets it, especially since I think Aldo, if I remember correctly, it's seen through something before as well. Aldo, in previous sessions, you think that it's not just what he's saying rings hollow. You think that he's justifying to himself the reason why he feels that way. Literally, he was always doing his task. He was always doing whatever his job was. He was like, it's not like he personally hated you guys. It was just Beltran made him, told him to do stuff. And he was like, yes, boss. I don't give a shit one way or the other because he's not a good dude. But like his reasons for hating you, it's almost like he's echoing things, like he's justifying it to himself. Just like he doesn't seem to understand the way that he was possessed or whatever it was before. He thinks that those actions made sense. He was going off the fucking handle because it made sense in the moment. Even if it was magically compelled, his mind is kind of like forcing it to make sense. Kind of like if you think in Harry Potter, Muggles just kind of like, I must have not seen how they went around that corner. You know what I mean? It's just his mind is doing the work to make sense of what they saw. Or that's actually, I don't even know if that's quite how it works in Harry Potter, but it is how it works in Mage, the Awakening from
White Wolf.
White Wolf, thank you. Actually in Harry Potter, I don't think that is how it works. But either way, you get the idea. So you realize that Aldo. Koa, unfortunately, no. Mikhail to some degree, but Aldo understands that.
Okay, as he's like rambling on, at one point Aldo just goes, bingo. There it is. And he kneels down, puts a hand on Whent's shoulder. I'm not trying to hurt him, but he says, there. It's another failure. A failure to think for yourself. You're trying to justify the reasoning of why you hate us because you're just going off what other people have said. Beltran, he kind of like rubs his shoulder. It's okay.
Koa's looking at you like now questioning whether you're bullshitting or whether you truly read that on him.
Aldo will stand up, especially because Whent doesn't seem to be saying anything.
Well, I paused because Wade said something. So, Yep. So, anyways, yeah, he so you say that stuff, blah blah blah. He looks at you because you're so close. He's like, "The fuck you talking about? I got my own thoughts." He's like, "Yeah, I'm close to Beltran. He calls the shots, but I can fucking come up with my own ideas. The fuck are you talking about?"
Can you though? Do you have an original idea that didn't come from Beltran?
And unfortunately, he's literally racking his brain, and you can see because you don't know how long this air quotes curse or whatever it is came up with. He came up with. You don't know how long that this curse has been affecting him because you don't know when he got hit by it or whatever. But he's literally trying to scrape his brain for his own original idea in the recent past. But he ends up giving some responses that once again they ring hollow to Mikhail and Aldo. Koa even ring hollow to you because it just kind of like sounds like lame ass excuses. But Aldo, that again he's literally just trying to like scrape in his own mind for before the curse had affected him, whatever the ghosts or whatever they were had affected him, and he just genuinely, even if it was only the past month, you don't know. Let's say it was 1 month that affected him. It's so in the forefront of your mind because of how extreme that it was and how quickly it escalated. It's hard for him to come up with any example, especially after being chained, after him the shit kicked out of him, and then being chained up and so on and so forth, and for 3 days and being burned to shit last night and everything. It's too much for him to like come up with a real answer, which is more indicative of exactly your point.
Yeah, Aldo just stands up at this point and he looks to the other two.
So what? It was all to impress Beltran? You don't really hate us. You don't have anything against us. Aldo's speaking the truth.
Yeah, all those reasons were pretty hollow.
It's not at all what I just said. Fuck off.
You just gave really basic reasons not to like someone, but to kill someone over to spend as much gold as you spent doesn't really add up.
New gold apiece, new boots, new bows.
Want my coin?
We figured.
What are your thoughts?
Mikhail has nothing to add to that.
Good job, boys. Good job.
I'll ask you again, Whent. Pro-slavery.
He lingers before he answers, and then he's like, I don't know shit. Okay. Do you actually think that this is the first time he has, like, you think that at some point in time he probably found out the truth, either through rumor or, Beltran saying it. You honestly are getting the impression he may not have been he only said one line there, but there was like enough emotion behind it. This man is clearly Adirian through and through. Think of how much he's talking about hating Del, right?
Yeah.
Clearly he does not like the idea of slavery and all of that shit. He's Del. He's Adirian through and through. But like at the same time, the whole not original thought thing.
Yeah.
He's kind of like covering for Beltran here, which is once again kind of like, but he probably found out about it after it had ended when Beltran was just like pissed off and, you get the idea.
I think you do know shit at this point. I think either you had suspicions or you found out. I think you were spun. Aldo read you like a book. You were spun to hate us. You were fed lie after lie about us. When the truth is, we stopped Beltran's slavering. We came to Hodgwyn months ago when we warned the Gnolls might attack, trying to help out, asking for nothing in return. And then, you were fed and fed and fed, and you started to believe the shit you were fed. And then you truly did get cursed. And,
Jesus, Koa. But he doesn't say Jesus. He says, in the name of the gods, Koa, you're just going to keep talking. When are you going to make me my offer? Huh? Are you just going to talk my ear off until I die? You just going to fucking execute me? Or are you going to offer me something?
Every time I chance at redemption, do you care about what you've done in the name of the martyr?
Ooh, every time I think I should loosen his binds or something, like he opens his mouth and I...
You're saying something, Aldo?
Well, Aldo, when he started saying about confessing and stuff, Aldo said, "Ooh, I'll be back." He ran to get changed.
Okay. Yara, he talks about the execution or whatever. She'll actually take like the leather case or whatever off of her axe, and she'll come closer, but not too close, and gives kind of like a look like,
no. I think some things we've said have rung true in your head. I think it does bother you that what you've done has gone against the gods and the goddess, the martyr, Veni herself. And you know Beltran has as well. And I think you know you need to repent for that. You know what we stand for, despite the lies you've heard and told yourself. Am I going to keep yapping? Yes, because apparently you need to hear it. You incapable of having a thought for yourself. I'm going to give you some to think about, to ring around in that head of yours until you understand what it is you've done, the amount of escalation you've caused, the lives you've hurt, the people you've locked up, tortured. I don't have to offer you anything because you know what awaits for you if you don't change your ways and repent for what you've already done, if you even can at this point. My offer is an ear to listen, to maybe be able to fix some of the shit you've caused. Because that's what we do.
Wade, roll me a sense motive. Specifically, Wade. Are you happy with your 10?
Guys, the highest I can get is what, a +3 and then a luck?
Yeah, I can get you over the 15 mark.
I'll try it, if you're okay with it.
Yeah, assuming this isn't like a vibe check, this is like a discern lies kind of thing or something.
14.
I'm glad to hear that, Hotman. So the 14 total. So Koa is says this. He doesn't respond, and at first Koa starts to get frustrated by the silence. But Koa's watching him in his frustration, and he can feel his rage starting to come on because Koa has anger issues too. So he starts to feel that rage come on, and then finally he's like, No, he's not being silent because he's trying to ignore me. He's being silent because he seems to be going, introspective, right? And you realize you said, I offer you ear, offer you this, offer you that, so on and so forth, but you literally made a call to action for introspection. You actually think at this point, it's probably best, especially with these two psychos, to take a step back and give him a little bit of time, right? To like chew on this. That doesn't mean unguarded. That doesn't necessarily mean unbind. That doesn't mean make him comfortable, but.
Well, we're going to add him to the team.
Yeah.
We thought it said Whent has joined your party. He's the 4th portrait now.
Anyways. So, oh man, that's what that silhouette was. Oh, it was just a big dick. Oh. No, anyways. So you believe you want to step back, but obviously keep an eye on,
That will be your breakfast for now, Whent. Chew on it, sleep on it, think on it. Mikhail, let's give him some space to think about who he is and who he wants to be.
Sure.
Maybe an original thought will finally come in there.
Yep. In the meantime, this fucking Dell is going to go into the city and get a healer's kit to treat those burns of yours. With money I earned fighting slaves. Which isn't much, as he's walking.
Mikhail's saying those like finishing lines, and it's one of those you're like, oh, I'm supposed to leave him alone. But as Mikhail's like walking away after very well-deserved lines being said, it's one of those like, oh, okay. That didn't seem to, hopefully don't poke the bear too much further. Aldo comes running back. What does he look like?
He's dressed in his priest getup, and he has his adult aspergillum, and he's got some some herbs inside that are smoking.
If Mikhail's walking away, Koa goes to intercept you. Aldo. I think he needs a few minutes to think before he confesses. Give him a moment.
Aldo's in shock because he was just doing it as a bit.
Koa has no idea at this point. You two have been so fucking radical today that he's just like, maybe Aldo does think he's a priest. Maybe Dwayne couldn't see all the ghosts. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore.
Yeah, he looks shocked and he says, okay, what did I miss?
I talked, and he seems to be listening. Or at least thinking about it.
Okay.
Mikhail's going to go into town to get some supplies. And I guess in the meantime, we can wake up for a moment.
All right. We'll give him time.
Any more chat or what have you amongst your characters that's worth noting at the moment?
Koa also makes sure that Yara and Dwayne are on the same page.
Oh, yeah. And Kethrel, of course. Yeah, you pulled him to the side.
I'm not worried about Kethrel.
Yeah.
I'm worried about Kethrel.
Kethrel might talk him to death. He's not going to go over there and threaten him with an axe.
Kethrel has no problem being the one to stand over and keep an eye on him, too, if that's what you prefer or whatever. You just let me know what you want Kethrel to be the one doing. Or
we can all keep an eye. I just think we're doing it from a distance. Like, Koa's keeping an eye on him. He's just not 5 feet away watching him.
Okay. Whatever you would like. So, anything else worth noting at the moment, or?
I am going to go buy a healer's kit.
Oh, where are you going? Into Westwood?
Yeah.
Cool. So you go into Westwood to buy a healer's kit. I don't remember how much those cost, top of mind. Do you know how much they cost? They function differently in 2E than they do in 1E.
Yeah.
So we might have to do the conversion cost from one to the other. Let's cover that for a second, then I'll jump back to what Wade's doing.
I don't remember how much I paid before. Healer's toolkit. I think they were just 5 gold.
I think so too. They're really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're 50 gold in 1E, correct? So 1/10 of that is 5 gold apiece.
Yeah.
Which is why Dwayne is like super valuable of an asset, because he more or less gives you 5 free silver every time he
Meanwhile, a
each
shitty
day.
ass healing potion is the same cost.
Yeah, but a shitty ass healing post is instantaneous healing. Now I spend an hour and you heal less than what that is.
Yeah, it looks like it was 5.
Okay.
The lowest 1 and 2E is 5, and then the 1E is 50. So it kind of tracks.
Okay, cool. Any other details you want to? So you go in town, you go to buy this. In town, by the way, from where you are, especially if you're on your horse, it's maybe an hour. No, not even an hour. I should say, if you're walking, it's about an hour and change away. Because again, you're on the outskirts of town. Just town's small, so if you're on your horse, it's probably about less than that. Let's say 15 minutes. You can ride hard to get there. It's just you don't want to be too. No, stop. Wrong. You're not just on your property. You're on the very edge outskirts of your property over at the cave. So actually it's about a 2-hour walk, but on a horse, it's like a half hour, ride.
Okay.
You could really push the horse if you want to go less than that. Don't really need to.
Yeah, he'll take the horse. He probably doesn't ride particularly hard or whatever. It's not a huge rush. He's giving the dude time, also taking time away from it himself. So
Good choice, because if you wait any longer, Scott was going to make it a 3-hour walk and a 16-hour ride.
yeah, it'll be that on my.
And if your
way
horse
Why would
has
the ride get
4 hooves,
longer?
it actually moves slower than one with 3. That 4th leg really weighs it down, and other random
back.
50-year-old
Fourth leg
2-foot
weighs it
man
down.
decisions how to run his world.
Yep. But yeah, he basically will take his time, but will eventually be back.
So there is, while that's like gone or whatever, at some point Yara is going to come up to Koa and say, "Holy shit, Koa. I think you got through to the idiot."
It's amazing what words can do when one chooses to use them.
Oh, I know. I think you channeled Vroga in a different way than you usually do.
I believe in Voga, as you know, but in Hot Gwyn, I prayed to the martyr one day, and I got a sign back. And I'm not sure if all of the gods are with me, if she's with me, if Vroga's with me, but I've been trying to hold on to that attunement a bit more. And they don't all always align with what you should do in a given circumstance, and I find myself sometimes in conflict of... Anyway, I don't need to bore you with the conversation, but I'm hoping the gods are on our side. We're going to need all the help we can get.
Yeah. To that, she says, like thinking, maybe you should take Vroga's will, since it sits so close to you. Maybe you should speak Vroga's words. That might be what gets through to him. She says, there's an old prayer that we use. She takes a moment, she says it to you in Karak, which sounds like super aggressive to you, right? Like hearing it, especially like knowing the Karak people and so on and so forth. And she says the prayer in Karak. She's like, hold on, allow me to try to translate that to this tongue. It says, Vroga, Vroga, hear our hunger. We break chains with bow and blade. No slave shall crawl, only feast or fight. Flesh of slavers feed our strength. Your fury burns in our bellies. Let the weak be devoured. Let the free be wild. Maybe that speaks to him. Ugh, it lacks its flair. It's Perrin, such a shit tongue.
I can try it. I already tried throwing the martyr at him, being as he seems Adirian through and through. But perhaps he does look at Vroga as well, which, talking about the 10 lashes, Tor's and Beltran's project. Maybe that part of Vroga will reach him as well. Aiding one who would put others in chains.
You think for a moment of like her words there or what have you, and you will actually like, obviously like her words are aggressive. They're talking about, like literally eating people and shit. But you do remember of an old prayer that you grew up with, being free folk and so on and so forth. As after this conversation kind of prots out of you. I'm not saying that your character has to go this route because your character is religious, but not like, necessarily pray over people kind of thing. But I just shared it with you. Hers, as a reminder, Vroga is what the Karuk tend to call him. Vroga Waruk is what the, other cultures tend to call him. He has like effectively a longer name. But so it's more or less if he's depicted as human or human-esque, or if he's depicted as orc or orc-esque. But I shared with you a different prayer that would be more common to you, as opposed to hers, which is literally, again, talking about eating slavers and their fury in your belly and all that shit. That's like, it's not really a Koa vibe, right? What a lovely prayer. Push Yara out into the hall and closes the door. I kind of love green.
Very one of those, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Let's never speak of it again.
Yep.
This is a delicious meal. Takeout?
Yep.
Well, I guess I'll give him some time, but whenever it looks like maybe there's a moment, I'll go near him. Almost not directly to him, but definitely close enough where he's going to hear me. And I'll say this so that he hears it in hopes to see if it rings like true to him. It's like I'm going over there to see if this stirs something in him without preaching at him, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Vrogawarg, breaker of chains. Let the shackles shatter and the slavers fall. No chains shall bind while I still breathe. By blood and steel I fight. By your fury, I am free.
Give me half a tick here in case you wanted to roll a check on this one. Pulling this up now, and
Boy, what skill don't I have? Do I get to roll this time?
no, it's going to be diplomacy. You're literally trying to convince this
Okay,
man.
that's better than...
Yeah. Knowledge, religion?
Swim. Actually, I'm okay with that.
Disable
device.
In the pot.
Just throw him in the water.
You want me to roll a diplomacy? You want me to wait?
Oh, yeah, you can roll. Wait with the double-digit rolls all day.
18's not bad.
Okay. Cool.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I can't wait. 18's the roll. That's right.
Yep. So, awesome. So, yeah. You say these words or whatever. Hours pass. Mikhail, you ride into town. I imagine you talk to the bartender. He gives you a much more in-depth apology for what had happened. He's like, listen, the boys that went up that way, they are, they tried looking for you, but it seemed as though they were going to get themselves in more danger looking for you than staying there. So they tried lying low for a bit. They couldn't get a hold of you, so they left it somewhere where they thought they might be able to find you. There's word is that you're a sorcerer or something. So they left it at the magic place up there.
Yeah, no, it's sensible. I appreciate them trying and you facilitating it. No apologies needed.
That's
There was
still racist.
What?
Heard you were one of those magic guys, one of those the magic people.
He's very used to it by now.
So he says, yeah, apparently the bartender or whatever she was up there, she was originally saying there was going to be some sort of a cost, but when they said it was for you, she took it no problem.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's nice.
She's going to charge you double.
Right. I was just waiting for you to get here so I could tell you in person. It's going to be 40 gold. Yeah.
He's like, anyway, sorry about that. And that's good. And you walk around, you find the kit or whatever, and you're like, really? You're looking at the kit, and you're charging they're charging like inner city costs, like top quality stuff. And you're looking through the kit and you're like, this literally looks like they took some leftover stuff from another kit to fill up one. Like it literally looks like this is a hodgepodge of a situation. And maybe Mikhail wouldn't have known the difference if he didn't spend literally like months training at the Chantry to know the difference. And it's one of those like, sometimes being ignorant's better, because now you're sitting here and you're like, 5 gold for this? Maybe you could even talk down that price. You know, honestly, I don't know if it's worth it right here, right now, everything going on. I don't know if I need my name going out anywhere. Anything else you're looking for while you're in town? Ooh, there's healing potions here?
I think Koa said he bought some.
I
I
have
think he's
3.
already.
They're going fast.
Please tell me the real healing, but you're gonna look at them and be like, "Is this just wine with some sage in it?"
Right.
Swear to fuck.
This is vodka. Like what? I'll buy 2 of them.
Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you buy the healer's kit, you buy
So
2 of them?
I'm a little skeptical now with that fucking reaction. I don't know.
Roll the
I don't know if I
goddamn
wanna buy
dice,
2
so I
of them
asked if they
now.
were real.
Keegan, roll me a
Yeah?
diplomacy. Keegan, roll me a diplomacy check. Or hum at him or whatever you do. He walks up, he's like, that's gonna be gold. And you're like, He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I meant. You happy with your 22
Yeah.
on this?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah. Actually, when you're kind of like negotiating with him and bringing up like, listen, I'm gonna buy these potions, but this kit is literally like, don't lie to me. Like, I know that this is some shit here. Actually, he is willing to, if you want to buy all 3 potions from him, to sell you that healer's kit for only 2 gold instead of 5.
Just 17 gold.
So you spend 17 instead of 15, you get all 3 potions and the healer's kit.
Man, I miss having gold. Yeah, I'll do it.
Scott fucking made us literally feed our money to Whent.
To Whent, yeah.
Okay.
He ate it with his wounds.
Okay. Perfect. So you are going to grab 3 potions, a healer's kit, talk to the bartender, maybe even get a drink. You know, he actually gives you like a decent quality drink for free when he's apologizing to you. And you stick around to have the drink because it's nice to be away from Whent for a bit, but also you have responsibilities. You can't stay away for too long. Eventually, you know, maybe grab an apple or whatever it is inside of town, give it to your horsey, and then, you know, go riding back to where the party is. Wade, so Mikhail is going to come back or whatever. But at some point in time, you'll actually be able to, you know, hours later, go and check in on, what's his name? Whent. And Whent will actually say to you, I hired some guys to get a big guy with you over there. Kethrel's his name.
Yes.
I was a little surprised to see him with you.
Yes, he was escorted to the... It took a lot to get him back. Apparently, he was pretty bad off.
Yeah. So the guys that I hired to do that, they were hiring for a few jobs. One of
which was going to Wraithblade, north of Rid.
Yeah. The place north of Rid, yeah. And I was they, you know, hired them, they hired some, gave them the gold, whatever it is, go check the place out. And yeah. I'm actually surprised to see that other guy with you too. Dwayne?
He's not all here. Part of him, I think, is still at Wraithblade with the things he saw.
He shrugs and says, well, you know, what I heard was everyone died for the most part. There were 2 that made it out of there that I knew of. There was Niza and Ashun had made it out. But Niza, she didn't make it long after that. She ended up dying in Rid. Because of her wounds. There's a Oshun that came back to Hod Gwen, and I saw him. And anyways, yeah, he came back. He told us about some shit that he saw up there, gave his report or whatever, but he was all fucked up. Anyways, apparently there was some goblin up that way. Some little fuck. It was I don't know, acting weird. Anyways, Nyjah, she was able to stab him from behind with a spear, and Oshun choked him to death. Got him, and he actually brought the sword that the little goblin had with him. Brought it back with him. Anyways, the shit he told me was interesting, so I told Beltran, and Beltran was interested, so he kept talking to him or whatever. Anyways, I didn't see much of Oshun after that. I don't think I ever saw him again. Kind of figured either he died or, I don't know, whatever. But I definitely saw Beltran with that sword afterwards. I thought maybe he took it from him, paid him for it, whatever. Oshun gave it to him. And
The place you sent these people, have you heard of it? Are you aware that it's
rumors,
cursed?
whispers, but it's a bunch of bullshit, right? It's just like they say that the woods, people die in the woods, but there's like a town or some shit that lives in those woods. So it's definitely bullshit.
No. Unfortunately, it is not. I have seen enough to know that it's not bullshit. And Dwayne, for all of the demons he faces, is a man I trust. And when he saw 3 spirits wandering around you, and then one would enter you and your demeanor would change and you would ferally chew at a rope, or... I'm a relatively strong person. And there were times where you were bound, manacled, and threw me off like I was a house cat.
I work out.
You and I both know that wasn't what happened.
You don't know that he knows, but he knows that what you're saying rings more true than I
He's not
work
that
out.
strong compared to
Yeah,
Koa.
yeah. But he still doesn't. He doesn't know. No. But anyways, yeah, you're good.
You're
He goes,
strong. No one's that strong of their own volition.
well, anyways, it's just kind of like pushing through because it's like uncomfortable to think about what you're saying being true. So like, you're saying there's ghosts inside. Is pushing through that because freaks him out. He's like, anyways, Beltran, we kind of stepped up. There's different plans or whatever he had in place, and we just kind of like stepped things up from there. His plan was already to build up this, I don't know, private army. And
But what? Who's his enemy? Who does he need an army
well,
for?
I don't fucking know what the army's for. I mean, maybe somebody else does, but I was told to find a place to put them for when they got too big to stay in Hod Gwen. And so I started looking because he was looking to kind of expand or whatever, and that's why we were looking up north. Was hey, there's a place with walls and shit. Like it's not in Hod Gwen, so he doesn't have to listen to whatever their rules are because he can just take him out there, and it's not Hod Gwen, so he doesn't have to listen to Daddy telling them what to do. Doesn't have mommy chewing on his ear. Anyways.
Did he not get along with his parents very well?
He's looks like he has an opinion, then kind of like bites his tongue.
Now's a good time to share what you think.
I don't know. His dad seems, he's not his dad. His father seems all right. They get along well enough, if you will. His mother, I can't get a read. I don't know. Half the time she feels like she's doting of her, and half the time feels like he's always in some sort of a, doghouse. But they no matter what, they always give him what he wants anyways. He's always we've been friends since we were kids, and hey, I got all sorts of shit for it.
You, before we even got you here with the whole liquid thing, your eyes were very sunken in. You looked like hell. Some of the other guards have a similar look to them, and it's somewhat better today. I think this sword that Beltran has comes from a cursed place, and it may be cursed itself. And I think something is causing that to spread. And whether you believe in it or not, I'm telling you that Hot Gwyn doesn't have the valiant few as an enemy. It never did. But even if we were Hot Gwyn's enemy, something far, far worse is invading the city now. We need to find a way to get rid of that sword.
He shrugs. It's a sword. Use a hammer.
We have to get it first.
Yeah. I can't help you with that.
So is it the Martyr, Vroga, yourself? What's weighing on your conscience to the point where you're finally willing to actually speak with me?
He doesn't answer. Maybe he doesn't answer because he doesn't want to admit. Maybe he doesn't answer because he's just like, still hasn't decided. But he just doesn't answer.
Beltran's hurt a lot of people. I don't know if you ever met Tor or the Lashes. They were very
You
unpleasant.
say that, and he like looks away, like trying to hide like a pissed off or an angry face. Again, he's heard stories now.
Yeah.
Whether they be from around town or Beltran or what have you, he does not like the idea of it. But continue.
Whenever we fought our way through and stopped them, to his last breath, Tor wouldn't even fight to defend his own life. He held a blade up to a shackled prisoner's throat and slit it. The next shackled prisoner slit it. And he tried to work his way down the line. I managed to take him down with a shield in my arms, but not before he'd killed shackled slaves. I got a glimpse that day. He'll describe the person he saw fleeing like through the cavern, which he believes to be Beltran.
Yeah.
And he saw me. He got away. And then somehow got put in charge of the guard. We came into Hod Gwyn with the freed slaves, those that were left, and we were celebrated as heroes, but on the inside, I've never been able to shake the fact that there were 3 more I could have saved. That there were dozens more that should have been saved, that never should have been put in that place in the first place. And now our thanks for what we tried to do is becoming public enemies in Hod Gwyn. Seeing shopkeepers harassed and robbed and threatened. Seeing the guard not listen to our warning about the Knoll attacks and instead pulling in just to guard the wealthy and protect the counselors and Beltran and their interests. Seeing people like Jerebold hired to slander us, if they dare speak a word of truth, get a beating. Despite the fact some of this was at your hands. Beltran's and whoever else is complicit. I can't help but feel responsible as well. Beltran was 10, 20 feet away from me. Didn't know who he was at the time, but my strikes had been true if I'd been a little bit faster. The amount of suffering I could have prevented.
I don't know about that.
You think it goes further than him?
I think there's just different types of suffering.
You think Hot Gwen's in a better spot now than it was a year ago?
I'm not saying that shit, Koa.
I just want you to know that we are not the egotistical hero types who smell their own shit and smile. We suffer for what we've done. We feel.
He actually rolls his eyes as you say this. Like, as you're literally trying to sell yourself to him, he's like, ugh, there's the speech. You know?
We have our share of sins and failures too, is all I'm trying to say. And while we try to live it up a bit for the people and let them have something to celebrate, not the glamorous life that the songs sing about. It's a lot of pain, it's a lot of sleeping on the ground, and it's a lot of dealing with people like Beltran. Like you prior to the last few hours. And sometimes I can convince a bad person to change their mind. Sometimes a bad person has to lose their head because it's the heat of the moment and I have to swing and my swing must be true. I want Hot Gwen to be in a better spot. Whether it's me who helps or someone else. I'm not so full of myself to think I alone can make a difference. That's why I try to give you a chance when not everyone would. Because you have information, you have things that could help. And you still have a chance to decide where you want to be. And the fact that you've told me anything at all tells me that you've already made that choice. I don't know what happens next. We're not going to execute you. I won't let that happen.
Yara's sneaking up behind him. Like she did in the mountains before. Go ahead.
I'm no god, I'm no priest. You can confess your sins to me if you wish, but they are yours to bear. If you think of any other way, you might lighten them. By giving me anything I can act on.
Ain't much I can give you. I can
Word
tell
around
you
the
all
street
sorts
was you
of
were
shit about
Beltran's
the
lapdog.
family.
You know what he was doing. You know.
Sure. I mean, but what you act on? I mean, let's be realistic.
Does he
You're
keep
just
the
a
sword
guy
on when
with
he
a
sleeps?
sword.
Does he put it in the armory? Does he go anywhere? Does he sneak off to have an affair with someone? Is there a place we can find him and get this sword taken away?
I mean, if you're focused on the sword, he usually has it at its side, same as you always have yours, and Mikhail always
Where
has
does he
his.
spend his time? Where is he vulnerable?
Where is he vulnerable? He spends his time at home or wherever he wants to. He's not vulnerable anywhere. He has guards around him at all points in time.
You're telling me what you told me for a reason. What have we got to take on an army? 3 of us barely took on what we did before. So,
Oh, you're working with 3 of you. Looks like you're, swimming up the, river right now, aren't you?
don't think we're so foolish as to not have any plan at all, but we were never a city or an empire. We were just a few people who wanted to do some good. And that led us to one thing, then another, and ultimately here.
You want my
I'm telling
opinion on the
you-
matter? You want Beltran to be done? He's a child. He's a petulant child. He has interests until they're not his interests anymore, and then he has different interests. Do you know how he became a captain of the guard? Want to know? You want to know how he became captain of the guard? His parents had been trying to put it. His mother never talks around us, but his father, he talks all the time around us. He's for years telling Beltran to stop with his stupid side projects and all those other little stupid interests that he has, so we can finally give him a name worth walking around proudly with. And literally for years, Beltran just kind of did his own little side things, whatever it was in Hod Gwen, if it was somewhere outside, maybe in Meshtez or some shit. He always had something working on, right? And then he had this side thing with this tour or whatever the fuck it is that you were telling me about. I don't know any shit about that. Well, I don't think I know any shit about it that you haven't already said, because you knew about it before I did. Anyways, after that shit ended and he seemed to be down on his, I don't know, puppy, moping because he didn't have a direction anymore. So his dad swooped in and was like, "Are you done being a child? Are you ready to have real responsibility?" And since he just lost his little side project, he was like, "Yeah." And so there was a vote cast in the council, and he was made the new captain of the guard. Literally because he had nothing else to do. Literally because he was bored, they made him captain of the guard. And now he's doing all this shit, which, whatever. And you want him to stop being captain of the guard? Let him be bored. He'll stop. He'll do something else that's exciting.
Like lead a military over to pillage Estrad?
Hey, listen, I don't understand that shit. I knew he was building up the group. I knew he was had swung by Estrad with one or two of the others. I wasn't a part of that. I spend most of my time with the guard. I actually helped to run the guard with that cunt. What's his name? Actually, forget his name IRL.
Orvain?
Orvain. Ugh. It's the two of us have to do all the work while he's out of the way.
And what work you've done?
Listen, he gives orders. I follow through. You know well enough at this point. That's like not the full stretch. The worst things were probably done by Beltran, right? But like the day-to-day running routine is probably run by Whent, who is not a good dude. And while it may have super ramped up recently because of this curse or whatever it is, no, your line makes sense. His excuse is hollow. There may be layers of this isn't quite his fault, but let's not take away the blame,
You might have been a shitty god, but you are a master of rationalization. I wonder how much of your own bullshit you believe.
Yeah, makes a very like one of those like Whent will remember this kind of expressions of not very happy with your dig at him.
Well, if you think of anything else we'll be around.
Anything else I know? All sorts of shit. I know his family. I know all sorts of shit, but that doesn't matter. I'm not going to tell you that.
Why that? What do you have to lose?
What do I have to lose? We're talking about some of the most powerful people in the entire region. I'm not about to go around and talk about, I don't know, what color knickers his mother wears. Like that's what is wrong with you?
You fear his family more than you fear the gods themselves.
That is a religious take right there. I actually take that as an intimidation. I can't see the result.
The 19. Do you guys think I should go for the 20 on him, or do you think a 19 is good enough?
I think a 19's good.
19 good, Jake? That's what the thumbnail.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I'm debating. I know you both are saying that. He's not exactly helpful, right?
Well, it's intimidate, not diplomacy.
But intimidate also works in a different. You know how the rules work.
Oh, you're using it in that context. I see.
Yeah, of course.
If it's
literally-
important to you, then do it.
Yeah,
Right.
agreed.
I think if he has any intel, it saves us some of the downtime we got kind of robbed of getting to do.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Mm-hmm. If you think that's the case, then use the +3 analog. When you
plus
get it to a
threes are gone.
25.
They're both great.
Take the 20.
Oh, then.
So we only used 1 + 3.
You used one
Yeah,
on
we
him,
still have
and,
one.
and then you guys used another one earlier for
No, it was mentioned. We didn't use the second one though.
it was mentioned multiple times, but somebody had used it earlier. Trying to remember.
Yeah, we used one, right?
Like I know you for a fact
thought-
used one on Whent, but I'm pretty sure you used another one earlier on fuck, it escaped me what it is right now. But in the RP, I don't want to lose where I am at the moment. So where we are in the moment, it is
We
so
already
you
rolled
say
black
where the
anyway.
gods are. So you fear them
I
more than you
said-
fear the gods.
Yeah.
He goes, he just gives pause for a second. He's like, well, it's not that. It's just you don't fucking talk about somebody's family. Like, yeah, obviously, but
You do if they're evil.
fuck you, evil. What do you mean evil? They're counselors. Of course they're evil. What counselor isn't evil?
There's a difference. Again, I point you to what you all have
What are
been
you
doing in
asking me,
Hogwen.
Koa? What do you want me to tell you? Well,
I
how
want to
to
know
eat
if
their
Daelric's
bread in the
problem
morning?
or if it's his family. Do we have to get rid of the counselors too? Do they all need to be stopped? Do they all need to be arrested? What do we need to do to clean up Hogwen?
I don't know about the other counselors. I don't spend fucking time with the other counselors. I spent time around his family as a child. I grew up there, but I'm not exactly close to them. His father talks around me because, he's known me forever. He's a bit more comfortable. His mother's never really said too much around me. I know shit about the family, but that's their family shit. And you asking for it talks about what kind of fucking hero you are. But yeah, I guess if you need to know about their family, I'll tell you so you can go around and stir in dirt.
Were they complicit in him running a slave ring?
I don't fucking know about the slave ring. I already told you this shit. I found out about it after you found out about it. Truly, honestly.
But you still found out about it and stood by his side.
No, it was already over at that point. What was I going to do?
Apparently what you always do. Let it happen.
Fuck you.
We're not asking you to go to war against Hogwen. Apparently that's our lot in life. We're asking you for information. Because after all you've done, it's the least you could do. If I ask you about his mother's underwear or his sister or anything else, what you should be saying is, you know what, Koa? You have been kind to me. You did remove a bunch of fucking spirits from me, and you have not killed me. And you know what? It's been pleasant conversation. You've made some good points. I've been thinking things through, Koa, and I think
Fucking
I've
kind
been
to
sharing
me.
some
He says, literally
observations with
rattling
you.
the manacles that are still on him. Yeah, kind to me. I'm literally still writhing in pain right now. So kind to me. Everything's been wonderful. Thanks for the well-cooked steak. You know who's been kind to me? The Greyerises. For over 30 years. That's who's been kind to me.
Your loyalty is noted. But if they're terrible people, then it doesn't matter if they've been kind to you. They have a responsibility to the people of Hogwen, and they have failed. As have you. What I'm asking you to do is clean up their fucking mess.
Take that up with the captain of the guard. There ain't shit that I can do about it. I don't know what they do. I don't sit in on council meetings. I don't read those kind of documents. I don't get my hands on that shit. You think they leave that lying around? You think I go take a shit in their outhouse and there's just like a booklet sitting there of all their wiles and whims? No, I don't take part in that shit.
You've known them since you were a child. You must know something. I'm asking you to share what you know. For fuck's sake, it's not that complicated.
Of course he's like a worm, like struggling on a hook here because he doesn't want to say anything to give anything away. He goes, well, I don't know shit about any of the decisions that they make, but you know who does? And he's like realizing that he maybe said something a little bit too far, and so he like immediately pulls back because his emotion got the most of him there.
You keep hinting it. It's like you want to tell me, but you keep fighting yourself because you think you're supposed to
Fucking
be loyal to
Navarra,
terrible
okay?
people.
His sister. She keeps track of everything. And I mean fucking everything. She always has. Her whole fucking life, she writes down everything. She could probably tell you how many times I fucking picked my nose when I was 6. Okay? She knows everything. She always keeps track of it all. Good luck getting to her.
Well, that's our problem to solve, but that's good to know. Thank you.
Fuck you.
His dad knows about his side projects. You've said as much.
I don't
You
know
think
if
he
his
knew
dad
everything?
knew about the side project. Knew that he came in and told his son to grow up around the same time that the side project was over. I don't know if that means he knew about it or if that was just a coincidence. Again, I didn't fully understand the details at the time myself when that took place. I don't know.
Well, it's a start. It's more than I thought we'd get out of you whenever you bit the hell out of my arms and legs and tore through multiple pieces of rope.
Porter's teeth are probably fucked up.
I am sorry that we're forced to keep you in manacles and rope, but you've proven to need it over the last few days. We'll figure out something to do now that we think we've gotten the curse out of you. But I have to wait for Mikhail to return, and we'll see from there.
Yeah.
You're doing nothing other than helping yourself and the people who need it by sharing information. So if you do keep thinking, which I encourage you to do, let me know if you see the light any further. May the gods help you get there.
Yeah, I'm going to see the light glinting off the fucking steel of the Greyrus's executioner.
We both know you can't go back to Hod Gwen. Not now. Not until Beltran's dealt with. If you're in danger of the Greyrus's, we all will be.
I don't know if he has anything else to add at this point. If you want, if you're done with that, we can jump cut to him. Mikhail comes back later on.
Yeah.
You know, happy he got a deal on potions and a med kit.
While we're waiting on Mikhail, we don't have to RP this out. Koa would share that information with Aldo, Dwayne, and Kethrel, because what he said about Niza and Ashun, or whatever the hell their names were, and the fact that he didn't name the others, he just said those two came back.
Yeah, so that's
We'll
probably
see
dead.
if that means, and the one died in Rid, so he'll tell them that information.
So Kethrel doesn't know who Niza is, because she was the Perrin that was not known. Dwayne knew who she was, and Ashun was the both one of the people that attacked Kethrel as well as traveled there beforehand. And so the idea that those two survived, but then one died in Rid, and then Ashun apparently killed the goblin and took the sword with him back to, Beltran. That's like obviously news to them, and it's like, oh, Rukaz, so on and so forth. And
Aldo, I'd be telling you too, so I don't know if you have any input, Jake, but
The only thing I want to know is, and I might have missed it, is why did they jump Cthulhu in the first place?
yeah,
we don't know that.
You did not get that answer. So the theory could just be maybe that is the way that Whent does things. Maybe Whent told them to do something and they took it that far. That answer you never got.
Mm.
We can ask him. I'm just letting him stew for a bit while I'm updating you all on what I've got so far.
Cool.
I don't have any other questions then apart from that.
Then we can have Mikhail show up. Unless you have a question for me, I have to go pee real quick. So I'll gladly answer something before I run up.
No, we good. Is
Okay.
Mikhail going to show up okay? Can we RP while you're gone or something?
Yep. Mikhail can come in whenever you guys are ready.
Yep.
Cool. I'll go pee. I'll be right back.
Oh.
Heartburn, got to drink his coffee,
Oh,
got to take his
Jesus.
pee-pee.
Yep,
Someone redeemed
apparently.
something, right? Yeah, probably. Mikhail, welcome back.
He gets back. Yeah. You already talked to him?
Yes, I got some information from him by talking to him. And he'll share what he
Excuse me.
got.
That's interesting. I mean, some of that's a little surprising, I guess.
Well, he thinks the sister's worth talking to, which means we may need to act on some of that intel you got, which I know it wasn't much, but we may need to act on it just the same.
I mean, yeah, that's something, I guess. I don't know.
I think we try to get in with or bribe one of the guard, the caravan, the person who, carriage driver, whatever the hell they're called.
Yeah.
Get in with
Did
them, try
he-
to figure something out.
Did he have any idea how a person would be able to talk to Navor Gravis?
He's very protective over the Greyer's family. He wasn't willing to divulge much yet. I'm hoping with time, perhaps they'll open up more, but in the meantime, I had to pull teeth even to get the thing about his sister out of him. I know Beltran's
Time.
father knew about side projects and told Beltran to grow up. Whether he knew the extent of them, I also don't know.
Right. Said he didn't say. And maybe he really doesn't know. I mean, he's just overall one dude.
He said he grew up with Beltran a bit or whatever. He knew his parents since he was a kid, so I think he maybe knows more than he even thinks he does, but he has loyalty there that's going to be hard to crack. He's coming around a
That
bit.
could take a long time, though.
Well,
Growing up with
perhaps-
someone, childhood friends.
I don't disagree. But I think we have to take him somewhere else and keep him there and away from Hot Gwen. He can't go back.
Where to take him?
The only place we can.
I mean, the crack. Yeah. He doesn't have ghosts coming out of him now, so I guess it's better.
Well, he's going to be there until there's a resolution, so I'll
Yep.
get her all away. Like I
It's
said,
more than he deserves in some ways. I think we all agree on that, but
Did he give you any
also-
indication that he's not as deserving as he seems?
I don't think he's going to flip and join our side, but I think he is a Derian through and through. I think once he found out about the lashes, either he was already possessed or he was in too deep and felt trapped. I'm not saying he's a good person, but I don't think he was prepared for the extremes that Beltran has gone to.
no, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, and it's not up to me to judge him, but I don't think we should ever execute. I think we take him, keep him locked up until things blow over in Hot Gwen, and then whoever's fit to judge him at that point should.
Right. Okay.
On the bright side, Aldo, it means we have a bit more to do in Hot Gwen. As you had concerns over, the sword does appear to be there. We have to find a way to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll go to the crack, spend a little bit of time there, and then back to Hod Gwen, focusing on the sword.
You have any
Sword and-
NPCs around you at the moment or no?
No, it's just us three.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
All right.
I think it's safe to share this with the others, including Leon and such at this point.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they know some amount of all the curse stuff that we've been dealing with anyway.
I told Leon a lot more about the curses the last time I was there.
When
Why?
you say a lot, you mean what?
What did I mention to him, Scott? Was it I finally told him about the Elder?
Yeah.
Specifically, I told him about the Elder.
Okay.
Why?
So he knows everything now then.
Because I can't remember the conversation at this point, but it was important for the conversation we were having to understand. I, Wade, don't remember at this point why I told him about the Elder. Does anyone remember why I told him about the Elder? Venny. Was it the Venny stuff?
Yeah, I think it was the Vinny
Oh.
stuff. That sounds right.
Because of Marta, because of Venny, because of your vision, because of my prayer, because of what the Elder had said about her.
Well,
I thought Leon could help with that.
Same way he handles everything. He sat back, unfurled an eyebrow like he does, and thought about it. And gave me some thoughts, but nothing concrete. Obviously, it's beyond him as well. But it's something that if perhaps he overhears something else, it can be helpful to us in the future. But he's put a lot on the line for us at this point, and I felt like it was the final piece of trust, and it was needed.
I don't think what Leon's doing for us really has anything to do with that, if I'm being blunt.
I don't know, Aldo. It all feels like it's tied up together. Odgwyn is the biggest city in Adir, and apparently it has the worst corruption and leadership and stuff in it. We've seen where Beltran's going, and now with the sword and the ghosts and everything else, it could all be tied together.
It is starting to seem that way.
I still
Okay.
don't agree with sharing that information with people. Especially, like, look,
It was Leon, and he was alone with me. There was no one else.
yeah, I mean, moving forward, right? I don't think people should really know.
We've been cautious, and I have been cautious. Like, Elliot knows. Ashanti, Guinevere, and Leon.
I think that's
I
it.
think that's about it. I don't even think Dwayne knows, and he's been to two of them himself.
They haven't chattered to a bunch of other people about it or anything that you know of, right?
No, and if they did, everyone would think they were crazy. Like we thought we were crazy the first time we tried to tell anyone. Not
Imagine how
exactly a
people
very
will
commonplace
react.
thing to say. Oh yeah, by the way, we broke into some old abandoned place and talked to a ghost.
Hey, look, people have believed much crazier things from much less reliable sources.
I don't disagree, but Leon is a man that seems reasonable and calculated, and again, I think he's a person we
Or-
can trust. I made a judgment call, and again, you weren't there to consult. If I could have consulted you, I
No, no,
would,
no,
but
no, no. That's fine, Koa. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, was it made clear that they shouldn't share this information?
I don't think I said those things explicitly to Leon, but I think he understood that we'd withheld it for so long that it was, in fact, a pretty closely kept secret. I told him
Okay,
that we hadn't
good.
told him for a while for a reason.
Okay, when we get there, I'll just make sure to reinforce that just to be safe.
I would have told you all sooner, but everything's been so... It slipped my mind. Not intentionally.
He just kind of shrugs. Well, at this point, I don't know. I feel like you should just get a move on. You know? Not much else to do here. Not for now.
I don't disagree.
Quicker we can drop Win off on somebody else, the better, in my opinion.
I also don't disagree on that. We may need to talk our tactics moving forward. I felt we were completely at odds questioning him to begin with. You all jumped to brutality relatively quickly.
That was brutality?
Yes. Maybe a lesser form of it, but yes.
Koa, come on.
It was straight to torture.
Torture. I touched his wound. The wound that I was the one treating. Okay?
I understand
You think if I was
that.
going to do some permanent damage and compromise everything that I would have done it? No. But we needed to know that if pressed, whether or not he was going to suddenly go feral again.
The last time when he was pressed, I simply had to pick him up and walk him 5 feet. It didn't take much. Believe you
Oh.
me, I'm the one who spent 3 days traveling with him.
Yes, but you don't have medical training. You know how much worse picking him up and moving him would have been?
No, but we didn't discuss it. It just went straight there, and that's what I mean. We were out of sorts. And
Well, sometimes you just gotta trust my judgment. Look, I
between
leaned
the
into it
web
a
and
little.
Whent, I'm just a bit concerned that things are escalating to where we're all a bit frustrated and maybe we're willing to take things a step further right away because we want to cut some corners, and I just want to make sure that we're not there.
Koa, look, I disagree with you on calling this whole thing brutality, all right? And when it came to the web, you were the one stepping on my toes, okay?
During the conversation, but prior, the idea was betray them, lie to them, execute them. I don't know what the fuck it was. Give them our word and then knock them out and lock them up. It's all been
There
straight to
were
violence.
ideas thrown around, but it didn't happen, okay? And
I
that
think it didn't happen
wasn't
because I was
after
there.
a conversation. Because you exist. You didn't have to be there. It's because we know you.
Perhaps it's time you two learn yourselves. Are we alike or are we not?
You're not always right.
No, I'm not.
But you
But
think
I'm
you
willing
are.
to work my way towards something rather than start there. I do think that that's not just untrue, and that's a fair critique. But I don't want to become what we're trying to stop. That's all.
Yeah, I
Mikhail
don't
didn't stick
think
a
any
blade
of
in the
us
guy
do.
and twist it around. Like,
No, but he also didn't just
I
simply
find
mention the martyr
sympathy
like
for
I
them
did.
hard. I don't.
You don't think I do?
I don't think you do. No, I don't think it's hard for you at all.
I do not sympathize with Whent, but we need information. And perhaps, as I found out, simply guilting him and bringing up the fact that he's been more loyal to the Grey Heiresses than the gods, that got me somewhere.
Sure, which is fine. But would you have been able to trust that if we weren't certain that he was no longer possessed? Even Dwayne said, just because he couldn't see them didn't mean they weren't there.
I don't know. His possession didn't exactly seem like a liar. It seemed like a feral beast.
Uh-huh. And we wanted, or I wanted to provoke that.
I'm just saying we need to be aligned a bit moving forward.
How would you suggest we do that?
I feel
I don't know.
when you say that though, it's we need to be more in line with you. I
Perhaps
feel
you
like
do
that's
then.
what you're saying.
Yes. Maybe it is.
Okay, so we're getting the truth into the truth of the matter.
I don't know anymore, but I feel like yes. I feel like threatening him with a ladle and poking a wound was a bit rough of a place to start.
Yeah, well, it feels like you don't trust our judgment.
I don't know if I fully do. I feel as though a couple of times now, you two have had plans behind my back to do things a certain way or do things a certain way that perhaps you don't align with me. And if that's the case, we need to figure this out. I want to know that you two can trust me and that I can trust you two. Not that we're going to go into a situation with two different plans where I think we're on one page and you two are on a completely different one.
I don't align with you, Koa. I don't completely align with you at all. I control myself, and do it a lot of the time so we don't have an issue. I get you want to be the hero, you know, the good guy that everybody looks up to, but that's not how things work. The fact of the matter that you got anything out of Went at all, I'm surprised. Generally, when you're dealing with like scumbags, like really bad people, right? They don't care. Like think back to Tor. Like, if you got him, are you gonna talk him into like some type of confession? You're not. Not everybody is like that.
We never had a chance with Tor, but I do believe Tor is the closest thing to pure evil I've encountered. Maybe Beltran will surpass him, but I don't know yet. What I do know is that Went was possessed by some kind of ghosts that none of us but Dwayne could see, but I definitely saw the change.
But Went's been known to be a scumbag for a long time.
And he was still able to be convinced with words because we gave it a shot. I'm not saying if I tried it my way and it didn't work, we didn't have to escalate to something else, despite the fact I wouldn't want to. I'm just saying maybe we don't start there.
Maybe we don't, but this time we did. That was the conclusion I came to. And, Koa, were I presented with the same situation again, I would do the same.
And I would still disagree and bring us to this point. Because what
You're
you got
telling
was
me
spit
what
on your
not to
boot.
do. But how would you have suggested we go about making sure he wasn't possessed still? It's the same question you
Time,
always ask Aldo.
observation. I mean, how long did Dwayne see none around? For a few minutes here, there. We never asked. We never pushed. We don't see him. That was it.
Okay. No, fine. Yeah, we're not aligned, Koa. I don't see that as brutality. I don't see myself as on the path to being equal to a man whose first reaction to learning the evils he did was to justify them. I have worked so very hard to justify my good actions when they are not the smart thing to do. That I won't excuse. And I will not accept being called equivalent for a poke.
Equivalent, no, but more online with? I don't know. I'm not the wordsmith you are. You know what my point is, even if I'm poor at construing it.
I know
I
what your
can hear the
point
point
is,
you're
and I
making, Old.
disagree with it. It's
Yeah.
just, it's too much. If I could see it if I had done something more extreme. If I had really hurt him, it's pain he was already going to be in. Okay. If it was a matter of alleviating pain, then we should have untied him. We should have been treating his wounds this whole time. We probably should have never poured boiling soup all over him. You know? Because the alternative is maybe he flipped out at a less opportune time and we would have had to hurt him a lot worse.
Based on what we were seeing, these specters were sucking the life out of him. And who knows how long they'd been there. I think they're sucking the life out of more. We have very few people we can consult with this sort of thing. Yara had an option. Now, do I love the option? No, but there was no option B. I'm willing to compromise when there are no other options, but when there are, shouldn't we try to take the higher moral ground?
I don't think this was such a low moral ground. I think you're more bothered by the fact that it doesn't bother me than the fact that I did it.
I'm tired, I'm stressed, I'm pissed, just as we all are. I'm bothered in general. Perhaps I am overreacting, but perhaps you're underreacting? I don't know. Should you
Can't
be
help
bothered
that.
by it? You poked a man's wound.
Yeah, I have to do that a lot whenever I'm inspecting them. Look, I don't know. I don't feel like this is getting anywhere, but I don't appreciate being likened to a man like Whent. Whether he was possessed or not, fuck him.
It was an extreme comparison, and for that I'm sorry, but you have to understand that it's hard not taking the easy path. It's not easy to me like I make it seem. There are times where I want to give in, but I'm trying really hard to be better than my inclinations. And I don't feel that I am strong enough to do that on my own with... I want us to be aligned the best we can be. And perhaps I'm trying to pull you all up to some place you don't want to go, but I truly believe both of you are better than you give yourselves credit for. Not that you've ever called yourself bad, Mikhail. Aldo, I see how every person you've hurt and killed haunts you. I think you talk tough, but I don't think you want to be that. I know I'm insufferable, self-righteous, other words that are negative.
Don't start self-depreciation. That's
It's
not what
fair
we're
criticism.
after.
I know
That
it's not,
isn't
but it's
criticism. You're just saying, "Oh, I'm these bad things." That's
fair.
not what anyone's
I am
trying to say.
insufferable. Sometimes I speak and I'm like, ugh, disgusting. What are you saying?
But we suffer you, so that's not true. That's not even the point of this conversation. I You see your own effort. You feel it, right? But
I have more
you
blood
seem
on
to be
my hands than
blind to
both of you
ours.
combined, and I have to live with that, and it's very difficult.
Oh, Koa, the blood mostly is in the heat of battle. You didn't have a choice, and I think deep down you know that. Maybe you don't want to accept it because it feels wrong, but how many times have you taken a life in anger? One?
Every
And you
rage.
still regret it?
Many times we get into fights, and the adrenaline pumps through my veins. I hold my blade, and I see nothing but red in front of me. In those moments, I don't hesitate, I strike. And then it's almost like I black out and I come to and see carnage all around me.
Yeah.
And then I'm forced to feel the results of what I've done. And then I see the faces. Then I remember the throats being slit, the heads being lobbed. I see an old man being shoved against the wall who miraculously dies of natural causes the next day. I see Samir never getting a chance to surrender.
All right. I won't belittle that. I still see it as that's a trigger you pull when the blade's out of the sheath already. The decision's been made. Look, I'm just saying we get that this isn't an easy path you're trying to walk. That's part of the pushback. But you're, I think, sometimes willfully blind to the effort it takes for others to do the same. And sometimes those steps don't always look like yours.
I understand what you're saying, and I know we can't always do things my way. But I will always bitch and moan about it.
Oh, fuck's sake. All right, well, let's get on the road then. He kind of chuckles. Oh, I got a deal on some healing potions, too. I got a healer's kit and then the 3 healing potions for...
That motherfucker gave you a deal.
Well, I did have to point out that his healing kit was a little bit bullshit. But it kind of worked out.
15 gold.
Yeah, I spent 17.
What kind of deal was it?
3 healing potions and a healer's kit, but I got a discount on the healer's kit. 3
That is
gold
more
off.
than I got.
Yeah. It was okay. I was only going to buy 2, but you upsold me. These better work. That's all I've got to say.
I wish it was just curses we were dealing with. I can kill 1,000 little tree people and not feel bad. Maybe that says something about me too. I don't know, but where you two thrive in Hot Gwyn, I feel quite useless. Maybe that's another reason I'm more eager to go to Wraithblade.
Yeah. It also, I mean, the whole curse of the land still seems like a much bigger problem. Beltran's just made one we can't ignore. Which, you know, that tally goes on, or that mark goes on his tally. Just counting those up.
Right.
Is
I
it
truly
bad that
don't
I
believe
hope
you
he's
were
just...
all nearly on the same level as Whent. I just want to be clear on that.
I didn't think you believed that. That's why we're calling you on your bullshit.
It was an exaggeration meant to prove a point, but it was poorly done.
I just kind of hope Beltran's unredeemable. I just want to take out some, like, evil bastard for once. Not have to do all this, like...
Well, according
He
to Whent,
stops.
he got the sword after we stopped the lashes, so he was at least evil enough to do that before he got cursed. Unless we find out there's 3 other curses hitting him.
No, don't speak that to the world, please.
Does anybody want to drop a
No.
All right, let's get him loaded up and let's go to the crack.
All right. Mikhail kicks his wound again. I'm kidding. Yeah, load went up. I guess this means we're taking Kethrel to the crack, huh?
It appears so.
Taking Kethrel to the crack. You want to test Yara's theory?
She might.
She couldn't get on Koa's rock hard abs, so she got on Kethrel's rock hard.
Fun. Okay.
Can you imagine him during sex? He'd be like, "Oh, this is nice. I was close. Shit. Didn't pull out in time."
When
Fucking
you do it,
slowest
it makes
pillow
it,
talk ever.
when you do it, it makes it sound like an Elcor. Uh-huh.
What do you think the fuck it sounds like? That's what you do.
That's exactly the impression you seem to be doing.
Honest disappointment.
That is 8 times speed.
Uh-huh. Anyways.
Mild shame.
This place, by the way, is not called Jerdis Crack. It's called The Crack. Right, Jake?
Oh. Anyways.
All right, we go.
Cool. I want to be clear on what we're doing here because there are 6 NPCs and a villain. Sorry, there are 3 PCs, 3 NPCs, and a villain. Are all 7 of you going to the crack?
Yeah, I guess so, unless anyone's
Yeah.
want to head to Hod Gwyn.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are staying in Westwood or pivoting.
Before we pick up and move Fluffernutter, are we altering his situation at all? He's insanely bound and cuffed and all that stuff. His wounds have been treated once, but are we like switching bandages? Are we like altering this at all, or are we informing him what's going on? Like, not that you have to.
We can switch
Now that
into
he
more
doesn't
normal
have the-
bindings, I guess, like more normal
Yeah.
transportation bindings. And
It's
I
gonna
do
be
wanna ask-
blindfolded.
Just the
too.
manacles.
Yeah, we
and
went
then, the
blindfold.
blindfold.
I
we,
do
like,
want to
probably
ask
take
him
the rope
Aldo's
off.
question about why the attack on Kethrel.
So you can double manacle or at least bind his feet. He'll get around his ankles as well as his hands. That way, it's not like he's going like, run away,
Mhm.
So that's not an issue. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry. Go ahead. So as you're doing the roll a heal check for me. You don't have to use your kit, obviously. Roll a heal check for me. And Wade, you go ahead and bring that to RP.
So why did you attack Kethrel? Or have your men attack Kethrel? Ashra and the others.
Ah! Oh, you ever do this before? Shit.
Yeah,
No, we've
stop
never tried to
fucking
expel
wiggling.
ghosts from someone before. And Mikhail's doing the best he can given the circumstance.
I keep telling you to stop moving.
He's fuck. It's hard to stop. Spine hurts. Ass hurts. Ugh.
It'd be worse.
Looks back to Koa. He's like what's his name? Beldrin told me to take care of him.
Why?
Because what he was looking into, he didn't want word getting around so easy. So he told me to take care of him, keep it quiet, so on. So I hired a crew of people to solve the problem, and they actually asked me, what do I want them to do? And I said, make sure he doesn't talk. And you can tell like he's intentionally being vague. Like more or less you can tell what he's saying is probably the truth, like to the letter of the truth. But like he's also intentionally being like, he told him make sure he doesn't talk, but like left it vague for their interpretation. As I guess you can call it plausible deniability, but he probably never assumed he was going to be held accountable for anything anyways. So calling it plausible deniability is almost like an overstep. You know what I mean? It was one of those like, he's kind of like for his own conscience, like make sure he doesn't talk about it, make sure he doesn't talk again, that kind of a thing. And so that was their approach to the problem, and he probably would have been fine with it either way. So it's again, not trying to paint a picture of innocence here, but he didn't explicitly tell them to try to kill him.
I certainly hope you're better at redemption than you are at being evil. Because you do fail a lot.
Like, you know what? Shit! He says as you like literally as he turns so hard, you like jab a finger into a spot, and obviously it's not Mikhail's fault, but
Mikhail told you not to move.
He goes, dude, are you stupid? What are you doing? Be still.
Clearly, he's not happy with all the insults and everything always happens. But there's nothing he could do. So
Aldo comes over and he says, "Hey, Whent. One thing you probably can help me with is where did you take the counselor's family?
Yeah.
The counselor's family. Where are they?"
Oh, Rashid's family.
he actually kind of like goes a little bit like white when you say that, and he's like,
See, this is the kind of stuff I said you could help us with earlier. And you were
well,
like,
you
I don't
didn't
know
ask about
anything.
that. I don't
I left it open-ended for you to try to have that little line of redemption. Remember we were working on it?
Okay. I don't completely know that. Let me explain.
You have to nod with your whole body. Be still.
Yeah, he's stay there, but he keeps squirming because he's literally in pain from having bound and everything for days. Anyway, so he's like, let me explain. It was shit. What are they called? Crimson Shroud. Oh, let me go to my Hodgwen page. HAU.
Oh, that one that Snaga wants to see.
Who?
I tried.
Yeah. So he goes, I was told that they needed to disappear. And so that's not really a thing that you take care of directly, right? Like those kind of jobs can be handled by the Crimson Shroud. So I just gave them the gold and told them to set it up. And to let them know that nobody will be bothering them with or doing their jobs that day. And so they took care of it. They hired somebody, pick them up, and bring them wherever. My job was get it done. I paid the Shroud to do it. He isn't realizing that it's not an uncommon thing for Whents to literally do nothing. He often has other people do it for. Like one of the most he did it himself things that you've realized so far, there are two. One, he grabbed Mikhail's leg. He got kicked in the face. Two, he stomped out Geribald and got bashed in the face and chained up and burned. So I mean, like, every action you've asked him about so far has been, he was told the job, he made somebody else get the job done.
So, you put it on somebody else to take innocent people, chain them up, and ship them off. What does that remind me of?
He at first twists his head to say something to you, but obviously Mikhail, who just like gives him a fucking look, as he does it, he stops the twist and doesn't say anything. Instead, he actually looks down because it's like a half second you need for like self-reflection. Most people can self-reflect immediately. He needs that extra half second. He's a little slow. He actually ends up looking down in a way, doesn't respond. Mikhail goes back to jabbing him incorrectly.
Door is open if there's anything else you're conveniently not telling us that is very obviously on this line of event.
You're thinking I remember all this shit. There's a lot of things that get done.
Take a few moments to reflect.
All right. Who told you we were coming back from Leshev?
He goes, oh, I got a message about that one. From the, oh, you guys probably don't know about that. Well, this guy moved in, in the region not too long ago. I don't know how long ago. Anyways, some bird trainer or some shit. His name's Joey. He came with a whole bunch of different like really trained birds, like some squab or whatever it's called, and some like falcons and all sorts of different birds. And yeah, he one thing led to another, and Beltran hired him to pass messages around.
Yeah, but who told you we left?
Joey did.
Who told
think-
Joey?
Yeah, did Joey report it himself, or did someone report to him?
Oh, you mean who gave the Oh, yeah, sorry. Hold on, give me 1 second. He says somebody's name. The name you don't. Hold on. I'm trying to remember if you would know the name. I need Jake to roll me an intelligence check.
If it's the lamb guy, I know that guy's name.
Uh-huh.
An intelligence check?
Uh-huh. Can't see it. Hold on. 5. Oof. He says a name, but unfortunately it doesn't ring a bell. Like, it's one of those, like, Aldo's like, I think I heard that name before, but I don't know who that is.
We get the name?
I don't even know if I actually said the name in game before, because it was a NPC X,
Mm.
I mean, in the meta, I know who it is, but in game, and your characters are distracted at the time, so.
Oh, don't tell me it's that guy on the bridge. That guy. The bridge guy.
I couldn't even poker face. Oh, I couldn't even poker face.
That's what I was thinking of too. Yeah.
That's who we first thought of, because they were the one group we talked to before we left.
There's a guy that, like,
Or-
you were like, I think I remember drinking with this guy.
Yeah, that's right.
I wrote a very vague note, which I usually have to do with Scott's information, so that we can get the actual thing later. Anytime it involves a person's name, Scott's like, I didn't fucking name that person. Chat, name them. Their name is Schmigaboo Dog Doggins.
So Schmigaboo Dog Doggins apparently drank with Aldo. It's not real. Either way, I you can look for Schmigaboo next time you go to Dathomir, but unfortunately, maybe he won't even be there.
It was the guy who wanted a concert. We didn't give him a concert, and he's like, they'll pay with their lives.
Those prima donna bastards. Can't even stop on your way out of town to perform a full concert for your fans.
You will rue the day, or my name isn't Schmigaboo Dog Doggins.
Darabald was right about you.
Gerald was right about you. Wow.
He and I spoke over a nice lamb meal prepared by Tim the Lamb Guy.
The fuck is the world coming to?
Can you do that voice more? That is the best voice I've heard in this campaign.
I don't know which one of us you're referring to.
Geeking on that one.
Yeah, I'll try to find ways to slip that one in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember
It's probably different because my throat is sore too, but oh, people are actually naming people. Okay. Perez. Nah. Shigaboo Dog Doggins.
Whenever we captured you and stopped you from torturing Gerald, member of the Silver Web was just around the corner. What's the guard's relationship or Beltran's relationship with them?
Oh yeah, that's I'm the one that handled that shit. Yeah. Stay out of our way, stay out of your way. Do what we tell you to, and we need you to do it. We don't beat the shit out of your people or nab them as needed. Typical, extension of the town guard. I'm sure it was going on in Hogben long before we took over.
That's the way to rationalize some more.
The fuck? I'm not exactly going to give you any fucking shit if every time I give you an answer, you give me shit. Fuck you.
Ended with the rationalization of, I'm sure the god was working with criminals before.
Well, ending this
Come on.
conversation, but go fuck yourself. Yeah, I'm going to do the bandage, he says, pulling away as you like jab him again. He's like trying to tuck it
manacled,
poorly.
isn't he? How is he doing that?
When you manacle, it's like chains, right? So
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
you rolled a 9, so yeah. Easy 10.
That's not with the +2 from what's his face?
Yeah,
Dwayne's
Dwayne was now.
once a day thing. Yeah. Well, no, his healer's kit thing would have given him +2.
Yeah, he
I
wasn't
didn't-
giving anything for Whent.
Fair.
It was one thing to save his life, it's another thing to make him comfortable.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't care that much either. So yeah, Mikhail, like while he's fumbling with trying to do his own bandages, he'll be like, I was focused on something else. Did he tell us about Rashid's family?
Yeah, the Crimson Shroud apparently was hired to take care of them. In a very
Wow.
vague and friendly sense, I'm sure.
Oh, you don't know where they got taken? Like at all? Damn. I don't tell you anything, huh?
I was the one that told them to do the job, asshole.
Then you should know where they were taken.
I told them to get rid of him. Talk to the Shroud.
What, are they dead then? You told him to get rid of them?
Oh, no. No, no. He actually, you pointed out, he's like jumps to it. No. That one, I made sure they were tucked away.
You don't have any idea where that typically happens. You hired these people, you don't know how they operate?
I told them to get them tucked away. The
How did you
specifics
find
I
them?
don't
How
give
did
a
you
shit about.
contact them?
Contact who?
The Shroud.
The same way anybody contacts the Shroud.
We don't know how to contact the Shroud.
Oh, let me open my...
Is the Shroud a group in Hodgwen?
It is, yep. And it was told to you by Casper many IRL months ago. He goes, look for Cricket.
Okay. Is it a human?
What?
Or who is Cricket? How do we know them when we see them? How do you look for someone you don't know what they're
We
like?
can ask one person we know in Hodgwen. Maybe they can help us find them.
Yeah. Or he could just fucking describe them. Like, why is he being so cagey?
You didn't give him a chance. He just said, huh. He didn't not answer.
Whent, you need to be more forthcoming with these descriptions and events. You give the tiniest bit of info and act like you've given everything you know, and then all of a sudden a big event comes up and it's like, oh yeah, we also did that.
Once again, you ask for something. I give you what you asked for, and then you bitch.
Yes, because you keep holding back.
Holding back what? I told you. Crimson Shroud, Cricket.
Yeah, look for Cricket. What does Cricket look like?
I
he look like a
do.
bitch?
He's young. He's a young guy.
A few
Human?
of them in Hodgwen.
Can you even fucking tell? I said young. You should know. You're fucking Dell. When you're dealing with Perrin, they all look human when they're young.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't know that hobgoblins also exist and people who aren't Perrin or human.
It was human, I guess. He's a young guy.
Sure. But if it's a young hobbit, it's different.
That's fair.
I'm not even critiquing. I'm just trying to get you to answer me straight.
It was no,
I'm critiquing
you're right on
inside
that
at
one.
this point.
Thank you.
I am critiquing just internally this time.
How's the... Okay. That is a lot more bandage than you needed. I'm going to go ahead and take some of this.
He like stares at you with daggers as you like, but you like do correctly, you know.
Yeah, it's going to snag on something, and then it's going to hurt a lot. Yeah, he'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, cool.
Why was Johanka
We've
put in charge
needled
of the
enough.
banks? Do you know that?
Oh.
I don't know shit about the counselors.
except for the family of the one you had taken away,
Okay, except for that, and the Greyerises.
and the Greyerises that you haven't wanted to divulge. And
Oh wait, yeah. How would someone go about actually meeting Navora? You've known them since they were kids or whatever, right? Like,
Listen, you shouldn't even be going anywhere near her. She's innocent. She's sweet. She's innocent. She's not a part of it. She's not a part of anything. You should just leave her the fuck alone.
Do you like Navora?
No, she's just a decent person. I've known her since we were kids.
okay, but Whent, your seal of approval on what makes a decent person.
Go fuck yourself.
isn't
I've
worth a
known her
lot.
since we were kids. You're literally asking me to
Fine.
take over 30 years of knowing somebody and to fucking shit on it just because
What
it's
do
a
you think we're
convenience
gonna
for
do?
you. Like, no, yeah,
What do you think we're gonna do?
I don't know. Maybe fucking bind him up and boil some shit. I don't even know what this shit was. It smells weird.
She didn't do what you've done. Don't do this. We're not going to hurt her. We don't just hurt people. You earned this. You tried to kill us.
Unless you need to take their heads off because they were in the wrong way or whatever the shit Koa was
you
saying
said
earlier.
yourself she keeps notes on everything, and she's the one to talk.
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Now we're asking
Listen.
you.
Forget what I said earlier. Just leave her alone.
Oh, so she knows everything. So we have to. That's what you're saying.
No, fuck you. Leave her alone.
No.
Well, we don't have a lot else to act on at the moment.
gonna make it my
she's
number
kind
one
of our
priority
one
now.
big lead. Yes.
It's true. We already have some information on her. You know.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything else about her. I'm not. I've already said too much shit.
Well, then I hope you have something on somebody else we can act on.
I've given you so much shit.
Yeah, you have, except this. But she's not getting hurt.
I'm not gonna give you anything. You literally fucking tied me up. You've not
Whent.
given me a proper meal. You fucking tortured me, and then you're asking me where an innocent person is gonna be. Yeah, no, I don't.
Why is this not clocking to you? This only happened. This all started because you sent people to kill us in the woods.
And what about
This
the
is
guy?
not a normal occurrence.
And what about the guy
We-
with his
we didn't
head
even have
lobbed off of his
manacles.
shoulders outside of the ruins a couple of months ago? Huh? What
Yeah,
about
he
that
tried to kill
one?
us.
Yeah. Oh,
We were attacked on the street.
I'm sure you have an excuse
Exactly.
for every single one of them.
Whent, the manacles you're wearing are yours.
Mhm.
We don't even carry those.
Yeah. And you're
They're
the one that
literally your
you're the one that
manacles.
literally Koa was talking down, torturing earlier. I'm going to take your words.
Oh, so you're on this too. A poke to the chest was torture.
Obviously, he's going to play that.
He's
Benefits
that's how
him.
Mikhail says
When
it.
you were
Yeah.
possessed by ghost, we had to see if you'd go feral on us again. I
Yeah,
said what
'cause
I
it was
said,
either
but
that
Mikhail
or-
was right.
It was either that or pick you up and drop you on the ground again.
All right, let's give him a few moments. It takes him a while to click. Let's give him 5 or 10 minutes to think about it, then he'll come to his senses again.
Sure. I don't think he's gonna say anything. We'll have to get the info.
She's the one who likes
old-fashioned way.
scarves, right? Guess we'll have to go shopping when we get to town.
Yeah. Scarves. Lots of scarves. We know what the carriages look like. Which is great. I mean, maybe we can figure out where she is, but then just go run up and say, "Hey, Navora, we're investigating your family. What would you like to tell us?"
Whent told us you kept extensive notes on all of them.
That might be a start.
Imagine actually using that as an icebreaker. Her being like, "Oh, you want me to tell you everything at all points in time? Sure."
I was
This is
waiting
more
for
so-
this.
This is just dangling the carrot in front of Whent to help him give us something else.
Yeah,
He
no,
clearly
I
doesn't
know
want
what
us to
you're
do
doing
it.
in game, but
Mhm.
anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder if she'd be upset.
He just looks away and is getting frustrated with himself for having said anything about Navora to begin with.
If it makes you feel
You know
any
what I'm
better,
gonna
she
do,
was
Whent?
already on our radar.
You ever heard the song Dan? Of course you have. Right. Everybody knows Dan, right?
I start strumming it.
Well, you know
Just
what's
idly,
gonna, you know,
not even
you know what the
performing.
next hit's gonna be? Whent. Everybody's gonna know about Whent.
The
How
god
much
who
Whent
came and
likes
went.
to say.
I'm not the songwriter.
Mikhail.
for that reason.
We've got some time soon. I think we should get to it.
Yeah, shouldn't be too tough. I was already working on something called 2 gold ahead. Talking about the hit and everything, but we can just wrap that up. It's not gonna be too difficult.
Mm.
Gerald's definitely a better songwriter.
Said no one ever. You gotta pick your lies better.
Imagine if he actually thought that.
We didn't need to roll sense
multiple
motive on
30s,
that one.
My incredible performance checks begs to differ.
It's like country music's the best. Okay. Your opinion matters too.
Sure, dude. Name 10 Merle Haggard songs. That's what I thought. Fake fan.
I don't even know what an Earl Haggard is. I assume it's a person and not a band.
Merle Haggard,
Oh,
but yes.
Jesus.
More country than you were guessing.
Oh, that's awesome. Yes, country music has its place. You are correct. And that's at...
All right, before we let
Haggard.
old man go off on country music,
Yeah.
can we go to the crack?
Yes, please.
Anyways, so yeah, you guys head to the crack. Make your way there or whatever it is. So you finally, I assume you've adjusted him. You of course blindfold him. Probably even gag him at some point because you don't fucking listen to him anymore. And make your way there. It's not a short ride, but after however many hours, you eventually arrive at the location.
Kethrel's with us. So it's at least 3 weeks of travel.
Okay, fine. It's now late summer because 3 weeks of travel have passed. You got lost in the woods really bad.
No, wait, I forgot.
He's still-
Kethrel is faster than a horse-pulled wagon.
No, Kethrel is still trying to tell us about the noise he heard in the woods while we're like the third round of combat.
So you guys arrive at the crack, and who meets you outside this time is actually going to be what's his name, Edric, and he's a bit more cheerful, but also a bit less sober. Now, he's not stupid. He's not going to be drunk the whole time, but he's always going to be like 1 or 2 drinks deep, right? So he's a bit more cheerful, a bit less sober, and pretty quickly afterwards, you don't notice this instantly, right? Just throwing this out here so you know as time passes, that the vibe here has gotten significantly better. Aldo's trick actually worked of both cheering up Edric, who, as being a leadership figure, impacts the overall morale of the people. So if his morale is low, everybody else's suffers too, right? And if his is high, he can lift the others, which he did so with spirits. And so that actually works out well. But otherwise, when you guys show up there and there's a whole bunch of you, you kind of like, there's moments of, oh, Dwayne's back, cool. And then, seeing Kethrel, several people know who Kethrel is. Not everybody, of course, but if you had seen him, you'll remember him, and shit like that. And who's the other NPC with you? Yara, of course, is comfortable with everybody here, and so on. Who does come running out pretty quickly there afterwards, of course, is Guinevere, when she finds out that the return is not just Aldo, who, by the way, she does at some point in time say to Koa, Aldo didn't even come say hi. I thought we were becoming friends. And Koa makes some excuse.
Yeah, I was going to say, Koa immediately would be like, well, he was there for, yeah, some excuse.
She's like, I'm pretty sure I heard that he was drinking with Yara and Edric, but he didn't even stop in to, like she was like like not one of those bring it up to them, but definitely like a little bit offended. Like, oh, I thought your friends were my friends because they know all of my life secrets, Koa.
I'll explain once we gesture to the blindfolded bound person.
Yeah.
Once we're in better company.
Yeah. But either way,
gentle with Whent.
She doesn't get naggy about it or any bullshit like that. It was just one of those like, I was a little offended. I thought we were becoming, just talking in confidence, not in complaint. To call about it. So anyways, more important things. Eventually, of course, you have to settle into who the hell this is, why they're here, and we're going to have a conversation. I imagine you're going to want to bring Leon, Edric, the 3 of you. Who else?
At this point, would it be Elliot, Ashanti, and Guinevere because they know about the keeps and stuff too, and they might have some insight? Is there any reason for them not to know?
Not real. I mean, they know this stuff, but it's like
At this point, any insight on curses, I feel like we need to take. Maybe there's an alchemical way to destroy the sword or something. It's like maybe each of them might offer some kind of insight to what the hell we can do.
There's no reason they can't sit in on the meeting. I don't know if they'd like feel the need to.
Koa wants to be with his girlfriend or fiance for one, but two, he would argue in favor of them all three being there. I'm just curious if you guys would fight it or not.
Mikhail wouldn't.
Cool. It's
They already-
8 people then.
They already know. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. So all 8 of you are there. Whent, of course, is brought to... Who brings Whent to the prison?
Koa,
Sure. Do you want to RP that at all, or...
unless he has anything else to say. I mean, here you go. There you go. RP'd it.
Cool. The only reason... Never mind. So,
He's got friends in there. All right, so
No one else is locked up there.
yes, there is.
3,
There
I
are
think.
people
The
locked
people
up.
he hired.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're
We
still
still
behind
have
bars.
them.
There's still 3 behind bars.
3 of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's
Not-
3 that was
'cause-
gonna betray us. Like that's
Yeah.
just what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not the whole group was like reliable.
I forgot about that. Well, then I
Mhm.
guess I don't know if you guys would join, but would Koa have a smartass remark about like, "Hey, here's your boss." He might.
Mikhail wouldn't join. He wants to be away from him as quickly as possible.
Koa would probably say something at this point because like he's sad that they didn't turn. All right, so he escorts him back there. Chin up, the boss has arrived.
they actually see that, and they're all like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? I remember one of them was like, they were trying to be like, yeah, and you didn't feel confident with it. One of them, you were like, they're definitely lying, and the other one, you're like, you want to murder me right now. I think it was kind of like how it worked out. But anyways,
Yeah.
when he comes in, they're all like, oh shit, like you legitimately got him. Like you got him. Like he's a high up like there's only 1 tier above him. Like holy shit, granted there's several of them, but they're a little bit fucked up by that. Wait, roll me an intelligence check, or actually I'll allow a charisma check if you prefer it. But you can go ahead and roll. You guys suck at those. I won't give you anything. So you anyway, so yeah, you bring him in there, you do the blah blah blah, and those people are like reacting to it, and you can definitely tell like they are now realizing, one, from being locked up for as long as they have been, and 2, that you brought Whent in, that you guys aren't fucking around, that you're legitimately like, no, this is happening. The needle is moving. This is proof,
Oh, cheer up! You thought just because the 9 of you couldn't take on the 3 of us that we wouldn't be good enough to get your boss?
One of them says, wasn't 9.
Five and 4.
They seem satisfied with that correction, but the others are like, what is wrong with you? Like, we've been locked. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? They got Whent. Like, clearly we're done. Like, this isn't just like a temporary thing. We're like, after this is resolved, we're probably going to jail for a long time. God damn it. Like.
Don't worry, the
Third
bigger
guy's still
boss is
counting his
next.
fingers.
Cool. All right. So nothing else to offer here. Their reactions are realizing how bad things are. They're probably more pliable now, but nothing worth knuckling in on at the moment anyways. So let's go back to the group of the 8 of you. Cool.
Green's comment got me a little bit.
Yeah, pay no attention to the fact that Whent looks slightly boiled, and there's very good reason for that, and it's classified.
There
Right.
never
Goes to the
was and
past.
never have been any Whent files. That's all I'm gonna say.
So cool. You guys are now sitting there, all 8 of you at the a table that does not seat 8. Unless you were to take it into like your alchemy lab area, which is a bad idea. So you're sitting at a table that does not seat 8. So you have like a couple people are standing. Other people pulled up other things to sit on, so on and so forth. So you're all in there, and who wants to open this? You want me to have an NPC do it, or? So I was gonna have Leon start.
Everyone here knows that if no one starts, Koa will obviously.
If one of you guys aren't jumping in, Leon will definitely start it.
Yeah, Leon can start it.
Leon says, well, simply put, I can see that you've brought a new guest to stay at our humble abode. From Aldo's report recently, my assumption is that this is Whent. Also, is Dwayne in here or no?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Kethrel's not,
Dwayne
but-
would be.
Okay, so
Mhm.
9.
Yeah,
Dwayne
Kethrel will
should
not
be.
be.
Yeah, cool. So he says, my assumption is this is Whent.
Indeed.
Yes.
Okay. What is the situation with him? Were you able to acquire any information? Are we going to be keeping him long term? Are we turning him wild in exchange for intel? What are we doing?
I believe he'll need to be kept until the situation is dealt with. There's no place for him in Hod Gwen now, and we can't trust him if we send him away to stay away. Not necessarily.
He's flipped in the sense that he's given us some intel, but I still think he's a piece of shit who needs to be locked up.
Is this a locked up for the long term, or is this a temporary until the situation is resolved?
That will be for a judge to decide that's higher than us.
So I'd say long term, if I'm tracking how you're meaning that.
He hired the assassins to take us out, the ones that still have a few locked up. He also hired the group that took away one of the counselor's families. He's got a lot of bad things on his hands.
Yes. He has known the Greyerses since he was a child, but obviously very reluctant to give up any information on the family.
No, that makes sense. That's long time loyalty. That is people who have likely provided, resources to him and his family his whole life, if he even had a family. I would be surprised if he gives you anything. And if it's I'd be surprised if he gave you anything.
I think for the purposes of this meeting, at least, we should boil down to some pretty important and relevant things. Unless you guys stop him, he will explain the possession, talk about the sword, talk about Wraithblade Keep, needing to get the sword from Beltrin, not really knowing what to do about it.
Mm-hmm.
In the name of all the gods. That's truly awful. A curse can take someone's will away. I'm not saying that this is a goodly man. This is clearly a disturbed individual for his actions that he took in his normal life. But the degree of violence that he's gone to since, and you believe that this is because of how you described another acquaintance of yours that's amongst the guard, you think this is affecting other people as well?
That's our assumption. Unfortunately, the only person who can confirm that is Dwayne, as far as we know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the symptoms have become more violent and more rabid.
Yes, but
Yeah.
we can also see who they're around with Dwayne's help.
I
It's hard to know which guards are just following orders, which ones are fearful, which ones are truly cruel. There's too many for us to just look into them all individually like that.
This does explain something else that we discussed beforehand, Koa. It was said that somebody would have to be truly an idiot to be willing to act against you with your reputation.
Mm-hmm.
This makes sense. For him to act against you, with the curse being in place, being what's affecting them, blinding their judgments, making them overly aggressive. That would explain the escalation.
They're also doing acts that are a bit less directly aggressive. They hired a flutist to sing a propagandist song against us and besmirch our names that way. And then whenever the person didn't fully comply, they did violently beat them. But it doesn't fully take away their capabilities to plan outside of violence.
And maybe it just triggers in points of high emotion. I don't know. I'm not I'm not familiar with curses or magics or how these things function. That's outside of my knowledge. But what I can tell you is that explains why things would have escalated far more rapidly than I had previously anticipated. That's good. That means that there is recourse here. Should this curse be broken, we're dealing with just an idiot and not someone who has no sense of how to go about this. Okay.
Well, it leaves us at an impasse. Aldo's been working diligently to try to both clear our names throughout Hot Gwen and prop us up, as well as tear down Beltran and the guards and such for their misdeeds. We need to get this sword, and we know that the curse, at least we believe this curse, if it is the sword, is centered around Wraithblade, which is... I mean, if we were moving quickly, I told Aldo and Mikhail I estimate it would take about 3 weeks to get there and back, giving us time to actually do things there. That's 3 weeks away from Hod Gwen, where they can continue to do whatever it is they're doing, where some of the oomph from the work Aldo's put in could start to falter a bit, and where there will be nobody to defend those that are suffering and being tortured and hurt. The Beltran problem could be dealt with before we do that, but if we don't know the extent of the curse's effect, then I don't know. It's hard to know how to tackle this properly, but it feels like we need to get the sword and find a way to break the curse. But if we don't break 3 at once, then we know the curse will come back.
Elliot chimes in, leaning forward, and says, "You know, it'd be really helpful here if we understood a little bit of the history behind that keep itself. Not just the curse, but if we understood the history behind the keep itself. Maybe if we diverted some of our focus, some of our attention and efforts into acquiring books that explain to us more about the keep, I can take my, spend some time deciphering those, and I can learn more, and we can understand the significance of the keep, and that'll give us keys to breaking the curse."
Are you that bored, Elliot? Like, is the decoding and working on the alchemy book, is it really getting to you that badly?
He looks at you with like Elliot's usually more composed. He doesn't wear his emotions so easily on the sleeve but like it's like a true betrayal. Like full on betrayal. He's just like, what? No, I just my specialty is on the history
Right,
of the...
it's not your focus. Of course. No, we want he's like cutting in, specifically seeing the like, oh, what the fuck? So
Koa is
he's
just
like,
looking confused as
no,
fuck,
no.
like, what just happened?
No, it makes sense. We want you working on what you're best at.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to understand the nature of... He just kind of actually shuts up because it was such a heavy betrayal that he's just like at a loss of words, you know? He's like...
Gwen and Ashanti can handle the orange volumes, I think. What would it be under? Red, probably. Military, it's keep. Which you've already deciphered yours. Maybe
Or,
another look through it would be good.
Isn't there one on royalty or leadership or something?
There's the Royal Court.
Emperor's Court, yeah, which we only have one volume of, but that'd be worth looking at it too.
While you guys are
Red
talking, Gwen's like
5
leaning
and green
forward
2.
and like saying to him, like, "It's okay, I understand." Like trying to be... Ashanti's looking at him like, "The fuck, bro?"
Like, what? This is the coolest shit ever.
Military or Emperor's Court, I think either one could be involved with this, right? Because we do know that different leadership factions have been associated with these keeps too.
Yes.
He says Emperor's Court. Leon's going to chime in and say, if one must be decided, military would probably be more value if the sword has any impact on the way that Beltran makes decisions. If we knew how they did military things, and maybe we'll know how he'll do stuff. But there's a different way of going about this than studying books and keeps. Get the sword.
Right. This would be, I assume, while we're trying to get the sword. This would be what he'd be looking into in the
intended.
meantime.
At Beltran's side at all times, it sounds like. So getting to Beltran is as much of a problem now as it was before.
You need a weaponsmith of some renown that he'd be willing to have work on his blade or take a look at it. Perhaps somebody that knows mole weaponry to a degree. Somebody that's of his caliber that he'd be willing to actually handle his weapon as opposed to just some merchant on the streets.
You think
Yeah.
he knows of Hinta? Do you think she would come to Hod Gwyn, or would he send his sword to Leshev?
We have a way of getting that info around.
I'm sure he's exactly the sort that she wants to deal with.
I don't think he's going to go, but I send a trusted person with the weapon.
I don't know if he's going to part with it. You're saying
I don't
there's all
either.
this power behind it. Is he really going to part with something that gives him? Well, I don't. Again, I do apologize.
I don't know.
I don't understand if this provides him ability, like a magic weapon, like the Maltese often use, or some of the weapons that I, seen across battlefields, or if this is something that is impacting others around it without any power behind it. Do we have any looks amongst the crew? Any details around what this sword might do or offer? Or is this all the insight that we have?
Mikhail knows the name of it. It's a...
Kopesh.
Yes.
That's just the type of weapon.
I'm familiar.
As far as its abilities, no idea, other than they're probably tied to these wraiths or whatever.
Why Whent had the 3 of them attached to him? Who else has them? How they get attached? We have no idea.
We'll need Dwayne's help for that.
Dwayne looks very excited. So we don't know if it's proximity.
Right. We were pretty far, outside of the city when we started dealing with it. We were all the way in
I meant
Westwood.
infection.
Oh, right, like the initial attachment.
You
who knows?
understand? We don't have one point of information here. You have Whent, and you have a significant amount of information you brought in from Whent, but there's also your other associate inside of the guards. You're suggesting that he has physical representation of the symptoms, that he's been more agitated or violent or what have you lately as well, and this is not somebody who is close to Beltran prior, but it is going to have a degree of proximity around Beltran. Or maybe it's his proximity around Whent that caused it. If it's the latter, then all of you are currently in danger, or at least were until very recently. If it's the former, then maybe it's Beltran is the root, and it's those who have proximity around him, in which case that could be a great number of people. Imagine if he marched with his army, and that army is impacted by that blade. With what you described his behavior as being, imagine an army like that on the battlefield. Koa, that's one that we can't win.
I'm aware we have to pry the sword away from him somehow. It's just that's a difficult... We'll have to come up with a plan to either steal it, get him to volunteer it.
I don't think he'll part with it at
We're
all
few
under
on
any
friends and hot-
circumstances.
I agree. We're also few on friends in Hod Gwyn at this point.
So if he's not willing to part with it, then there's no way that you're going to be able to have it transported elsewhere. You're going to either have to have him go to visit Hinta, or Hinta is going to have to come here. Now, I understand that she is can be difficult, but I think we can all agree that he is going to be more difficult than her.
Why do we think he would even go to Hinta if she was even in the city?
What does he need her for if he already
Yeah.
has the sword and has no idea of its ability?
All weapons must be maintained.
Sure,
So we'd
but
probably have somebody doing that now. Right?
Somebody as skilled as she is.
But like you said, if they're not in the city, still got to be maintained. Someone's
No.
got to do
You
it.
misunderstand what I'm saying, Aldo. The gentleman that you're dealing with is exactly that, a gentleman. Now, put aside the connotations that come with it and remember the wealth that comes with it, the opulence, and the optics. You've got to use his assets against him. He is going to not just want to have anybody maintain his weapon. He's going to want the best. He's going to want it to be known. Details like this are going to need to be handled. Maybe he's discreet about what power it gives because he doesn't want anybody looking to him, but he's certainly going to want to indulge in opulence. He's not going to go to any restaurant. He's going to go to the one that has the finest foods. He's not going to drink any wine. He's going to have from the finest vineyards.
While true, you also said every weapon needs to be maintained.
Mm-hmm.
So who is the best in Hod Gwen?
You mean who's here now? Oh.
Yeah.
My apologies. That's a really good point, Aldo. The reason why I was mentioning her is because the close relationship. I mean, I literally just helped to negotiate a deal for her benefit. Well, for a benefit of Nathan that will channel through her. Anyways, I don't have that answer. That's something you're going to have to discover inside of Hod Glen. I don't have enough time spent in the city.
We have a couple of contacts. They probably have some idea. Their crafts go hand in hand.
Edric shrugs and says, I could probably think of a guy. And
Yara.
Dwayne says, who you think? I don't know if that's who I would think. Edric's like, fuck off, Dwayne.
Yara, if we do manage to even get hold of this weapon, is there any way that we could safely transport it without exposing ourselves?
Actually, Mikhail, roll a spellcraft check. Or Knowledge Arcana. Which one would that be? Knowledge Arcana.
Just Mikhail or... Oh, yeah, I don't have those.
Looks like a good roll.
Yep. Did we use the +3s?
I thought you used both
I
of
thought
them.
we only used one.
You guys is just
I thought
only
we only used
I
one.
was going to say Cozy said we only used one. But Cozy went to bed a little
Snaga,
while
do you
ago.
remember what the other one was used for? Yes. Wait, only one. Okay. Yeah, so I swore somebody in YouTube is going to be able to find this answer and say it in the comments
I think
section.
we considered it or talked about it, but I really only remember using one.
Yeah.
If
Like,
you in
legitimately,
YouTube
I don't
find,
remember the second
or if
one.
somebody on Twitch wants to, yeah, I'll give you a ton of a knit. We'll give you like, I don't know.
If you on YouTube who don't come to the streams find it, let us know. We'll give you so much in it that you can't use on the YouTube.
It'll be, you know,
Wait.
3,500 a net. I just need to know your Twitch handle. Or if you're on here, I just need you to.
Spotify. No, just YouTube.
Spotify. Does Spotify even allow comments? I don't know.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
post on Spotify and walk away.
I'm gonna use the +3 here if you guys are all right. Hit that 25. See if we can
There
get
you go.
something. Yeah. Cool. I'll use the +3.
And if there's comments on Spotify, I should probably go look and see if there's comments. You didn't know it allowed comments. I don't know. I just go, oh, if I post
I
here, it does
honestly
this
don't
here.
know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I honestly don't know. I just listen to music.
Literally, I downloaded the Spotify app for a very short while. I deleted it because I realized, I could just use the native Apple podcast app to listen to Tyler and Wade's podcasts. It's just the only shit I listen to that are podcasts nowadays. Everybody else, every other podcast I listen to, those people end up becoming like really, really bad dirt bags that get canceled or try to get canceled.
So it's a 25. Did you want to luck it or? Just
25 is
Uh,
pretty
it's
solid
25.
with you.
I'm assuming the 25 is good enough, so I'm gonna leave it
That was me getting
and
us on
take the
track.
25. Yeah. So what's the 25 get me, Scott?
Okay, cool. So 25, it is a pretty well supported theory that a material, a heavy metal called lead, actually allows stops most things from being able to pass through it, like most magical effects from being able to pass through it. Now, if it's a strong magical effect and it's a thin layer of lead, that that magical might be able to pierce through, but just kind of like reduce its effect. The thicker the layer of lead, the more likely it is to be able to stop its impact, right? So this is going to be, various things. Now, it's a pretty well supported theory that this is the case. That doesn't necessarily mean it's been tried against fucking everything, because there are some old magics and different types of magics in the Arcane Congress has been able to discover or become familiar with. But it is still a pretty well supported theory. And you even believe that in the Arcane Congress vaults, this is like rumors, nothing that you actually directly read about, but in the Arcane Congress vaults, that is how they store items for safety that would otherwise be seen as dangerous. So even a thin layer of lead in an otherwise normal box can do the job. The thicker, the better, but it's of course heavy, and so on and so on. Taking that one step further, if this is a cursed item, usually cursed items to impact somebody, they don't just, you don't just have to be near them, not the aura they give off, like seemingly was happening to people around Beltran, but like for you to absorb the curse, usually you have to have some degree of interaction with the item, stare at it for too long, pick it up, wear it, stuff like that. Maybe just be in its proximity for too long. So even something like put it in another room and just stay out of that room, that kind of a thing. It's usually not as simple as I'm near it and then boom. It has to be like exposure.
So Orvain, who doesn't spend that much time around Beltran, why would he have?
You don't know how much time Orvain spends directly around Beltran.
I think
Yeah.
we talked to him and he acted like it wasn't much, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah.
Yeah, he acted like it wasn't much, but it could still be enough to have an effect. Like when they do have the occasional face-to-face or whatever.
Not work, just when they go to bed later tonight and they're like, love you.
I feel aggressive.
I don't like you.
Do you have
I
the
love
sword on you again?
I just want to fuck. Let's just fuck. Whoa. It's aggressive.
Like, oh, geez.
You're like an animal tonight, baby.
I need an adult.
Ooh, you're biting me. Anyways.
And then the problem solved. So,
Oh.
cool. So yeah, he would respond by saying, lead. It's a metal. It's like a kind of a softer metal. You can line like containers or boxes or anything like that with it. It usually will block magical emanations or like anything from like detection spells or auras and the like. Usually that will take care of it. Even just a thin sheet of the stuff. But if this is some kind of cursed weapon, I imagine you'd have to interact with it for the curse to actually take hold in you. Not just be near it, but either examine it for too long or handle it. So, probably don't want to be picking it up ourselves, but we'll want a lead-lined box of some kind.
I'll have to get one of them when we get back to Hod Gwen then.
Yeah. Or, we can just get the lead. Koa, you can make a box.
Out of wood, yes.
Yeah. But, like, the lead part just has to go inside it. Or we can commission it, I guess, if we want to spend more money.
It would take time, I mean, to make a box, I guess, big enough to hold a sword. I don't know. Like, be simple, but if you're going to line it with something like lead, it's going to... It's definitely doable. I mean, there's nothing else we can buy a box, like you said. But where do we get this lead? How do we line the lead? I'm not a metal
Something
worker.
like that you can probably get from a typical smith. Maybe, not a typical smith, but you might be able to get that in Hod Gwen. And commissioning something like that is not so overt as to necessarily attract attention. Unfortunately, waiting for something like that to be crafted does slow down the timeline of when you can act against Beltran on a personal level. So we'll have to either acquire the sword and then store it by other means while waiting for it to be completed, or hope it's completed prior to whatever plan you come up with being prepared to enact.
Yeah, we can handle that once we're in Hod Gwen. It's going to be necessary if we do manage to get a hold of the sword.
We don't know how much we're going to be able to go around and interact with some of the shopkeepers while we're in town. Things might escalate now that Whent's missing.
It might. Look, I think one of the first places we go is probably the color stay. I mean, I have a package to get there, but it was a place we wanted to check in on, and I doubt anything particularly aggressive happens there, given its relative neutrality.
Certainly try.
Much as I don't want to pay for those rooms, they were really nice. But then after that, we have to get in contact with the web. We're going to need whatever that safe house was they were offering.
You think the web are gonna deal with us after that?
I think so. I mean, the one of their agents that was in the mix was the one I talked to. He definitely didn't recognize me.
Mm.
We just have to wonder if eventually they're going to piece things together.
They
They've been
might.
gone a few days, right after Whent and another guard disappear, right after one of their guys gets bonked. And the one that was knocked out and left behind will have some recollection of a door opening and then something hitting them in the head. I mean, there will be something.
Well,
Even if
not
they
only
do-
that though, they're gonna put it together, right? They're Went disappears, we disappear. They know we're not in the city right now. It's been a few days. We're gonna come back. Went's still missing. They're gonna know. All our stuff was cleaned out of the ruins. Yeah, safe to say they know.
Yeah, but
Whent said that their
even them
agreement
knowing,
was just don't bother us, we won't bother you, and occasionally we'll have you do something. It sounded relatively minimal, but
It depends
mean-
what's gotten back. Because Went did say he's the one dealing with the web, right? But those guards that came too, they're going to go report back to someone. They're Went's men, so they'll probably report back to one of the other lieutenants, who'll then probably go and talk to them and figure out why Went got missing on their own ground, and they could try and throw us under the bus.
If
Just
I
to
may,
save themselves.
this is Leon. This silver web is some underground organization.
Thieves Guild type.
Yeah, no, understood. I surmised that if they believe the reputation that you were trying to have for yourself, why would they want to work with you in the long term? If their options are
don't-
you or the guild, sorry, or the guards, what is the benefit of working with you in the long term?
they don't want Beltran in charge either. He's extorting all of the people so hard that they aren't making any money.
Sure, but with the pristine image that you're trying to craft for yourselves, Beltran's bad for their pocket, but you would be bad for their freedom.
Mm,
Yeah, but they are under the impression we're kind of working together in a way. Aldo says
Yeah.
side-eyeing Koa.
And as far as they know, we're 3 people with a few stragglers. Not necessarily in a position to do much to them,
Okay.
other than get
So
them out
you have
from under the thumb of
you have
Beltran.
a thin dream, and they just assume that they can just benefit from your ignorance. Okay, that makes more
Yeah.
sense. I was going to say, because clearly, if you were having some shift in how things function in Hod Gwen, you may have a mutual enemy today, but they would be your enemy tomorrow.
They will, but maybe it's at least a few tomorrows. But in the meantime, though, even if they do, when they do connect us to this, again, knowing that we have these similar goals, what would be the motive to rat us out?
He doesn't answer the question.
Well, I thought I made that clear. That the motive to rat us out would be depending on how much heat they're taking. Went missing on their grounds. Do you know what I mean? And those other guards would have reported back. So depending on how hard they're being hit by either Beltran or one of his other lieutenants, they could just, want that heat off them.
Suppose they could.
If I was in their situation, that is what I would do. I would sell us out quick as anything.
Even though it
Maybe.
would put more heat on you in the short term for having given us shelter and not reported us right away.
Of course. Yeah, because I could try and spin that, right? But saying that, they could say there was different people coming out of there every day. We didn't know exactly who it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know. Speaking of spinning, like there's so many ways that they could wiggle out of that. Like, first of all, no one has any proof it was us. It's just a really compelling case. And even then, while it was their grounds, they had one person in there. One. who was just doing their job counting inventory. I don't think their presence was meant to protect Whent.
Whether it was or wasn't, he still went missing on their territory. Do you know what I mean? They are responsible to an extent.
I could see it, but I don't know. I think they've got a lot more to gain by not immediately making us an enemy, because they also know we aren't necessarily an easy enemy to get rid of. Once they pull that trigger, it's pulled.
Hmm.
And if they fail to get rid of us, now they got to deal with us.
My specialty, unfortunately, isn't dealing with organizations like that. I rarely clash with them directly, so I will defer to your intuition on this one, and we can move from there if you think that that's the best approach. I concede.
To be fair, I'm mostly arguing to get to a point. It's not that I don't think Aldo's got a really good point here. It's just we obviously need to get into the city, and we can't afford to stay at the Color Stay forever. And in hopping is only going to work for
They
so
may
long.
not take us in at all. They want to stay neutral. They know how much we're wanted. We were trouble
that
for
would
them
be information.
months ago.
Yeah, but that would be information. If we get there and they won't even let us in, then we know how intense the heat's gotten. And then at that point, then I'm probably with Aldo. If it's that bad, we probably don't want to talk to the web.
Well, if we stay at the Collar Stay a night or two, I can put my ear to the ground and figure out what's been going on in the ruins. There's been increased guard pressure. They've been seen out in force. Things like that. You can make a decision based off what we find.
Okay. Do you, just because we don't know what it's going to be like, maybe don't go alone. I know that means we got to take more time getting disguises, but either me or Koa should go with you. Probably Koa.
I can go with you. Trying to help people as I've been doing, and don't know if it's making as much of a difference as I'd hoped it would. But that aside, I think you both have important tasks to be doing in Hot Gwyn, whereas I can spare at least a day or two. Never mind, I can't. The DM said no.
Oh, sorry, say no to chat.
But yes, I can.
All right, well, we'll see what we can do.
Casper was with Mikhail, but I'm guessing Mikhail didn't bring him with.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't really leave.
Yeah, exactly. He's the most valuable asset there. Okay. So you guys are talking through this, and Edric would chime in and say, there's like other ways you can get shit done too.
Yeah?
Well, if you're trying to get a job done and you don't need a name tied to it, as long as you got the coin to pull, and looks like we got some coin now, he says. Only because he would know to see it. Ko would see like Guinevere kind of like shrink down a little bit, like trying to like not be noticed. That because she's like assuming that they know or whatever it is, even though most likely not even Edric knows. Is we got some coin now. You could always go to the Crimson Shroud. They can put up a job for you and get something done if needed. That way you don't have to take care of it yourself. And you can get some pretty good shit done that way. If you need impediments being done, he says, like happy he knew the word. Or some other job that could make things happen.
Well, apparently they were willing to work with Whent, so I'm not sure how willing they'll be to work with us.
Willing to work with anybody. I used to get my jobs from them all the time.
Was there the heat of the entire guard and council on them at that point?
I mean, no, but the Shroud's different. It's not like they got a place. It's just like, I think it's just a couple people that run it. I always work with Dusk. She'd hook me up, give me good jobs. Remember how before I said that I'll get you some crew? And I got you some crew? He shrugs. Just talk to Dusk. She took care of it.
Huh. Okay, worth considering. How do you reach Dusk?
He says, "Oh, she has her stomping grounds," and he like mentions like a whatever it is that's there. He's like, she'll take care of it.
Are you familiar with one named Cricket?
Cricket, cricket, cricket.
Young lad, vague description we didn't get.
Wait, you mean that boy?
Yeah.
God, he's like, I don't know, like 16 or something. He's young. He would take jobs sometimes.
That's who Whent said to reach out to.
What? Not unless Dusk is dead. She would never let a boy run the shit.
Based on the level of jobs that they're running, I'm not sure how they're operating or if anyone there can be trusted to.
They don't really.
It could just be busier than normal.
They don't really operate. They're kind of it's kind of like a things for a couple of seconds, like a job board, but that isn't hung in the square.
Look, it's possible they're just busier than normal, like a lot busier. Whoever Dusk is, like she can only do so much at once. Maybe she's had to delegate.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes there's more than one doing it.
Yeah, wouldn't put it past them to be pretty busy given Beltran's methods.
Was there any type of job they wouldn't take?
Listen, you work with the Shroud. You do it to get the job done. They don't take jobs. They give them out. They find people.
Liaisons. Or, yeah, they find people.
It sounds similar to the guilds that exist in Paradel. They'll have a few taverns are known to amass travelers that are skilled in combat, sell swords, and so on and so forth. They will look for job postings. Sometimes they'll take them individually. Sometimes they typically travel with known affiliates, or they'll join up with others for a more difficult job. It's more common in Vala than anywhere else in Paradel. I can't stand them. It's fools that are getting in the way. Would be heroes or so on. Most of them lack morals even greater than they lack skill. Lack more morals than they got skill. Blah blah.
Well, we can
Good
try
to
to
know.
contact them, but what would we have them do? Either help us lure Beltran away, get the sword itself? I don't know what
We can figure that out once we've got more info. I just wanted to get the contact in case we needed it later.
Edric says, imagine this is a job that you think I'm best for, right? Right? But you don't want me there? That.
Okay. No, that is helpful.
So we need to get a lead box inside of another box, somehow get a sword off of Beltran, and then once we have it,
You put it in the box.
yep, I got that far. That was implied. But does that stop them from being attached to everyone? Do we have to destroy it somehow? Do we have to?
We'll have to monitor it after that. If it is a secure containment, it means we can move it securely. We can bring it here if we need to, and work from there.
Ashanti asks,
already infected.
Ashanti asks, why can't you just break the sword?
Oftentimes, magic weapons are difficult to destroy.
Difficult.
and we don't know what the effect might be if we break it. It will probably be worth doing at some point, but not something we want to do in the middle of the city or anything like that without knowing what the effects are, at least until we can confirm something else about it.
Based on its effects, I imagine that every person it has slain over the years, its soul has been trapped inside that sword and now pops out and haunts those around it, corrupting them and taking over and taking their rage out for their wrongful deaths.
Koa says that in like the heat of the moment or what have you. And Gwen like gets her face kind of turns a little pink and she shrinks away again as she's thinking like all the souls are trapped and she's remembering the goo and then her part in the goo and
Get
she's
over
like,
yourself, girl. We've been over that.
you know, that whole bit.
It's like, that's imaginative, Koa, and if it is the case, again, reason we don't want to break it in the city. But honestly, getting it, and especially if we can confirm we can contain this thing, I mean, whether or not it actually severs its connection to other people who it's already infected or whatever is one thing, but if it can stop it from doing it to others, that's still a step in the right direction. We've got a few steps down at least. I mean, if you guys want to sit here and plan every contingency, we can try to do that again. But how often does that work?
I just didn't know if anyone here had any idea how to break a cursed sword or a magical sword or a stop ghosts without ladles.
Soup. Yeah.
With
Put
that
it in
one.
the stew.
Yeah. Anyways. Elliot says, all right, so we have the best plan possible. You know that he likes to go visit the tailor. You wait at the tailor's. When he shows up, bing, bang, boom, you knock him out or, you know, whatever. And then you put the sword inside the box, put the box in a cart, and you send the cart riding really fast back here.
Apart from back here, that's, not the worst plan you could have said earlier. But
Well,
My
you
only
know what? You can
uh,
send it back all the way back to your estate. You never use it.
I wish we did. I bought
You
a
have an
bed.
estate?
We did use it a little bit. It's got furniture now.
Koa, you didn't tell me you had an estate.
Surprise! It's gonna take you there. It was gonna be a whole thing, but well,
Oh, that's nice.
try to decorate it based on how you had your place decorated. I was gonna show you. It's gonna be a whole reveal, and it's not important right now. But then
Elliot's
to like
giving her
gesture
a look
Elliot
like
and Mikhail for talking about it.
Elliot's giving her a look like shaking his head, like hoping that you don't notice because it's not that nice. You know what I mean? It's actually a nice
State
house.
is-
It's just worn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's focus on getting there, not getting killed or ratted out, starting a box, and go from there.
I don't mind the thought of jumping Beltran to take the sword or even capture him, but what if one of us gets hit with this blade? Could it either trap us or curse us or something?
Dude, we don't have any way to know, man.
You're supposed to comfort me at this point because I'm likely the one to be up and it's fine.
honestly, the I'm thinking if we find out who the best weaponsmith is in Hod Gwen, and then one of us gets a job, and we wait. And we wait until Beltran brings it in, and then
Do you think
deal with it.
if we go back into the keep in Haunt Gwen and consult there with the information we have, it might elicit anything without us having to go all the way to Wraithblade? Even just a little bit.
Probably give us
It's probably
something,
worth
but
doing.
getting in there is the hard part, which I'm not willing to discuss how we get in there at the moment. But
Agreed,
yeah.
but I think it might be worth the risk before we take an action.
Yeah, worth talking about later, for sure. We haven't had a chance to explore that avenue yet.
Well, we have a bit of a plan, and
A bit.
now you all are up to speed on the complications with Beltran and Curse of a Sword, we think. Great. Go team.
Yep. Now, these are always so simple and quick. One of these days we'll have a long meeting. He gets up.
So you're going to look for those other books then?
But, Elliot, we already have another red. I'll show you.
What? Oh, red? Yeah. But you were talking about
military.
red and blue, I want to say? No, blue is
red and
Fate.
green.
Green, yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have
green
any
is
green?
Emperor's Court. We have one.
It hasn't been deciphered?
Nope.
Okay.
No, he gets no bonus. So I was gonna start it next, but we got all the oranges. So
Have we
have
deciphered any of the red
2.
ones? He has 16.
Yeah,
That one been
he has
deciphered?
16, which is deciphered.
Have
And
we
we also
deciphered
have 5, which he has not deciphered yet. Which
There's
none of
2
us have
reds
yet.
and 1 green. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the reds is his, so he's already got that one.
If I have any time where I'm not doing something, I'll take a look, Elliot, and see what I can find. But shopping for books is a bit of a luxury. It's hard to find time for in our circumstance. As much as I want them, believe you me.
Well, if you're leaving me this one here, just on the green one, he's like, I think this will get me started. I'll see what I can find. What was clicked?
Oh, I was just booping the volume.
Oh, okay. Anything else worth noting? Don't think else. So before we end the session, one more RP to be had.
We need to do the rolls, whether we do it now or next time, but it's going to be a couple weeks. We need to know that we need to do the rolls for, or whatever it is for us doing our job.
Oh, because you have to skip a couple days. So hold on.
Yeah, 3 days.
It was, this is all the same day that I last blooped on there. How many days actually need to be skipped? Because Koa was already at least 1 day in,
Yeah.
right?
Ko was 1 day in, and I needed to do 3, and then
And Aldo, so
I've
it's really,
done. I've done my
Aldo
3.
technically did
yeah, you've
his.
done yours
Yeah.
3. So we have to.
Yeah.
So I have to skip 3 days for you guys to just satisfy that. Does that sound right?
Yeah. So I think we'll end up on the 11th, Tears Day.
I will do that right now. Okay. Not the 11th. Sorry, the 6th was the day, so it's actually the 9th.
Oh, we're on. Okay.
Well,
No.
1, 2, 3. So actually, the 10th is where you'll stop because it's the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And the 10th will be the day where you pick up. It's because it gets completed on the 9th. The 10th becomes the next day that you can adventure again, right?
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So Gwen's the 10th. Cool. So one of the things that would transpire, Wade, is when you talk to Gwen, one of the things that she seems a bit off. It's probably maybe she's feeling a bit homesick from the home that she's made and her routine that she's had for her own, stability back inside of Hod Gwen. Maybe it's being locked in a literal fucking cave, just kind of like affecting her because she's not really the type of person to be here. Or maybe actually being locked in the cave reminds her of some of the torturous shit she had to go through in her youth. Whatever it is, she seems a bit off, like a bit I don't know. The word distracted doesn't quite hit it. Almost like she is mildly sick. You know what I mean? She seems downtrodden or like, a bit weaker than usual. But, not that her spirits are low. She's still like kind or whatnot. It's just she's a bit, seems like somebody who's just kind of fighting through a sickness but trying not to show it. So she seems a
Koa
bit
is
off.
blunt, so he would definitely directly address it.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to do that now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Guinevere, I can't help but notice that, despite always being wonderful spending time with you, something seems, are you feeling all right?
Oh no, I'm feeling fine.
He just gives her the look of like,
No, it's, you don't have to worry about it. Everything's fine.
I'll be more worried if you don't tell me, because I know that something isn't fine. than if you just go ahead and tell me. And don't really want that distraction. It makes me not want to leave, which I don't want to already, but
We don't need to distract you with anything. You have so many other details you're
being
working
here,
on.
is it this place? Is it something with the books?
No, no.
Have you guys tried something?
I
Does it hurt you?
just feel no. We've not done any experiments like that. We've been more kind of studying what we've unlocked, and I just feel, I don't know, tired, worn. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because it's damp here. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's the food. I don't know. I just feel off. Just feel kind of weaker these past couple, since a couple weeks now.
There's a little secret area here where there's some kind of inscriptions and such, connections to other planes and this and that, but beyond me. Could that be affecting you in some way?
Oh, it's possible. No, I don't think I have a sensitivity to those kinds of things. At least not that I've ever known of. Nobody else seems to be affected. Why would I be more than anybody else? I'm not the only magic person here, right? Mikhail's not affected.
No, but you're the only molten magic person here. You're different. I don't know all the intricacies of it, but it seems like from what you've told me, the way you will go about it is different than Mikhail's book studying.
Yeah, it's not worth trying to explain now, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know what it is, Koa. But don't worry about me. Don't worry. I'll be
If you
fine.
to leave Nightstorm, you could ride to Harad or Forvin, Leshev, get a break, get out of here for a bit.
No. I think I'm gonna be fine. I'll be fine.
Do I need to sense motive her fineness?
Oh no. She's just trying to be strong, but she genuinely doesn't seem to know what's wrong. It's one of those she's not trying to worry you. You know how it is. You're busy, you have all these things on your plate, so on and so forth. You can't sit around and dote over me. You've got shit to get done. That's way more important than, oh no, I feel a little sick.
Guinevere, you're not fine. I can tell you're not fine. I don't know what's causing it, but clearly something is wrong.
Yeah. No, obviously.
Don't say
But I'm okay. I'm just.
that's another
I'm
way
just,
of saying you're fine.
Yeah, sure, but I am I'm able to do my reading and my research, and maybe I just get an extra hour or two of sleep at night, or whatever it is. It's and sleep's kind of restless. You're not here, she says, trying to distract from clearly trying to pull away from the conversation.
For the first time in a long time, you're here to consult, so I can ask you. You want me to see if Mikhail has any knowledge or insight on this?
On what?
A magical person being in a place that has connections to other planes being not fine.
Oh, sure, you can ask him, but again, I'm not the only magical person here. Mikhail is as well, and he doesn't seem to be
Not
affected.
for weeks at a time. He's here for a few days and then gone. You've been here for weeks now.
She says, well, that does make a really good point. Maybe you should stick around for a couple of weeks. She says teasingly, but very much trying to change the subject, kind of teasingly, so on and so forth. Really trying not to let this push on any further.
Or you could come back to Hod Gwyn, sleep under a rock.
Fine, Koa, it's, my rash. She has kind of rubbing her arm, briefly.
Is it getting worse?
No, not worse. It's been warm lately and it's itching. I don't know why, but it's been
Since you
warm.
got here, or since the interaction at the inn?
Oh. They happened one so quickly after the other, and I don't think it was immediately after I got here. I think I'd been here for a few days first, so I guess kind of the answer is yes.
That's what I mean, though. Perhaps there's some connection to the. We don't know. We tried to drop a torch down to the bottom of that giant pit. We don't know what's down there. The room with all of the. Again, Elliot and Mikhail maybe are better at having some theories on this than I am, but if this place is draining you or hurting you in some way, I don't want you staying here. And
She shakes her head and says, you've been with Mikhail for a long while now, right? And you've seen him use like cast spells and do all sorts of things. Has he ever talked about the ability to detect other magics?
We used some scrolls to see. He did. He read some scrolls and he was like, this has an aura. This has an aura. This likely does this. But it was always scrolls when he did that. He never just said that.
Wonderful. But so you understand that there's a spell that he uses to be able to see magical auras.
Yes.
That's how the Arcane Congress teaches their mages. They teach them this spell. However their magic works, after they incant it, it opens up their eyes and their minds to be able to pick up, their senses awaken enough that they can notice the different types of magics as they exist in the world around them, usually permeating off of other people with magic or objects that have been imbued with them, magics as spells as they're being cast, so on and so forth. Well, in a Malta, for those that are born with strong magic in their blood, that's not a spell for us. It's how we learn to see the world.
You can just see these things.
Yes. And so
Aldo's point at the head, like, 'cause I think Aldo still has the crown, like, so you can see that Aldo's head is glowing.
It's quite bright, whatever he's wearing. I just don't ask questions. It's also a little ostentatious, but
perhaps if you saw a cursed or magical sword, you would know it right away.
that's not what I was referring to, but maybe. What I was getting at was when we talk about my illness and the fact that I can't use magic, it's actually a little bit worse than I've ever told you, because I can see the magic around me at all points in time. I can see it. And so I know that I can't touch it. So I know I can't interact with it, despite the fact that it's right there. But the reason why I'm saying this is, if there was some interaction with another plane or something like that, I'd like to think that I'd be able to notice it, that I can see it see its aura, right? But what I have noticed is my own aura. Mikhail, when he casts that spell, he can see the magic off of items, off of other stuff. He can see it off of other people with magic too. I can see that off of, unless somebody's learned how to hide it, off of other people. I can see it off myself. My own aura feels dimmer. And my sickness, my rash, it seems to be getting, I don't know, it's been burning lately, and I don't know why. I don't think it has to do with what happened in the inn.
Then I think you should get out of this place and see if it gets better. Whether that's coming with us to Hot Gwen or going again to Herod or somewhere else. If there is truly something here causing it, at least that would help you know. And if it's not, then I guess we have to figure it out. But I can't allow that to continue. You can't stay here like that.
Well, here we have the Alchemist Lab and access to the books, and it's nearby to where you are, so you can come by and visit. Can't pretend like that's not a factor. Not to mention, it's safe here. Not only do we have a roof over our head and very thick walls all around us, but a literal army. I mean, I feel like a little princess.
We both know you're a lot stronger than a little princess. You could take me out if you wanted to. I saw how strong you can be.
I don't think you've ever met the Princess of Amalta.
I don't believe... Is she here? I don't think so.
Well, actually, she's queen now. She says, like, correcting herself, like, realizing, oops.
The only person I know who walks around in a crown right now is Aldo.
Ostentatious.
Helps him think
Huh.
of something. I don't know. Awful headache when you take it off, though. Helps me think, I think, but I can't really remember what it was like to think like that. Anyway, I think we should talk to Mikhail about this, and I think that we should consider the option that you should leave here for at least a few days and see if things change.
Yeah, maybe the three of you should go and investigate that room and that you were mentioning, the hidden one, and see what's going on. But
Well, perhaps you could walk in and see if anything in there is glowing.
I suppose. Yeah.
But if you start to feel worse at all, then we go leave immediately.
Will you be on my arm?
Of course.
Then I'm sure I'll be fine.
I'd like to think so, but there are certain things that you're better at fighting than I am.
She was very much just trying to use like a, okay, we
Yeah,
can
I
change
know.
the subject, kind of, you know. But
Yeah.
Koa is like really like when he has a goal in front of him and there's a carrot, he's a carrot.
Well, when your fiance is like, hey, literally being drained of life and dying here, like actually seeing my aura fade, my arm on fire. But like, do you want to go shopping for curtains?
Yeah, no, very much, because she's like, I'm uncomfortable. Things seem weird, so on and so forth. There's literally over 10,000 people that are suffering.
Yeah, but this one's his fiance.
Yeah, well, yeah, yes. No, I get the tribalism. But that's what, in her mind, she's like, oh, it's just me. But of course, it was flipped, right? Be like, she's not going to be like, babe, you wait. I got these 10,000 people. You know?
And Koa's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
looks like the DM's throwing another side quest my way. I got to handle it. We
Oh,
got to
shit.
finish off something.
But either way, so cool. Anyways, that was the RP I needed to have with you there.
Mikhail, I hope, was paying attention to all of that, because that.
Yeah. Something
I know
about
what you're
detect
doing
magic at
after
will.
stream. We watched the last 25 minutes. Gwen's aura is fading. She can detect magic just like we see things.
I was paying attention, yes.
Hard to tell, because at one point I looked over and I was like, either he's frozen or just sitting very incredibly still.
I was probably sitting very still because I do not feel well.
Yeah,
So,
we should probably wrap up. It's getting late.
Or
still didn't get my
all-nighter?
letter. Yeah, we can have. Let's see who's super. Okay, we can
So
have
not
Koa.
only do
Koa
I
likes
have-
to talk. We have him talk to Kethrel, and I can take a nap.
I
And then
have,
Dude,
by
if
the
Koa
time
and
you're
Kindle
done,
do get into a conversation, you could.
I have
then
work
I'll be able to
tomorrow.
wake up fresh.
I have a 3.5 hour drive starting at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment. I have to get my balls fondled tomorrow, right?
That's important.
Have you ever thought about not working Thursdays?
Yeah, that's not an option. Like, I have a job.
But have you ever thought about it?
Oh yeah, I've thought about never working again in my life. It's called retirement, and one day
No, but like
I will get there,
Thursdays.
and then the government will say, "Oh no, no."
I don't know if you're gonna make it to retirement. If you start talking at work the way you talk here about random shit and take 30 minutes on some stories, they're gonna kick your ass out. They're like, Scott, we need you to. I ever tell you about the cemetery? It's
Oh.
over for you.
My best friend bought a house, and he is that's what I'm looking for, having his warming thing this weekend.
Oh, yeah, housewarming
Yeah,
or house, whatever, christening. You know, like where you smash a bottle of wine on the side of it.
Yeah, house
Is that it?
Christmas.
Make sure it's got a name.
And then
You
you
know?
realize that was the window that broke and not the bottle, and it's like, fuck.
Oh, jeez.
The bottle's still intact.
Yeah, it's
Somebody
Kralining,
is still
actually. It's not christening
leaking
in
out.
this world.
Oof. Yeah.
Man,
I
Calling
love
out.
the fact that you know I left the city and it turns out that the letters I've been waiting for are in the city. That's super nice. I love
Yeah.
that. Love that for me.
It's funny because I was prepared. I was like, oh, I got to deliver them. I was like, oh, they're fugitives. Whoever's there trying to give them letters is not going to be able to find fugitives literally hiding inside of a hole inside the ruins and wearing disguises as they move about town.
The times that I was moving about town, I did keep saying that I was looking for a courier.
Somebody asked who's the DM. Oh, hey! Is this? I'm 5'11". I'm not a small guy. I'm literally 5'11". Fuck you, ninja.
I mean, at the top, I mean, in the screen, you know, it looks.
What? How's the overlay set? What? No. What? I take up the whole window.
Tiny window.
We're all equally zoomed in. Scott's just that much smaller.
Listen, I just want to say, the sheer number of internet people that claim to be 6X. Like, I'm 6X. Listen, Wade, I've actually met. Okay, I've hung out with Wade. Wade is definitely taller than 6 feet, like most of my siblings. But the number of inches, I'm just like, you know, y'all a bunch of like 5'2" and adding an extra like 14 inches. No, I don't believe any of you. Even Jake. Jake, I believe, is like 3'5". I haven't met him in person yet.
There's a
Is
Dokkan
Australia even
creator.
real? Huh?
Dokkan creator who's like over 7 feet tall. Very, very unfortunate for him. His username is Diddy Sauce. People call him Diddy. Very, very unfortunate for him. But he's like 7 foot something tall.
Ooh.
And so like all these
wanna
creators
send
that are
him
like
baby
5'8"
oil.
are hanging out with him, and they're like up to his belly. He's a very huge man.
That's a man who
That-
send baby oil, you know?
If there has ever been a need for a rebrand,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like, oof.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Diddy Sauce is a very awful name to have this day and age.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be something totally different. I will now be known as Cheerio Pip Pip.
and then Cheerios end up coming out with, you know, like get canceled for. Anyways,
You know, with just like your name is just like an unpronounceable symbol, so you become the creator formerly known as, rather than.
to answer the question in chat, I've been DMing. Hold on, I'm turning 40 in like a month. I've been DMing since I was like 14, so math there. DMing online 9 years. Wait, how long has Lost Initiative been around? You joined
I joined in the end of 2018, and you guys had been going before that. So
October 2016.
Hmm.
So we're coming up on 9 years. LI has been around, and then I had my other channel before. So,
yeah, I've only been creating for 9 years too.
no, well, you had your 10-year anniversary last year, and that was your 10-year of your
fuck up.
own channel, right?
It was my Twitch channel, my YouTube channel. I started posting in November of 2012.
25. Oh wow. Why
Yeah.
did but so the YouTube video you have of 10-year celebration, that was a 10-year Twitch celebration? Was the
No,
YouTube
that
video?
was just 3 years ago that it came out, probably.
Oh, it's just that old. Oh, okay, then I probably just didn't remember. Yeah.
Well, I think that one might still be the. YouTube has this stupid fucking thing where it's like, have your channel video. When you go to someone's channel, this is the video that gets people hooked on your shit. It's like, fucking, I don't know. This is something, I guess. It's like a compilation of bullshit.
I won't lie. I saw that and I was telling Brittany, I was like, actually, that seems like a lot of fun. Like, so next October, not this, but next October would be the 10-year of this channel. And it might be fun to do something like that, of just like more or less try to grab like super clip of all of the worst stuff that we've said over the years. Like, you know, just some of the just stupidest, dumbest
Dana did a
stuff.
compilation of me doing my intro, which is just, hey guys. But I've said it so many times over the years. If you watch the compilation, it devolves into egg eyes, which is why I've got.
Is that why that happened?
Yeah, where's the fucking.
Oh my god.
This
Okay.
emote came to be because of my intro. Hey guys. Like if you watch like a 10-minute video of me saying that, it's just like you just hear egg eyes, egg eyes, egg
No.
eyes. Like, I
Oh
think
my
I
God,
actually
yeah,
might
I
send
get
some
it.
people to the fucking asylum if they watch that video twice in a row.
Like some Clockwork Orange bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
Dude, that's such a weird.
Yeah.
That's such a weird phenomenon. How like a word can break down like that, and you just lose the meaning, or it becomes something completely different.
Hey guys, egg eyes, egg eyes, egg eyes, egg eyes, egg eyes, egg eyes.
oh.
It happens very quick.
Jeez.
Anyways,
I think it was an April Fool's
Hey
video.
guys. Yeah, it is. Okay.
so
Yeah, language is flipping weird.
you know what else
We're
is
just
flipping
making
weird?
noises.
Me pressing the outro button to make the screen go up. That may has
Mikhail,
like
I think we should talk real quick before we end. We should have a long RP. No.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's right. Didn't you need to talk to Kethrel about something? Wasn't it?
Yes. Kitzel,
Oh,
you
this
still
very
around?
long
Aldo, join me
document
here.
I've written out.
Some
Yeah.
conversation for all of us. Aldo, I think you and Kitzel and I should talk.
Sure.
Aldo, you start us off.
And then I'll talk to
Well.
Gwen after.
Kithul, how do you like it here?
Aldo, you're fluent in a lot more languages than I thought.
Yeah, I know.
You spoke Kuntilanese.
I can't believe Aldo has learned Kithel's language and didn't even have time for a concert for me. What kind of bullshit is that? What? What are these? God damn it!
what is happening right now?
We're at that
One of
point in
these
the
days
pajama
I'll
party
get
where we're
them
all slap
blasted
happy and
Valiant
laughing
Few.
over stupid shit. We're 20 minutes away from I love you, man, and 30 minutes away from being passed out.
Pretty much. Oh,
Hey,
nice
Golden.
nat one there, Potato.
See you later, Golden.
Welcome, Potato. Hi, Golden. Everybody
Yeah,
else,
we're
meh.
ending.
I guess Steve gets a pass. Steve is good people.
We're ending after 6.5 hours.
Ninja's bad people.
What? Ninja Sub-Zero.
Enjoy the Blue Aether, everyone. Have a good night.
Say hi. Figure out whatever your raid message is. It could be whatever you imagine, as long as it's within TOS.
For if you can find the third use of the Ninja Sub-Zero, if you can find the third use, because I think they cheated it. They used it 3 times. It said, if you prove me right.
They're gone. For free.
Yeah.